Hi, everybody. I think it says that we're live, but like, even when we did this like a year ago, like I was always like, "Are we live?" I think we are. Okay, yeah, it does show on Twitch we're live. So anyway, hey, not like anybody's here to be seeing this part anyway, but hi. We used to stream a lot like a year ago. When I did our recap of like 2023, like I swear it was like February or March when we stopped streaming. But Angel and I used to do a bunch of streaming with Weird Draft Games. We'd play games every Monday. But hey, my name is Beth, and this is Angel.
Hello.
Hey, we are Beth and Angel Make Games. Really creative name there, I know. And today we are going to be making zines within 24 hours, which is really more like within like 12 hours max, because like it's already noon here. But
Within today.
yeah, yeah, and I mean, honestly, like we're human. We could go over the 12 hours. Who cares? Like you're gonna have a zine, like hopefully tomorrow or like later today, depending on how it goes. But before we get started, got to post everywhere. So give me a couple moments on that.
And we also have to find out what we're doing.
Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be the first thing. Is
I'm still anxious about that. Like, let's see.
yeah, I was very good. I didn't even pull that tab up yet. Like I was gonna prep everything, and I did not even like pull that
Oh,
up
okay.
because I was worried I was gonna accidentally see it. Okay, so that's
You have more
social
willpower than
media.
me. I would have been peeking every 5 seconds. Like, what they vote on?
I
Did
know. I
anybody vote?
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm just anxious that like nobody voted. It's like it went out to all like 100 people who have contributed though. So hopefully we
Like,
have at least
like
one vote.
maybe Rochelle did.
Yeah, maybe Rochelle did. Um, maybe we just got somebody I can't remember the name fairly recently as an enlightened egret, but they I don't think they backed the crowdfunder, so that'd be next time's like poll. So that was all the socials. I got to get on Discord and copy paste this like 1,000 different places, and then I'm all good to go. Do you remember any of the prompts? Were there any that you are hoping it is?
There were a few I took notes on. I'd have to pull it up because I was like, I want to get ready and like have a few ideas. If I think there was a lot of ideas that I thought were exciting, but let's see. I wrote notes about the where I would like to build my blanket fort. Uh,
Oh, nice.
like I was thinking it would be fun to do like weird places like in a museum or like in Disney World, like not just like under your table at home or whatever, but like if you could have your blanket fort anywhere, like like the furniture store in Walmart, like the section. Like I sat down with I think it was Josh, my brother, and we watched like a whole movie except for like the last 2 minutes of it. I think it was Miss Congeniality 2, and like the Walmart employees came over and turned it off, like so we couldn't watch the end. They'd seen us sitting there watching the whole movie and turned the end off. Evil, evil.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Not finishing anything is very, very evil.
It's like, I'm not buying your movie.
Right. Like what the heck?
So yeah, we had sat down on like this cozy couch, like in their furniture department, and they were playing a movie. So yeah, we totally watched the whole thing. And I think a blanket fort there would be fun.
I agree.
Another one was Botanica Imaginatum. Like, let's hope I didn't botch that. Um, my notes, like, I forget what I wrote on it. I do this one as a short story where a plant grows around someone as they're sleeping, projecting a different reality in your dream. Though this dream, the plant is searching for something, using your mind to find answers it needs. You don't remember the dreams when you wake, but the plant is always growing more powerful with the knowledge it acquires from your dreams.
Nice.
And then the other one was fashionable fun. And I thought it'd be fun. Like, we haven't done, with all these challenges, I haven't gotten to do like a photography one yet. I thought it would be fun to like set up different pieces of fashion, like sunglasses where watching TV, or like,
Oh yeah.
shoes on a like merry-go-round, like just fashion having fun, like a literal sense of it. So those are the only ones I wrote ideas for, but
That's
I thought
awesome.
they'd be fun.
I do remember you touching on that one. Oh, hey legends, how's it going? Sorry, you like literally just posted that, so that's good timing. Anyway, I was like, how did somebody come in? I'm looking at the counter, it says there's one person like and that's me. But I forgot that I wasn't actually. I have to accept the rules on my own. Anyway, okay. Glad to hear it's going good, Legends. We just saw Legends actually. What was it? 2 days ago. We were at Panda Angel's stream. She was chatting with Carla regarding the Logic and Lore campaign. Speaking
Okay.
of which, I should get a Logic and Lore link here because one of the things we do for each of the campaigns, Carla gives us a whole bunch of different like short code links, and then we can kind of like later on we can track
Who's clicked through them and stuff.
yeah, like exactly like what was effective or what wasn't. So this link is only for this stream right here. So if anybody clicks through that link, like they'll see like our stream actually like had any kind of effect whatsoever. So if you are at all interested in Logic and Lore and haven't gotten it yet, I'll share that a few times throughout the stream here. But it's a cool like I forgot I could just share my screen. What am I doing? Jeez, it's been so long since we did this. Here we go. So Logic and Lore is a 2-player game by Weird Draft Games. I can't remember where I work now. That's cool. That's awesome. We're off to a great start here. And
that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 2-player logic / like deduction / like there's another term for it.
Puzzle.
Yeah, puzzle game. Right, exactly. And you're basically trying to line up your 9 cards here. Oh, I'm on the comments page because I do customer service for Weird Draft Games. So I'm the one in the comments. Like, actually, here, I'll show that off real quick. If anybody comments anything, like there I am right there. Beth. Well, not on those because Carla already beat me to them. But Beth. Like, I'm everywhere. So, like, if you say anything on the Kickstarter page, like, I'm probably going to reply to it if Carla doesn't beat me to it. Or Angel, because Angel has the ability now to.
Yay.
But yeah, basically you're trying to line these cards up in order, and whoever does that first wins. There's a lot more to it than that, but for $19, that's a lot of game and a lot of like replayable, like changing difficulties in the game from that. So I guess we'll dive into what we're doing here today. The very first thing we're doing is we are going to reveal what our prompt is for today. So I'm going to go to Google Forms.
Like, we are running a crowdfunder campaign, and
I should...
like let's fill it in there. And we are doing a challenge for a zine mo. So we have done several zines so far, and a few of those have been challenges that are from a list of prompts that people have donated to us. And then we have our lightning egrets from our Patreon. Vote on those. This one was actually voted by people from the crowdfunder who backed us and the lightning egrets. So we have hopefully a few more votes than we have. And we don't know what we're going to be doing a zine for, but when we do the zine, we're going to be doing it just within today and hopefully come out with a zine by the time we're done.
Yeah. Figured, yeah, zine each, right? Exactly. This we're making a total of it's 8 prompts. Was it? It's every 4 days. So why don't I just look at? I keep forgetting I can just share my screen here. So anyway, this is our crowdfunder page. I know it's extremely wordy, but all you need to know is that if you click on this, like activate or tier 3 challenge mode activate for $10, you get everything. I am an extremely wordy person, and we had like 2 weeks to put this together, so Angel didn't have time to like cut down 90% of what I said. So, but yeah, these are the prompts we're doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 8 total. It's every 4 days, except for today's leap day. We're doing a special one. The Enlightened Egrets, that's the $10 members, like $10 per month on our Patreon, which I keep clicking around the wrong things because I have way too many windows open. But this is our Patreon. If you go there and you sign up, you can even just click, there's a button like toward the top that says like join as a free member, and then you'll get like emails about everything we do. And you get a free game when you join too. Plus also free members get a game every month. But because we reached stretch goals for next month, or through our campaign rather, they're down, pardon me for all the scrolling really fast, down here. There we go. Right. Oh, I never updated this image. Dang it. We hit the 145 number. But anyway, I made the image. I just never posted it. But right now we've reached, it's this one anyway. All patrons get 3 previously released games in March. Normally The free members get one, and then everybody else that's a paid member of that tier. So like if it's a game, the $5 members get it. If it's a zine, the $3 members and above get it. But we're doing a special thing in March where 3 games will go out to everybody. So if you join, not only will you get the one right now, you'll get 3 of them in a few weeks. And those are voted on by our enlightened egrets too. So, but yeah, exactly. Like leap year, but every 4 years. It worked out too that this was actually leap year for us. So like it was kind of nice to have the extra zine to make here. And Big Easy Busking and Fire in the Library Legends says are the games they own, and I agree those are both really good. Big Easy Busking is probably my favorite aside from Stellar Leap. Stellar Leap is really awesome. It's a space game. It kind of has like Catan-esque, like where you get resources and stuff. Hey, Time Roller. And I just really like that, and I like space and exploring and stuff anyway. But
I also like that Beth and I, aren't always like, take that or mean with games. So there are things where you can kind of get each other's resources and stuff like that, but you don't have to do that. Like we played a whole game where we didn't do that, like you don't have to use that mode,
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to be aggressive. Be aggressive. You can choose not to be aggressive. I don't have music playing in my headset. That's what's wrong with me right now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I like to play a little music in my headset so that I have a little more energy going on, but it's not copyright free. So like it's just Spotify music. So I can't play it. I guess I should dive into this though.
Oh yeah, that's a good choice.
What's
Legends. That? Stellar Leap is probably the next game I was thinking about getting.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
That's also, a good one. Gift of Tulips is on Sovereignty and Board Game Arena. So that's something you can check out before you buy if you wanted to try to play it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we enjoy being able to play that digitally sometimes too. When you don't feel like setting something up, and like we have a little card table, so we have to pull the card table out, and sometimes it's nice to just play it on BGA as well.
Yeah, plus we can play like right now. Angel's on kind of the opposite side of the room from me, and so we can just play it like where you could take turns like while you're working or something. Like you just kind of have it in the background. Granted, I would just be fully distracted by it and not actually work, but I think it's this one because I copied it and I forgot to change the. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the original.
What'd you copy?
The Ask Weird Jeff Games anything. And besides that one, I'm looking at it right now. Anyway, I'm trying to look at the prompt. Vote 2. Right. Okay, here we go.
Ta-da!
Okay, we got 2 responses. So
I was hoping we'd have a little more than that, but it's okay.
Well, this is I forgot. I said it earlier that it was everybody on Crowdfundr, but it's actually this is enlightened egret vote.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we only have like 5 of those anyway. So 2 out of 5 is actually pretty sweet.
That is good.
The easiest way to do this is to go to responses and then just like link to sheets. So I'm going to do that. Okay, that didn't work at all.
Oh, no.
Anyway, we're just going to do it this way then. Okay, so it looks like, we actually got one winner. Last time there were like 16 of them because only one person voted, and it was Rochelle. And she voted for like 16 different things. So we had to pick one randomly. But this time we actually have, like, we never get one that actually wins anything because we have so many people.
Shock me.
This is a good one too. It was one actually that Rochelle submitted. The winner is Fictional Travel Guide. And as a bonus, it can be somewhere from another game that we have made.
I have to pull up something as an example if I can find it here. Someone had done something on Itch that was kind of like that, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
It was a fictional travel guide to Hyrule. So like something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. So the next thing I have to do, if anybody has any questions about Patreon or about Crowdfundr, feel free to throw them in the chat because I'm going to be showing off both of those a little bit right now. The first thing I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go to Crowdfundr and I'm going to send an email out to everybody explaining. Actually, this was a Patreon voted thing. I'll go to Patreon. That's the fun thing about having multiple different channels of like revenue and fans and stuff is that you have to decide what you're doing. So on Patreon, to put on a new post, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit create, which we're given so far. And you can choose these different options here. I pretty much only use text or image. I like image because then you get a nice little Like here's an example of a text post, and then here's an example of an image post. So like with an image one, you get this big old like beautiful image, which I didn't make that one right there, but you get a big old beautiful image there. I don't have an image for this though. It's just the vote thing. It's a very quick little thing. So I'm just gonna post a new text one. We put a title here. The way we do ours is standard title capitalization. So this will be like our prompt for today is a verb. It's capitalized. Is revealed fictional travel guide. Watch us make it.
Hmm.
Then I'm gonna be all like, "Hey, we just revealed." Wow, I'm normally way better at typing this, but it's also like 60 degrees in here right now, like 65 in this room, so I'm freaking cold.
It is really cold in here.
I like spend all the time shaving my arms and stuff, and then like it doesn't even matter because they're all covered up. But like whatever. We just revealed today's prompt. It's fictional travel guide, and it was submitted by one of our enlightened egrets, Rochelle. Angel and I will be making those today. And then, so one of the important things we do here with using the Patreon versus Crowdfundr is that we try to make sure that these also explain what that means to people. Because, like, giving somebody information is one thing, but making them actually care about it is a completely different thing. Angel and I are making those because most of the Crowdfundr stuff we're doing is Crowdfundr exclusive temporarily. Like, people get like 47 games and zines right now for $10, and
So many things.
yeah, and only 4 of those zines are going out to the patrons right away. It's the 2 prompts that they voted for, so this is one of them. We're gonna make those today, and then we'll get them on itch and send them your way. If you're zebra French Teamster or higher. If you want to watch me make mine, I'll be streaming it throughout the day at, and I need a link because I never remember, for some reason I can't remember twitch.tv/weirdgiraffegames because it's so difficult. I think you actually have to like link these two. So if you have any questions about anything, I'm happy to answer.
I'm going through our games, like trying to think what I would want to do a travel guide for, and like I've gotten kind of excited that some of the themes we've done, because it's like, hey, like we've got, the Stargate, so
Oh
that's
yeah, true.
very open. And then one what would be funny is Bourbon, Indiana. Like I went to Bourbon, Indiana once, so we could just do a travel guide.
A fictional travel guide here. That would be fun since this is an actual place, probably.
It was funny. The other zine I was working on, there was like a link I was looking for with just different things, and it was a website where you could put your like where you were and then your destination, or just like a town that you want to travel to, and it would bring up like different places for you to see. So I was really curious if it would even have anything for Bourbon, Indiana. So I put that, and like everything came up as South Bend, which is like an hour away. So
that's
like,
nice.
yeah, we don't have anything interesting happening for an hour's worth of travel. Like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for like solidifying that even more.
We also have
why
I went
is
to
that?
Wonderland once, so like that would be fun. Travel guide to Wonderland.
Mhm. I immediately went to I have one called Making Change that was kind of based on the world of Control, the video
Oh
game.
yes.
So like I'll probably go for Control.
Oh, that's a
Plus
good
you get
idea.
to play with like cool shapes and colors there. I
That's
keep trying
fair.
to keep trying to think of a game to make out of this, but like
Me too. I was like, well, how do you make a travel guide a game?
yeah.
It
Well, we
could be
put our
kind of like the
okay.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where like it tells you different things like that you can do. So then it would just be more like you open the book and you can push it and you go there or something like.
Oh, that'd be fun.
So that could be a way to get it to be a journaling game, or
Yeah. when we post a post, there are different collections. Collections are basically like grouped things on Patreon. Um, I am going to call this marketing because it technically is. Because I mean, this is kind of a marketing experience. We streamed all the time and threw Weird Draft games out there, but we've never done anything for Beth and Angel Make Games. So I'm calling it that. Yeah, that's it. Then you just hit next down here. Most people, when they do a Patreon, will do like paid members, or like you can hit select tiers here, and then you can select specific people that can see it. But like we basically make everything free, so we just always hit like everyone on everything. You can schedule a post if you want to. I usually ignore that unless like I finish a post while watching TV at night, and then it'll be like, yeah, this can go out at a certain time. Then I forget to share it, so like I always usually just hit it anyway. So publish it, and there we go. This sends an email to everyone who is a patron, including free members. You can join as a free member too. When you post it, I close this really fast so it's out of habit. But when you post something, it comes up with this little thingy. But that's it. That was the whole thing. I'm going to go and basically just copy paste this over for Crowdfundr. Oh, I forgot to check to see if anybody asked any questions too. Oh. We actually do have a couple questions here. But neither of them are related to Crowdfundr or Patreon yet. So I'll save those for later. The next thing we're doing then is putting out a Crowdfundr thing. I made sure beforehand that you're not going to see anything you shouldn't see, so it's cool. But what you do basically is just go down to communicate. And then you can add recipients. This isn't going to show anybody's emails, don't worry. But you can choose who you send it to. The campaign team is just Angel and I. And we always send everything ourselves so we can look over it. And then supporters, you can either choose contributors or subscribers. Subscribers are people that hit a little subscribe button, kind of like Kickstarter has one. And then the activity feed is basically like an updates feed, which I'll show you in a moment here. But we're not going to post it to the activity feed. But we're going to send it to everybody. We're going to call this the same thing as the... here, because I'm going to take the by Beth out. We generally, when we do posts, we put who it's by. And if it's the game, it'd be like, game by whoever, post by whoever, if it's somebody different. I'm just going to copy paste that. And then, it was, I don't need to put one of our enlightened egrets here. Actually, I will link that. Maybe we'll get a couple new patrons from this. That would be cool.
That would be nice.
Yeah, we have stretch goals for people joining as patrons too, so that way you'll get more stuff and all that fun stuff. Also, I keep showing this by accident, but you go to our page and click about, you'll see these numbers anyway. So this is not like super secret stuff. We normally hide the dollar amount because we think it's kind of weird to show people how much money we're making. But because our stretch goal is tied to it right now, we're not hiding it. If we can get to $200 a month, though, we are, and you keep over 200 for 3 months. I don't even know if you know this, Angel, but you can offer yearly subscriptions at a discount to people.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we can hit that sometime this year, and then we can offer those, because I'd like to give a decent discount to people who get a year subscription and then stick around. Fictional travel guide. It was submitted by one of our enlightened egrets. I'm also going to put and. Dang it. I did it again. And readers. Angel and I'll be making those today, and then we'll get them on itch and send them your way if you contributed to tier 2 or tier 3. Want to watch me make mine? I'll be streaming for the day. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you just hit send. You can save it if you want to do it later. And there's other things down here which I've never used, but hit send. It is now sent out. Okay, so that's handled too. Check one more time for if there's any extra questions about. Nope.
You could probably drop that in the.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Chat too, just in case people want to.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you want to know questions about anything that we're like, if you want to ask, you can just ask right here, like in the chat. But if you're going to be taken off or something, feel free to use this link. We will be uploading this at some point, probably over the weekend, to YouTube, so you can watch it later. But that form, you can also, if you want to, like if you ask a question, I'm going to call you out by name. But if you want to anonymously ask a question, you can totally put it in that form. But like we're wholesome creators, like we're not going to answer any kind of weird questions. We're also not like, we don't make gory content, or like we generally don't do horror stuff either. So like if you have any questions about that kind of stuff, we're not really the people to ask. But so yeah, I think that's it. We can answer this first question though. The second question actually first. These are both from Rochelle, because Rochelle's always the one that gives us all of our questions for all of our streams. Where do you most commonly find inspiration for game ideas?
That's a good question. My brain is weird and gloms onto things like that it like pesters me with, I guess would be the best word. So, like the other day we were watching YouTube, and someone was cooking, and the guy has, some olive oil, and he says he's going to add a little squiggle, and like his like handful is like, I'm going to add a grip of cheese, and just drives me nuts. So then every time I hold on to something, it's like, get a grip of that. And, because you put soap in a dishpan, it's like, add a squiggle of soap. And it's like just the silliest thing. So like,
oh my goodness,
I think that a lot of my creations are just the static in my brain that need to be spit out. So, I might find a squiggle of something in my game, and, a grip of this. But mainly just from all of that, like songs I've heard, or games I've played, or TV show we watched, or something we heard about. It's just all the things combined, really. Like, I think a lot of our inspiration comes from game jams that we do. We look up different ones, and they have really good prompts, so those are inspiring. That's how we actually got into zine making, was because of a zine idea generator jam that happened on itch.io. We hadn't heard of zines, and that introduced us to it and to the zine generator, which if you go there, you click on the page, and it automatically brings up a generated idea, and you can keep hitting refresh until you like one. You can even refresh, like if you like half of it, there's you can lock those in place and then refresh until you get something that makes sense. So it's a really great little tool.
Actually I'll pull that up too. It's an idea generator.
So that's what ended up getting us into it. I created a reimagining mushroom foraging for a prompt that I got that was like basically that, but it was also like make a zine, a neon zine about reimagining mushroom foraging. And then Beth did one for that too. What'd you get?
Make a cautionary zine that complicates crayons. That was like my third or fourth one, but yeah.
That's funny. Yours was extraterrestrial rarities, Museum of Extraterrestrial Rarities.
Yes.
And I don't know what your prompt was on that one. I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but it was something about like make a zine, make a tabletop zine or something that creates something out of music or something like that. So
it probably says it on your page here. I was looking.
Okay.
Like, were you that thorough back then?
And I'm trying to remember how to.
Yeah, here it is. Make a tabletop RPG zine that turns song titles into alien artifacts.
I knew it was very like spot on.
Yeah, it was spot on. What were you trying to do?
I'm trying to remember how to change the tags on ours.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a huge deal. Like, I don't really care that much. I don't really see us pulling.
I thought you meant on the zine idea generator. I'm like, you just hit options, and then it brings up the little dicey things.
Yeah, that's true too. You can actually like on these, if you really like one of them, like if I really wanted a crayon zine, you hit the button to
you can hit
randomize that one. So yeah, so like if you wanted a cautionary zine that complicates something other than crayons, you can just keep hitting this. Oh, there we go. Make a cautionary zine that complicates movies you watched on repeat as a child. So it'd be like Princess Bride, Brave Little Toaster. Um, I don't know what else it'd be, but I don't remember what else I watched. But probably Drop Dead Fred. Um, but yeah, so I guess it's time to finally start making the zine.
You guess.
Yeah, the first choice here is going to be, do I want to make a 4-page zine or an 8-page zine? Because we have Angel is nice enough to get these templates actually pretty close to the top. But what we do is we have a template for a 4-page zine and then an 8-page zine. And then we have single pages also. What we do is we make it in 2 different things. I'm actually going to do a 4-page zine because I feel like those are a little easier.
I was thinking the same thing this time because it's like I might want pictures or stuff and we want to have a little bit more room.
24-hour zine individual. I always call mine individual images for the or individual pages, sorry. For the ones that are the pages themselves. When we make our zines, we do it in 2 different files. The one is this individual pages, which basically just creates like a standard PDF. Like each image, each page is a separate page. And then we have the, the 4-page layout. Let me copy that too. 24-hour zine. And that one is basically it's made to where you could. Oops, I did the wrong thing. I think. Whatever. Anyway, there we go. No, I guess what's the right one? Anyway, it's 24-hour zine, which basically makes like a single printable page. If you'll see here, let me search for zine here. Really? That's what's going to come up. Okay, you be that way. Trying to think of a 4-page zine that I made then.
You made one.
Falling to the brink.
There you go. Never mind.
So when you make these, I learned the other day when I made Dearest. Oh no, I'll do that one instead. Actually, that's a better idea. Dearest. I just made that one recently. It's actually the first zine that we made for the Egret prompts. So like the main one here is just going to be regular pages. And actually there's 28 of them. This was by far the longest zine I've ever made. And then the zine version, when you print these, you fold them in half both ways. So like you fold it down and then you fold it in. So it's a little booklet and then you can layer them inside each other. So you make basically like a single book. Kind of like a user manual or like just an instruction manual you'd get in a regular tabletop game anyway. But that's what we're aiming to do now. A lot of times you just do a single one though. So then it's just one single booklet. And the 4 pages are really easy to make because you have a front cover and you have a back cover and then you just have 2 pages inside and that's it. So if you could fill in those 4 things, like you have a 4-page zine. And we will share these templates at some point. I know I said I would. I'm not sure when I'm going to do that exactly though, because I've been talking a lot and not actually making anything yet. So like, I'm trying to get to that part before we eat lunch. Like, geez. Okay. I should call this Beth's 24-hour zine anyway.
Yeah, maybe I should make up my mind between what ones I want to do. That's what we should do a poll for that too.
What's that?
I said I should do a poll for making up my mind which one I want to do.
That's cool. You can throw it in for Discord or something if you want to.
That's okay. I don't think we get any votes right now.
Have a great day, Legends. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we made these as simple as possible too. Like this is where the different parts go. So like the back cover goes here, the regular cover goes here, and then page 1 and 2 go here.
Yeah, we put them upside down so that we know that we have to flip the
so like
images.
Canva has a section, and I'll go through Canva a lot more like thoroughly here in a bit. But sorry, really good song came on. Just Run by Devil Driver. Anyway, so what you do here, this was actually the back cover of a game called Remember I made fairly recently. So you'd throw the back cover here, and then you hit this flip button, and you flip it both ways, and then it's fully flipped over. So actually all the pages are right here. So I could just be like, here's the front cover, and then this was page 2, and this was page 1, and then that would be it. Once that's done, you just hit share and download. And Angel found out actually that when you do this as a PDF print, you actually want to choose crop marks and bleed, because otherwise it'll push the image kind of closer to the edge and will sometimes cut stuff off.
Actually, for the 4-page one, that's not the case, but it is for the 8-page.
Okay, good to know. So I will not select that. And
well,
then,
we know who saves all of our files now.
Yes. Yeah, very true. We do. And then Angel makes a lot more zines than I do too. So
yeah, that's true.
Since we have a nicer printer, we usually do this, save it in the color profile as CMYK. Just different color like inks they use. It's not like it's going to hurt your printer any when we do that anyway, but yeah, that'd be it. I am going to leave those there though, because actually I'll just undo everything. There we go. So now this is still good to go. And of course we delete the like things that say back cover and cover and stuff. Otherwise I would print on the thing. And then like we have this right here, and that's it. Like we're basically going to make a book here of, like PDF document that then gets turned into that. And we do these, you hit share and you save these as a PNG file. When you have more than one, it's going to download them in a zip file, so I'd have to unzip it. But I mean, I'm okay taking a few extra seconds. We do pay for Canva, by the way. Canva can be used for free, but there's a lot of things in here. Like if you search these elements, like let's just search for, I'm listening to metal right now. I'm going to search for metal, right? When you pull up graphics, a lot of these say pro in the corner, and that means you have to pay for Canva to use it. These here that don't say that, you don't have to. So anybody could grab that and just throw it on their things or whatever. There's photos and stuff too. So like this one's free if you wanted to use that. Well, we pay for Canva because we use the absolute heck out of it. We make everything in here. We even make our cards for our card games in Canva. We just like make them into image things here, and then we import them to Nandeck. So like we definitely feel like it's worth it. I think it's like 17 or 20 a month. It's not a horrible amount or anything. Definitely worth it. And you get a team of like 4 people, I want to say, when you do it too. So like if you have a few friends that also are interested in Canva, like you can just split the payment. You can be the one in charge of it and just take a few bucks from each of your friends. Kind of like when Netflix allowed you to share like your account with people, you could just do that. Or like Nintendo Switch Online, you could, add some friends or whatever. Not that, I recommend that you do that or anything. No, of course not. But, okay, I need to close some of these windows here so I can actually work. All right.
That looked wrong. I copied over the single page template and I'm like, that looks smaller than it should for the 4-page one, but I'd accidentally done the 8-page one. So,
whoopsies.
Glad I didn't start making that way and find out my pages were too thin.
Good call. All right. So I guess the first thing we need to do here, normally the first thing I do is just start playing with images and see what looks cool. And then I get my vibe from that. But
I may actually need a double template for this too, so that I could do like a full spread, like page rather than just a half page, so that they kind of line up better. But I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Like, so it covers 2 pages instead of 1.
Oh yeah, like the inside. I got you.
Right.
That does make sense. Sorry, I'm just over here trying to pick some music. Like, I've recently gotten into a few new bands, so like, I try to play them more now because I really like them and like, I want to hear them more. But I add them to like my workout playlists, like of metal stuff that I like to listen to that kind of like amps me up. There we go. I Am Damnation from Bleed Within, and then I've got a few more other really good ones after that. Okay. Oh, and if you happen to be here in the chat and you are another fan of music, feel free to throw song titles or whatever in here, and I'll look it up on Spotify and play it. It's just going to be in my headset, though. It's not like it's on the stream, so it doesn't have to be like copyright free or whatever. It's been like 40 minutes, and I still haven't even touched what I'm going to be doing yet.
Focus.
Yeah, focus indeed. All right, I'm going to pull up our itch account.
I still think that the control thing is a good idea.
Yeah, that's true. I should do that. Control is a really freaking good game, and I'm always happy to make more
And I
about that.
think that yeah, you'll be more motivated to do that because you're now I am stuck between whether I want to do Stargate Wonderland or Bourbon, Indiana. I think I'm going to do Stargate, of course, but I have to like right now I set up a page so that I could see if they have any I highly doubt it Stargates. If they don't, I don't know if I want to do it.
They had some. I remember looking for those before with when I we first got into Canva because I used to do book promotion for a job, and my boss there was actually the one that recommended Canva, and there were a couple books that had something to do with like traveling through a portal. So I found a couple. I don't know how good they are, but
So I put in Stargate and I see a bunch of wedding rings on keyboards. Like, what is that? Like, that's not a Stargate.
are you looking at graphics or photos?
I'm looking at photos right now because the graphics look terrible.
Oh yeah, that is weird.
They look like really
I
bad.
searched
Just
it too so people can see. Yeah, there's even one that's like a lock on the keyboard. Like, why does that have to do
yeah,
with Stargate? Like,
but look at the graphics too. They're just like I don't know, flat and
there is one that looks straight up like the home symbol from Stargate, though.
yeah, that's true. But
But that's definitely not the Stargate.
they don't have a gate that actually has the symbols and
Well,
coolness.
yeah, there is. Oh no, that looks more like a computer thing. Never mind.
Yeah, they look like grommets or like hardware. They don't look like Stargates.
Yeah, agreed. I'm trying to find an oldest house. If anybody's not familiar with the video game Control, you basically play as this woman who walks into a building trying to find what happened to her brother, um, like as when they were children, and she ends up getting hired by a janitor to be the janitor's assistant. Like as she walks in, and everything's kind of going crazy there. No, I'm sorry, everything's going kind of wild there, and we try not to use ableist language here. I apologize there. Uh, and she finds a dude dead with this like weird gun, and then like the place starts getting attacked, and she becomes the director because she's able to wield that gun, and it's just a very like X-Files y kind of experience. And there are these objects of power that have different abilities that come from different places, and I just really love that. Like it's kind of like when you have the magic behind a real world, so it kind of feels like it's there even though like it's somehow hidden, or like when all the kind of darker things are like, yeah, vampires slowly live amongst us, that you just don't see them because they're so well hidden, or like that kind of thing. So
I do have a couple of other ideas here. Like one would be creepy house, and I could make it based on Joko's song. Like,
oh yeah, that's true.
and then prismatic endings was a poem I wrote. Like, it might be neat to have a travel guide for the hereafter.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I liked the triangle thingy that I made for making change, so I'm copy pasting that over. um one thing I wanted to show off here, for people that are curious about how Canva works. And again, if you have any questions about Canva, like feel free to throw them in chat, or if you're watching this later, like comment or email or something. I don't know, but um, one thing you can do with Canva that's really cool is, what file are you working in right now? You're in the Angels 24-hour zine single image one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I
I'm not
click in
really
here,
working on it. Like, I'm looking at images, so I haven't put anything down yet. It's just
like
blank.
slap anything on the page.
Okay, just a second.
Okay,
I gotta find that. There you go.
yeah. See, we're both on this right now. She signs in as me, so we're both Beth Jackson. But like we can both add to it and like edit it and stuff. So like while she's adding images, I can be throwing text in, or like here I'm gonna find a decent font, or just all kinds of things. So I'm gonna close out of that again,
Okay.
um, but yeah, it's really cool. You can collaborate with people too, and again, they don't have to have like paid membership or anything. Like they can still mess with it or whatever. Oh, Dead Weight by Wage War. That's a really good song. I have a hard time not singing that one, even though my singing is terrible. So we need a house. The house in Control is kind of like just a regular like government building.
Oh, I forgot when I I went to the Stargate once. I even did like something that wasn't really related to it as the background. It was like a open rock that looked like you could open a portal through. So,
Oh, nice. Yeah, you can just steal that. Like whatever.
nah.
I'm stealing mine because it kind of makes these two feel tied together a little bit. Then, like,
It's weird because we, both aren't great at
oh, there we go.
art. That it's more like, hey, what can I art here?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'll pick this because I can't find good art.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make this big enough to where only that and above is here. I also don't like the stuff at the top there, so I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna layer and send it to the back so that it's in the background, basically. Let's make this dark and a little creepy looking. Black and white's a little much, though. Okay, let's try. I just forget you can adjust them. I wonder what the black and white one would look like if we adjusted some. Okay. I think that looks fair. I've said it a couple times on our campaign and stuff, but like we were trying to figure out what we were going to do for our campaign. And originally we came up with the idea because a friend of ours, Munchie or Laura of Lucky Newt Games, had mentioned this event, Tabletop Nonstop, that was ran throughout February on Crowdfundr. And neither one of us ever really considered doing oh, it's really funny that my Dark Disquiet from Control is actually on my random shuffle right now. But so we were trying to figure out what to do. We were like, we got like a month and a half, whatever, we're fine. We put it off and then Angel's mom got injured and we were dealing with she can't get off the couch really. So we are kind of running the household. We live with her parents and family. We so help out around here, and now we're helping out with that too. And a couple weeks went by, and it's like we have like 2 weeks now, so we got to figure out what we're gonna do. And I just came up with the idea of doing like a challenge for ourselves, because I feel like if we're charging like $7 to $10 to get like 16 or 20 or 30 things, like I'm not gonna feel bad if some of them don't turn out or they're just really meh. Like we're trying very hard not to do that, but I'm just saying, like, creating is experimental, and if one of our experiments isn't great or it's not your cup of tea, then that's fine. You got like 15 more, like it's okay. Like 50 cents each, it's all right.
Yeah, it helps without, having the pressure, but there's also like reining in the ideas I have, because I know that like that's the problem. Like I'm taking too long on some of these zines because we needed to do them in 4 days and I got a little behind. But, I think that in the end, I'm going to be happier to spend a few more days on them and get them where I wanted them.
Yes. The one I showed off a little bit ago, the Dearest, I'm Stuck on an Island, and Angel made the Symbiotic Sentient. And both of those are in different ways. They're the biggest things we've done for different things. Like Angel you've never made a 4-page zine before that, right?
Don't just the waffles, like the waffle time.
Oh
thing.
yeah, waffles exist.
But that was super. No, waffles exist as
waffle time.
Yeah, it's waffle time. Like waffles exist as Carlos.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm just gonna pull up itch real quick and show off. We have click here to see everything we've made or co-designed. I'm gonna throw that in chat too. And I always forget that I can actually throw these things on the screen too, so if people are watching later, they can see it. But this is a total of, okay, so there's 6 things per line, and we're just gonna scroll here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it's continuing to load. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 full lines of, so that's 19 times 6, plus 2 more. We've made like 116 things total, or like had hands in them. So I sometimes get the names of things mixed up or forgotten.
Yeah,
I also
bit.
make really weirdly named things like
and this is one account of 2 because we also have Quirky Bird Games, but that one's got like maybe 11 to 13 things on it, so it's not as much. But
this game is called Whoops, I Broke Down in This Weird City and Need Money Fast. And so I may forget the name of that every once in a while. Like I know it's some kind of like exclamation and then need money fast, but I don't remember.
I always think of that commercial, the 877 cash now. Like, whoops, I've broken down in a city and I need cash now. You know, it makes me think of.
That's awesome. I love it. That needs to be more places. I'm actually kind of happy with that. And then I'll fade out the text, or like, you know, behind the text. But it's like, this is kind of like reverse in that like the image is focused on the building, but the building is faded and the like darkness within is more evident. I'll try to pull up a box cover for Control so people can see that I'm not. There we go. A big thing in Control is the fact that there's this like upside down triangular thing. It's on all the box art and stuff too. But they are the directorship or the board. That's it. They're called the board. So there's a lot of like metaphorical like business terms in this game and stuff. But they are the board, and they are kind of trying to put their influence on people. And you don't really know in the game if they're good or bad, but they seem good. So you're working with them. But one of the major symbols in that game, and especially if you Google like what that game's about, is the inverse pyramid versus the standard pyramid. I guess in one of the metaphors for pyramids, in a pyramid facing up, so like the pyramids themselves, basically you're channeling the energy from below it and putting it up. So like, I think that's part of why people think that the pyramids were built by aliens, because it's kind of like you're sending this energy into space for the aliens. But an inverse pyramid is like taking that energy from the heavens and bringing it down to you. So again, that could be a bad influence that's corrupting everybody, or a good influence that's helping you out. But I like that, and so I went with it. I have an idea for what I'm going to do for this cover now. Let me take the next 25 minutes figuring out a font. What did I do for making change? That'll work. Okay. That's the nice thing about making a whole bunch of stuff in the past, is that you can totally just like yoink that stuff. I just copy paste it, and here it is. Welcome. Right. Ooh, I like that look more than I thought I would. And then we're going to put 2. We're going to put that in white, so it's inside the pyramid, because that's very fitting of the game anyway. The oldest house. I shouldn't call it the oldest house, though, because, well, yeah, it's fine. This can be a... for people not familiar with zines, which is a bunch of people, there are a bunch of different kinds of zines in the world. There are, like, we make game zines, so they're, you know, zines that are games. There are, Angel mentioned photography zines earlier, so that's a zine that actually just has photography in it. It can have words or not. You can have, like, poetry zines, they're full of poetry. And then fanzines are a really big popular one. And that's what this would be. Is this is a zine that's kind of like in fanship to the game Control. Oh, I wonder if I can diagonal those. Hold on. One thing I really like to do in Canva is if you just hit this duplicate page, you can just like mess with it elsewhere, and you don't have to worry about screwing anything up. I was gonna do like this. Then I feel like we'd have to do one on the opposite side. Oh yeah, I could probably just put the word oldest over there. Looks like it'll fit. If you line these up right, you can kind of compare to like, see right here, this side is gapped a little more than up there. So I'm gonna change it just a little bit. That looks even. Okay. That one looks fine too. Okay. And then on this one, I want to try. I don't like that the words to and the are that direction because it doesn't quite fit. Like if it was the to, like, you know, the bigger word would be at the top and smaller down there. Where is that centered? It doesn't look centered. I guess it is. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna see which one of these we like more. And if you happen to be watching and you have any opinions, you are more than welcome to let me know. Oh, my heating pad's turned off. Like I said, it's like 65 in here. I'm freaking freezing. I have a little heating pad for my feet. Okay. I actually think I like the original most, just like welcome to, and then the oldest house. Oh my goodness. Control. I feel like what's his name in You've Got Mail? The main dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tom
like
Hanks.
this. Yeah, there was one point where he typed out a whole bunch and then he's just like hitting the backspace key like 500 times,
Yes.
like this. That was me hitting the Control Z like 1,000 times a minute ago. Okay, yeah, I think I like that the most. This is a fun style, but it does not fit for this at all. And then we're going to take all of this stuff right here. We're going to make it bigger. We're going to group this stuff here, which in Canva is Control Z. And then we're just going to take these things and we're going to, you hit position and center. There's no way that's centered correctly, like currently. Oh, it's because, no?
Yeah, that does not look centered at all.
Yeah, and it's all like, you can't center this. It's centered. It's like, no, it's not.
Let's liar. Yeah, you can't center things once it's all locked together. I found that out like
if it's centered or if it's locked, you can't. But usually if it's
like when they're grouped together is what I mean. Like
weird.
Yeah, lately when I've grouped stuff, it doesn't center right. Like I have to center it and then group it. It's really annoying.
They have been like messing with Canva a lot lately, so it might be that they changed something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, this is actually one of the things I use the most right here. Is this line spacing? You can like if you're looking here on the screen, you can move the amount of space between words, and I like to tighten that as much as possible for the most part.
Does save a lot of space.
Yeah, which is really nice when you have a small little. Because the thing right now, this page looks huge. Like this looks awesome, like size wise, but we're gonna do a print test here in a little bit, and you're gonna see like it's much smaller than that. Oh, mom messaged me. Okay. I feel like this needs to be a little more faded. Okay, well, let's try editing the photo back to give it a little more color too. Yeah, it's just a little blue. I like too that it just happens to be in this image that like if I take this all the way down, there's a lot of blue reflecting in the mirrors, which or in the windows, which kind of gives it like a happy, inviting vibe. But if I take that away, the blue in the windows kind of goes away before the blue in the sky. So I can make the sky look inviting, but the building look creepy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with that. There's the cover. If you are a creator of literally anything, the number one thing I suggest you do, and I learned this the hard way, is put your name on it. That's pretty important. So I'm gonna make sure I do that right now too.
Explain how you learned the hard way.
Okay, so one of the first things I made was for a jam called Tiny Library. It was a collection of games that had to fit on business cards. And I made 2 of them and entered it. And the top 50 games would be selected, and they were going to be published, or they were published actually, into like basically a deck of cards. So like anybody who bought that on Kickstarter or GameFound, I don't remember which one he used, would get this deck of like 50 different games from 50 different. I don't think it was 50 different creators at the time, but it was 50 different games. And I think the other 2 cards, because you just use like a standard deck, were like the names for everybody in it or whatever. And I had one entered and everything, and then it was like the keys were meant like emailed to everybody, the cards were printed and manufactured and mailed to people, and my game had nothing about me whatsoever on it. No name, no. I think it had a title on it, but it didn't have like a get more games, wherever kind of thing. So I learned my lesson the hard way that day on like make sure you put your name on it, because even if you just put your name, like I bet I'm curious what happens if I Google Beth Jackson games. Oh wow, my old I wrote this article as a guest post on Weird Draft Games blog. It was one of the first things I wrote as Beth, actually. But it was about discovering myself through tabletop game design. And it's funny because all these questions and answers, I asked myself these questions. It was basically just a format of like, because Carla had done a lot of interviews, I was basically just kind of making it fit in. So I came up with I just wrote a little bit about how you can discover yourself through games, and then like ask people like what they would make if they were given the prompt of like making something for birds. And I went through like why I picked that thing and like what that kind of meant. For me, it was called Soaring Skies, and you are escaping a decaying home and finding your new home together. And so I wrote basically that to me, like it's about finding yourself and like togetherness with other people, and like struggling through life as a team. And so that's kind of what immediately screamed to me in a game. And so like if you were to think of a game with birds, like what comes to your mind? And so that kind of speaks to who you are as a creator too. And it could be that it also speaks to who you are as like a person. I don't know what making this game speaks to me is, because I don't normally make darker stuff, but This like jams and contests and challenges are a great time to stretch your wings and try new things. So, um, by Beth, I don't need to capitalize because everything's capitalized. Find more and zines at, and I need the link. Our itch link is kind of long, so you can link text also in Canva. Obviously, that's not going to work if you print it. I just saw a meme the other day about like somebody trying to print a video out, but like the same way, you're not going to like, if you print this out, it's not like you can just like press it with your finger and go to like Boy Maker Games. But if you're playing this via the digital version, you totally can. Find a blue. There you go. And I need to shrink the heck out of that. Let's try. I'll shrink this even more. This needs to be small enough to fit on. There we go. And then we can shrink the whole thing until it fits. That's actually kind of cool too. I feel like most of my design aesthetic kind of happens by accident or just things working out. Like, I'm going to show off this one just because it's a great example. But one of the things we made for this Crowdfundr campaign is getting through life the Princess Bride way. And so I took quotes from the Princess Bride and I made them into like more poignant things you can use in your life. And so the vast majority of this zine is like an experiment in playing with like formatting and layout and just kind of making things fit. Like the fact here that this says, Grandpa, maybe you could come over and read it again tomorrow. And so like I managed to make them, maybe you could come over and fit in between the two. This R fits really nicely underneath this G. The like makeup kiss look fits right in there. This one I was kind of about. I really wanted something over here, but when I did that, it was way too much stuff going on. I feel like there's one other one too that I was really happy with. That one had a lot going on in it too, but that's generally my aesthetic, is like way too much stuff. Yeah, there we go. It's the H and C. I love this H and C so much. The C fits like perfectly under the curve of this H. I had nothing to do with that. I resized it and things like that, but like I didn't create that font or anything. So it's nice when things work out. I feel like in this one, did I just I closed my, no, it's right there. Okay. I feel like this kind of looks like two skyscrapers. Like you've got the big pyramid-y kind of thing right here, like the inverse pyramid of that one. And then this kind of looks skyscraper-y where like it's a wider foundation and it goes up. And I'm sure nobody will even think about that when they look at this, but like I like it and it makes me happy. And I feel like as creators, we need to make ourselves happy first. So I'm happy with that. So the next thing I'm going to do, and it's something I usually forget about, is I'm going to do a print test. It means I'm just going to take this font. I'm going to guess at what size this should be. Let's go 25. I know this looks really small on the page, but when it prints, it'll probably be bigger than that. And I'm going to want this left aligned. Test header. We're going to want some kind of font. It needs to be a little bigger than I think. There you go. Always got to be round numbers because, non-round numbers do not exist. Oh, hey, Rochelle. Rochelle here is actually one of our biggest supporters ever. And we're actually, Rochelle is actually running, let me get it. Rochelle is running her own crowdfunding campaign right now. Why am I doing that in the tab you can't see? So the best way to do this is going to be to go to our campaign, which if I just type in CR, it'll come up. But if you click on our tier 1 or tier 2 here, we actually link straight to it. we're making one, and Rochelle is making one, um, where it's a co-op zine, and we each are going to be making. Each one's going to have either 3 or 6 24-word RPGs in them, um, and there'll be different themes. Like Rochelle's is, I bet I can find it here. I don't remember. Yeah, Rochelle's amazing. Like, she even put us before herself on the About Us page, which is really sweet. I know it's somewhere. I just haven't been here for a little bit. You're muted or something, baby. Oh, right here.
It does feel like forever ago, even though it's been like a month.
Yeah, it's been a very long month. The zine contains games centered around the theme of Take Flight. So Take Flight is Rochelle's theme for her co-op, and ours is Be the Light You Want to See in the World, which came from Angel. Yeah, Rochelle shared too, is Take Flight. But Rochelle said, lesson learned of my own, test print zines to see if you shrink the text too much. Whoops on my part. And yeah, oh my goodness, there's nothing worse than spending like a day or even hours on like lining something up perfectly, and then you print it and it's completely illegible. Like, you can't read anything, or like you find out like, oops, the commas aren't commas, they look just like periods, so this is unusable. Like, thanks so much. So yes, doing a test print is super important as early as you can. I'm gonna find corporate fonts.
Rochelle, did you see that it is your prompt that got chosen?
Oh yeah, that's true. We picked, or we chose, or we looked at. Geez, I can't talk. Looked at the results of which prompt won, and it was your fictional travel guide that won. It was one of the first times in like probably months that anything won a poll where I didn't have to go to like a random number generator and pick something at random, or like when we do our random, or we do our polls for like what games come back. Our enlightened eagers vote on that too, and usually it's either Rochelle and one other person who vote, and there's like a 4 or 5 way tie, so we have to like, we just choose in that case. But with these being prompts, we feel like that's cheating, so we don't choose. We'll random number generate it.
Hi, a typical geek.
Oh, hey. A typical geek here is also really supportive person. Actually, backed us like twice to try to help us hit our 2,000 goal, and is also a patron too. Hey, how's it going?
Yay.
I have a horrible memory, but I can remember that stuff. That's cool. Probably because I have to send like 10 emails a week to people anymore, especially this month, because we've been giving away a bunch of like games to make up for the fact that our patrons aren't getting a lot of the things. So I was like, our like patrons are going to be all upset. We're going to lose every single one of them. So we're going to give them extra zines all month. And now, seriously, like, oh my goodness, I'm just going to pull this up too. I am suffering from some manic ADHD or something at the moment, but we have an Asana calendar that shows when we post stuff. I will like add everything that we post to our Patreon and stuff on there. Actually, this right here is the list of jams that we're interested in. I'm so sad I didn't get to make anything for this. Reminds me of a song jam. I had a perfect idea that's going to be based on Tribute by Tenacious D, where you're basically all talking about the best game in the world and like what happened during it. But like you're kind of like all contributing as a team to what the best game in the world was. So Patreon posts here. This is what previous months look like. Like, this is December. We had, there's a good number of posts here, but this is February. It's like almost every single day has one, multiple on some days. Like, it's been, and then you have to add the fact that we actually have been running our Crowdfundr this month too. So this has been Crowdfundr updates on top of all that. It's been a lot. I always worry that we're going to lose all of our patrons too, just because we're like spamming the heck out of people. But it's like, we have stuff to share. I'm sorry. Like, I feel bad being all like, let's share all of the stuff in a week, and then like everybody misses on everything. So, anyway, geez. Okay, so just to reiterate, we are making fictional travel guide zines, and as a bonus, it can be somewhere that is in one of our games. I have chosen the world of Control because I made this making change coincide spark that was kind of based in the world of Control. And so this time I'm just being much more blatant about it. This is straight up the oldest house that you're visiting and things like that. It's going to be more silly though, because Control is a very serious, dark thing. And I'm going to be more like, check out our this and that. Like, you know, like, and Angel, what are you doing?
Sorry, I was muted.
You're okay.
You talk very loud, so I was worried it was going to echo in my headphones.
I do.
I am waffling on that. I was actually just typing that in the comments because I didn't want to interrupt you. Like I have 3 or 4 choices here that I haven't made one yet. I went through the Stargate once. I went to Bourbon, Indiana once. I went to Wonderland once. So those are all nice places to play, but I'm really not finding art in Canva, and that's one downfall for me is that I am not a good artist. So what I picture in my head, if I can't find it in Canva, then it's not something I want to do because it's not going to let me fully realize it in a zine. But yeah, I'm not finding anything that is a nice enough Stargate, and you know, I'm not sure like what I would do for art to make that interesting as a travel guide. So I also have another idea, and I don't know if I wouldn't need a lot of research for that because, or if I'd want to get super personal with it, is the travel guide to the neurodivergent mind.
That's awesome.
So I was thinking something like that where it's just, you know, focusing on things that need to be around to make them comfortable, or you know, explaining thoughts or something. I don't know, something like that. But I just come up with that a few minutes ago. But
I mean, you did make Look a Squirrel. So, in fact, I actually emailed people that own Look a Squirrel to let them know we were doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I wanted to point out the typical geek here says, are you a bit relieved the Zenuary isn't getting extended too much? What that means is, thank you, Ty Barbary, that my hat is fabulous. I do agree that this hat is fabulous. But yeah, so what we're doing in our campaign is that we were making zines all month throughout all of January or all of February. Geez, I know the month hasn't been that long, but we're making the zines throughout the month, and then for every $1,000 we raise in our campaign, we're extending it 2 prompts, which is 8 days. We are so close to hitting the 2,000, so we'll probably extend it another 8 days, which means we'll be going through the 16th. Are we relieved? I want to say yes, but also no, because I'm so far behind on my zines right now. Like, part of me was all like, hey, if Zenuary never ends, then I'm never behind. So it's okay. But like, I still think 16 days will be plenty of time.
Well, we have the other extra challenges too, so that will be extended as well. So we will be making zines for quite a while.
That's true. We have like 12 challenges to make now.
So. Yeah, so we'll be busy with those, but it will be nice to be like, hey, I'm going to set, this is the time we need to finish up on some things. I have several of the prompts done, but I also have several that are partway done. I have the ideas, I have a layout, but I need to fill this in, you know. I'll pull it up here. The fictitious, wow, my brain's not working today. Sorry about that, but not the,
I feel that.
Not the how-to, but the other one. Fictional, I'll just look it up because it'll be easier than just trying to get my brain to come up with what I'm trying to say here. The fictional mail order catalog. I'm doing quite a bit of linking with that so that people can have some experiences with it with QR codes. I came up with the idea that it would be like a catalog for days of the week so that you can scan different things. So Thursday's vibes are laughter is medicine, and I'll have a couple of stand-up comedy things to scan to, a joke of the day. Then there's quotes in there. One of them is a tranquility. Tuesday vibes are tranquility, and I have a recipe for a tea recipe,
Yeah.
and then TED Talk in there, and also a 10-minute guided meditation. So just going through and finding different things for the different days of the weeks has taken a little bit, but I have the bones of some of the days, a couple of the pages done. So, it's getting there, but it's one of those that until I'm completely happy with it, I don't feel like it's finished. So there's a couple of them like that. And I know that the One a Dead or Alive one is going to take me a bit. I've gotten some writing, but I feel like I've just started on that, and I've probably gotten several pages down, but I think it's going to be like your other zine, where it's going to be a long one. But I am going.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be happy with that. Like when I'm done with it, and playing with
Definitely
a
fair.
Wild West theme is really fun. So I think
Yes. Yeah, we're both really excited about our second prompt, which is the I have so many tabs open now.
I gotta go
Wanted
into
Dead or
the
Alive.
admin
Right
thing
here.
and get rid of the.
Thanks. I was trying to figure that out while you're talking, and I could not find it. I don't know if I lost
Uh,
the ability to moderate in the server or what, or in the
I
the
know
chat.
how to get in there. I don't know how to do it.
Whatever. They can hang out. It's cool.
Okay.
Plus, it's like kind of a sign that we made it when like people start spamming us. Like we get so many of those with Weird Draft games. Oh my goodness! Like I get so many things that like, hey, we're a manufacturer. Like, write to me, or like, hey, we specialize in marketing, or wow, I'm like eating my cord doing this. Specialize in marketing your campaign or this or that. So, write to me and we'll promote your thing. And then they're like, oh yeah, it's only going to cost like $500, and we're going to give you an email list and you can use it. But it's like that's super helpful. Thanks. But so this is the print test. Let's see if I can put this. There we go. So that's the front cover, which is actually a pretty decent size. And then that is the first page. Wow, I'm horrible at the camera. Which is I'd say that's a little bit on the small side. And then to make these in the zines, you literally just the 4 page is amazing because you just literally just take it and you fold it in half, and then you fold it in half again, and boom, we got a little book, and it opens up, and then you got a back cover. That's it. So, like 4 page zines are amazing. The 8 page zine, you actually have to you have to fold a few different ways, and then you have to cut it through the middle. But then you have a little booklet that's like really cool looking too. So, kind of worth it, but also kind of annoying. I swear, the number one reason I was doing this stream, besides like trying to market our campaign a little bit, was to kind of force myself to make something and like actually do this, because I haven't worked on a zine in like 4 or 5 days, and most of this has been talking about random stuff. But that works. Okay, I think that'll be fine. And the front cover, I'm gonna share this on the screen too, but I'm looking at the Twitch thing, which is like way behind, but the blue text at the bottom is kind of hard to read. So what I'm going to do is I want to make that a little easier to see. I'm going to, and that actually fixes the other issue I had with this image too. So like win-win. Going to take this, I want to move it up a little. That way the building is kind of like almost to the top of the page. And I'm going to take a rectangle. I want to stick it below this or behind this text right here and make it white. And then we'll make it white, and then we'll make it partially transparent too, because I don't want it to be like pure white, like just kind of a little field of like blocking that stuff. It still looks so white back there though. Instead, we're gonna do effects, background, shrink the spread on it so it's right around it. The roundness is cool. Let's zoom in to see this. Okay, that actually gets around it now. And we're going to go with white. And then we're going to lower this transparency a little bit. Maybe a little more solid than that. Okay, and then whenever we're done, I'll do another test print on that. In the meantime, though, one thing I always forget to do is take these things and delete them back out of Canva. You'll see a lot of logic and lore here stuff because, oh, that's another thing I can show off here too. Besides,
I figured it out.
Figured what out?
Just a second. Boom. I got the.
Oh, way to go!
Took me a minute. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It took me about that long just to remember how to mute my freaking microphone. So you're cool.
There is a little thing in there that says show mod icons. So I clicked that, and then now there's like a little like trash can beside the comment, and I'm like, delete. Okay.
Very nice. Bye-bye, spam.
I have the power.
I think Rochelle just sent one of those like those gifts the other day too, like the I have the power things.
That's funny.
Yes. So yeah. Oh, right. That's what I'm gonna do. So I need to find the itch page for this. Let's show itch off a little bit too while we're at it. I know that we're totally supposed to be making zines, but whatever. I got to get in here and edit game and make myself an admin on this.
I turned those icons back off though because I was like, oh, I could see myself accidentally bumping those. So
yeah. Okay, so what I'm popping up right now is a screen, special one that's when you accept administration abilities for another game, which means that like this was something that I created on the Weird Draft Games account, and now it is here on our account. So now I'm going to go to dashboard here. I apologize for the huge mess here because there's so many things. So this is the logic and lore itch page. I made this image back here using the different parts that are in this right here. So like this logic and lore logo, the Weird Draft Games thingy, the different things here. But basically just kind of assembled those all into a nice little thing here. And right now this is a limited like special edition of the print and play. I'm gonna throw it in the chat too. And of course, I came from Weird Draft Games because I used StreamYard to post that instead, but whatever. That is me that shared that. So this is the logic and lore page. There's a free, you just hit download or claim and then just click no thanks, take me to the downloads. Whenever you see something like this that says download or claim or pay what you want, it'll come up with like a price here. You can just hit no thanks, take me to the downloads anytime. And it's the exact same thing unless it specifies down here that you need to pay a certain amount to get something. But there's no thanks, take me to the downloads, and then you can just download it. It is a special PDF or a special print and play though that only includes the star light mode, not star bright. So the more simple, straightforward version that suggested you play first anyway. But you can check it out. It's got the full art. Like you're going to be getting these cards. It's not like a black and white or anything like that. And then hopefully you'll like it enough that you'll have it back on Kickstarter. But I put this page together. If you put a YouTube link here, it actually shows right on the game page, which is super nice right here. Like it's the first thing people will see. So yeah, that's why that stuff is there. It's like I paid for that, so that was sweet. You know, like I'm pretty good at the itch stuff. So yeah, I've changed the size of the font, and now I'm ready to go on actually making this thing. How are you doing on yours, Angela?
On my zine?
Mm-hmm.
I got the like bot comment deleted. No.
Totally fair.
Like I said, I'm still having a hard time choosing. I think I'm gonna go with the neurodivergent thing, and I'm looking through pictures to see if I can find enough things that this would make sense.
That's very fun. Like that. If anybody sees me on my phone while we're doing this, ooh, Talon's out, T sharpened. Yeah, that needs to be on there. It's because for some reason my Spotify doesn't work very well on the computer. It keeps telling me things like that it doesn't work. So what I do is I just kind of like have Spotify on my phone, and then I can make my playlist of what's coming up next. So I'm not like texting or sending Angel secret messages or anything. Like, don't worry.
You're allowed to, though.
Oh, I know. Yeah. One of the nice things about Canva that I've recently discovered, and I actually learned this from another zine that I've been making. It's almost done, but not quite done yet. This one here, Cheat Code Monthly. I'm actually really happy with this one too so far. But basically the premise of this one, it's for the fictional mail orders zine. And I'm making, basically it's a zine of like cheat codes for life. So like I wrote down here, there we go, on page 3, how to hack your life. Basically, if you eat exactly 17 Cheetos, the total 35 grams, and then drink 16 to 18 ounces of Mountain Dew, as long as it's not diet, then lay your head on your pillow at exactly 11:16 p.m. You will, when you go to sleep, you'll be able to control yourself in your dreams. And you can go to a computer and type in any one cheat code that you want, and it'll affect you in real life. And you can always turn it off too by adding like equals false. But basically, this is a whole like zine list of like different cheat codes you can enter, like dollar bills, y'all, that will like do different things in your life. So basically, you're buying these codes. Like you can enter anything you want, but some of them do bad things or good things. You know, like kind of like big head mode or whatever. Like right here, even actually have that one. But like this is all based on a template, is what they call them. I didn't finish these last couple of pages, but so like right here, if you go to, and actually I'm going to show it on the current one I'm working on, but if you go to a blank page and you search design here, which is, and let's just say greeting, like all these different things pop up, right? And so you can click on like this right here, and it'll just fully throw all that stuff on here. You have like the text in the specific fonts that you can mess with. You have the background image. So, you know, you could change the background image, but keep the text or whatever if you really like that. But I was going to try to find something that works for this travel. Let's go travel. That sounds more fit. Yeah, so like this one right here. You could take these things and you could like, okay, we've got this right here, right? Like we could take this background and we could just replace it with like plain black or something, which nobody wants to print out a black page, but you could if you wanted to. Or just make it white and then change this color to black. Black enough. And then you could go through and you could like magical artifact. Right. So now we're finding these things and you could just throw, oh, those are horrible results for that. Jeez. Look, witchcraft, that's fine. You can just throw, well, anyway, you can take these things and just throw them in the images. So like now we've turned this from a zoo thing or whatever into something like mystical instead. And so I could do that with like kind of magical artifacts that would like objects of power, you know, game wise or whatever. And you can make them your own. So I did the other one. I took one that existed and I just kind of changed stuff and made it. Angel, by the way, messaged me that I can do it. She said, you can do it. So like now we are sending secret messages to each other, but I guess not too secret if I shared it. Okay, so the vibe I'm going for here is the standard welcome to whatever, you know, like kind of happy looking, like we have this, check out the that. Let's see what I can find for that. I'm going to send this to the bottom so I have that test print thing. Okay, and these are not photo frames, they're actually images. But it can steal that image idea. Welcome to the oldest house. Beware the floating bodies. I don't want to be that dark. I was gonna actually throw some like blood splatter on there instead of like whatever these things are, but I'm not gonna be that dark. I love that for Canva, everything with the website is realllygreatsite.com. I feel like Square does that too in their ads or something. Rochelle says that's what I want them to think. The Angel said. That's fair. That would be funny if I actually did that, like just like a bunch of random things said, like this is what you should do next, and like she's like puppeting my zine, and I'm just like saying that that's what she's saying. And stuff. I feel like tighter text is a little creepier too. Like it's weird. Font kind of feels like if you have space, it's more casual and relaxed, but if you don't, it's a little kind of like intense or creepy. So. And I feel like it needs a little bit of angle. There we
go. We'll have to do like a Mystery Theater 3000 like type of stream one time where one of us is making something, but we haven't told each other what it is. So then like the other person has to like, narrate it.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Like this is what's going on.
Here we have a native zine maker in their habitat.
Yes.
It looks like she's doing this thing. Oh, nope. Totally not that at all. Telekinesis? Better search, maybe?
Kyle.
Yes. Another Tenacious. We're up to 2 Tenacious D references today already. That's awesome. That's actually kind of fitting. If it was a woman, it'd be better because the main character in Control is a woman. But also, she's not the one floating, so... Now let's see if I can shift this a little bit. Oh, there we go. Those are kind of wicked.
Wow, that's creepy.
Yeah. Oh, that's X-Files' hack. All right. It'd be funny if that was like, because I'm doing a 4-page zine, if that was just the whole second page and then there's only one more page and that's it. Like, don't die. That's the end of the scene. Like, boom, done. We're going to make this white so it'll show up. I just said that it's not great to have a black zine. And then what am I doing? Let's make it as black as possible to just devour all of your... That's also creepy. I'd say that having to replace your ink cartridge is also a scary thing. So I don't know. This kind of looks all right, but it doesn't feel like the kind of thing that I would actually make. Like I feel like I'm kind of like making for the stream now versus something that I would actually do. So I feel like Control is very...
Well, think of it in different sections. Since it's a travel guide, what would you want to see if you went there? Like, think of the different destinations and rooms there are. Like, so you're going to break it down to, this is this section, and this is what you get to see there. Or, you're traveling through these places. So think of it as you're guiding them to the best places in this house. Like, this is the experience you get. Do you want to, have the Psycho House experience? Like, just go here because there's many rooms and, that kind of thing,
That's fair. Okay, I like that. I pulled up in another tab here the different maps of Control. And there are some cool places in there to check out. So I'm going to make some notes here so I don't forget. Mold in the What area did they call that? Was it yeah, maintenance, that's it. Mold and maintenance. Don't ask about the power source in confinement. um
Yeah, it should be something that if someone's familiar with the game, they'll get the inside jokes, but also is something that if you're not familiar with the game, it'll give you a good detail of, like, of looking around.
yeah, that's fair. Oh, the ashtray mage. If anybody is not familiar with Control and doesn't ever play or can like see themselves playing it, I would highly recommend you Google or you YouTube search ashtray maze. It is the coolest freaking thing in any video game I've ever played. It was so epic. I'm not going to spoil that in case you do decide to play the game because you totally should. It's awesome.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Um, okay, so if we do 6 pages inside, then we'd have the front cover and the back cover, and that'd be 2 4-page zine layouts. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and 3 more. 3 miniature. Um, what was an executive? Hotline chamber. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more, and I'm all set. I feel like containment needs more love. Yeah, containment item page. That can be like several different images of the different things that were in containment. I love the containment section of Control anyway. There's like, if anybody has played, if you remember the creepy refrigerator in that game, there's one of the objects of power is this refrigerator. And through different documentation in the game, you find that I guess it was just in somebody's house and something, I don't remember what happened to it, but basically they were putting like the kids' art on it and it got stuck and you couldn't get it off no matter what you did. And eventually, like if you looked at the refrigerator and then and there was ever a point in time where nobody was looking at it, like I think it was the last person that was looking at it just died. Like you die. Like that's it. It actually punishes you for no longer giving it the attention it deserves. Way deep dive if you don't want spoilers. It actually comes up in one of the expansions that an evil creature actually hid itself inside the refrigerator, and it feeds off of, if I remember correctly, the attention it gets. So that's how it gains its power. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of different things in the game like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is maintenance. Oh no, I'm going to do instead I'm going to do it was a dude janitor. It actually kind of looks like this guy a little bit, so I'm just going to go with that right there. And I mostly want to feature the janitorial items on this page. So like right there. What was his name? I'm going to Google that too. I swear, this is like 99% of making anything is just Googling so much different stuff. Name of janitor in Control. Ati, that's right. Ati was awesome. Say hi to Ati. He might even make you a janitor's or his assistant.
That's not what I want.
Yeah, you're right. I like the idea of making this a lot of like inside references to the game. That's cool. No, I cannot. Rochelle says, visit the snack bar. Just don't be the last to get snacks from the fridge. Yes, that's very true. And actually, in the game, it's extra messed up with the refrigerator too, because in the refrigerator, there's a little confinement section with this refrigerator, and somebody's staring at it because like somebody has to be on shift at all times to stare at this refrigerator, and because of the acts of things that have happened in the game, this person like doesn't have a replacement, and so he's been sitting there for like, I don't know, like 12 hours or something. I don't remember what it was, but he can't stop looking at it. He's just sitting there staring at this thing. And it's so messed up because like you get there and you're like, I've got this. I'll take over for you. And you kind of go into the refrigerator to, fight the being inside of it. But when you do, the guy's like, oh, thank goodness. And he's like, he realizes he can leave. But when he goes to leave, he like blows up, which is really creepy. Like, can you imagine just like the last like 12 hours of your life just sitting there staring at a refrigerator that you really don't want to stare at, and then you just die? That'd be awful. Welcome back.
Hello.
I can't move I almost never use these comments. Angel does it a lot, but I almost never do. I'm going to move them onto.
I do, but then it makes the pages annoying when you scroll because some of them skip. Like the other day I was looking for, so it's only 8 pages and it's like suddenly it went from 2 to 7. And I'm like, okay, I want to look at 3. Where'd it go?
Oh no.
Yeah, Canva's been a little weird lately.
Yeah, they have been messing with a lot of different features on here, like trying to like expand things. I actually got when I was going to set up the Patreon things this morning before we started, I saw a thing that said like, are you okay with answering a few quick questions? And I'm like, I love Patreon, so heck yeah, I'll do it. Whatever I can do to help. And it was all like asking about a new feature thing. It didn't say anything about not sharing this information, so I'm sure it's fine. But they're asking if you might be interested in like selling old posts, like posts you'd made in the past, like if that's something that you as a creator would be interested in, or oh, that's kind of nice because like it keeps the janitor the same color, but everything in the background and stuff changes. And I was like, no, because like I know that our Patreon is different than a lot of people's. We don't really have many posts that are strictly for paid patrons. All we have are the polls really for like Enlightened Egrets. Ooh, those are wild. I like that because it like really only messes with the 2 thingies here. These are no longer yellow. They're like bright pink. Ooh, does that mean... I swear 80% of my design choices are, okay, there's something pink here, I need blue to go with it. Or, oh, there's something blue here, I need pink to go with it. If you are not familiar, pink and blue are the trans colors. And if you can't tell from my voice or the fact that I have stubble, I am a trans woman. So I like to throw trans colors everywhere I can.
Yes, I would love to see more people join in on those polls. Rochelle was saying they're great polls and everyone should become an Enlightened Egret if they can. Like, yeah, it would be nice to...
Yeah, everyone become an Enlightened
more
Egret.
opinions.
Then we can quit our day job. Just kidding, Carla. Nudge, nudge. Just kidding. And we could just make games all day. That'd be awesome. Then you can get so many games. But yeah, that's the one. There's we have 3 tiers in our Patreon. Well, 4 because there's the free one. The free people, if you are any kind of member, you get emails when our stuff goes out. why
And why
that's
that's
important.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say why that's good is because all of the enlightened egrets have where they give 5 community copies,
Mhm.
so you have a lot of extra community copies going out, and the people that see our posts will see them first and be able to get our community copies.
Yeah, exactly. We also usually put a lot of our things out for free temporarily, like because we make a lot of zine or a lot of jam creations, and in jams you generally make it free while the jam is running, so that other people can check it out. So like a lot of times we'll run a sale and make it free for like the first weekend or whatever. And if you are like if you get the emails about when it comes out, you'll be able to jump on that and get everything like that for free. Um, but yeah, those community copies are first come first serve, and once they run out, they run out. So like definitely grab those if you can. Um, and the next tier up is Zebrafinch Zinesters, which is $3 a month, and they get all of our zines when they hit H.
So this is a good time to be a zebrafinch scenester.
Yeah, and for all of our paid tiers, you also get everything from the last month, which I'm gonna show off another thing we do here. We have what we call a post-release checklist. Um, And at the top of that, we list all the things people get so that we remember like when to remove them and stuff. Right now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things that you would get if you joined as a Zebra Finch Zinester for $3. Um, and you'll actually be getting these also for a limited time. These and then the last two that we made, the Dearest I'm Stuck on an Island and the Symbiotic Sentient, are only available through our Crowdfundr or through our Patreon. We'll get them on itch down the line, like probably in the next couple of months. We'll have all these that we made for the Crowdfundr on there, but right now that's the only way to get them. And once the stream is done, we should have these done, and then we will be mailing them out to people, like emailing keys to them. So you'll be getting them probably today or tomorrow at the latest, if you want it. The $5 tier is Gaming Geese, which is everything we make and put out on it. You'll get so like all of our games that aren't zines, and they're not necessarily all games. We make one page like IRL experiences and stuff too. Then the jump between $5 and $10 to Enlightened Egrets is that you'll get the poll. There's an exclusive Discord channel where you can like see stuff that's going on like behind the scenes. We barely use it though, so that's really not a selling point at the moment. And then you get to vote on other polls in addition to ones like these, where like you get to choose which games come back each month for everybody, or things like that. And then, like Angel said, you also get to add 5 community copies. And on each of the itch pages we have, if I scroll down here, this was actually I made this for Knife Buddies Game Jamboree last week. But down here at the bottom where the community copies are, we actually name all of our Zebrafinch Zinesters in random order. So like if you are a zebra, if you're, I'm sorry, enlightened egrets. So if you're an enlightened egret, you'll be named for all of eternity on whatever things come out. And if you want to be named something other than what your Patreon thing says, like just let us know and we'll totally change it. Dora Duval here is actually my mom. And then Rochelle here is Rochelle, who's in the chat right now, who has been supporting us ever since we started actually. At the Zebrafinch Zinester level, like the maximum tier. So super appreciated. And often the only person that votes in our polls too. So if you want to vote in our polls and have really strong voting power, like totally join, because then you'll have like 50% of the voting power.
Or if you just have a grudge against Rochelle's opinions. No.
Oh no. That's awesome. Oh yeah. Angel pointed out that I don't have to do whole pages for things. Like it doesn't have to be like that this thing's a whole page. So what I'm going to do is if you search Canva for frames, you'll find frames themselves, and you can put images in these. So like, let's try, I want something kind of vertical for this. See, now it fully exists in just this frame, and I can move it around and stuff too. So like now this is just in this frame. I can have a different kind of background here. what's this room called? Maintenance. So there might be other kind of maintenance related.
I don't need 20 fonts for one zine. Calm down. Okay.
That's what you think.
I do think, and I'm making it. So, haha.
That's fair.
I gotta
This will
find
work. In the game, there's a maintenance area that kind of. Why is it not allowing me to? There we go. Make that bigger. There's a maintenance area that kind of like has big old like pipes and stuff going on. In fact, if I can search that, I'm not the greatest at searches. So, big room. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this or cut it rather. Delete that one. Send this to the back. I don't like how low this is though, so I'm gonna make that a little bigger.
I hate fonts. Okay. I'm just going to choose Glacial Indifference for everything because I'm indifferent to you, font.
Yes, I use. Yeah, Angel actually mentioned that the other day to me that she'll actually find fonts with titles that actually fit like what she's doing, or like what she's making at the moment, which I think is really clever. I usually just go for like the same few things. I have a duplicate this so I can show off the ones I usually do. I do a lot of Glacial Indifference. And then,
do you? I use
that one a lot. At least used to.
I just use that for the sentient or the symbiotic sentient because I thought it was funny because it was, to do with different natural disasters to have Glacial Indifference.
Oh, that's smart. I use Catchy Major a lot too. The only problem with that one though is that like if you use a comma, it looks almost identical to a period. Like I mentioned that earlier about some of the fonts not having that greatest stuff. So like this one's fun for like kind of magical looking thingies, but as soon as you start getting into punctuation, it's like, nope. Why is this messing up? I mean, I'm gonna refresh this page because like
I need to just copy in like a Canva file, like the alphabet in like a bunch of them that we use, so I can just be like, okay, this one has.
I think you can save alphabet. Fonts like into
like your brand thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like we could do that at some point.
Oh, there's a TT Travels. That's fitting for a travel guide.
Oh, that's fitting.
And I don't know if I like that.
I think I like just the person featured here then without the. There we go. Oh yeah, since I mentioned don't eat the mold, I feel like I need. I actually heard that recently on a YouTube video that when you say don't do something to somebody, that our brains are actually hardwired to focus on that thing.
Oh, we just got rated. Like, when did that happen? Like,
oh what?
Hi.
Oh hey Jess. Hey Pan Angel. Wow. Okay. Hey. These people actually know too. That's awesome. Yay. Like I mean, obviously we know Rochelle and we knew Ty Barbary I've seen the other day, and a typical geek has been with us for a while, but yeah, like I didn't expect this either. Like I seriously figured we'd have like 0 people all day and I'd just be listening to music really loud.
We've been creating on the Canva files, so we're over in a different like tab, and it's like, oh, I come back to Twitch, and it's like, oh
hey. Jess actually just I'm in the wrong tab. Jess here actually worked with us at Weird Jeff Games, and Jess is really cool. And then Panda Angel, we actually just saw a day or 2 ago. I think 2 days ago, when she had Carla on there.
Yes.
I don't remember what happened yesterday. I feel like yesterday was just a blur and it just disappeared and I didn't do anything. You bet, Jess. But yeah, we are we're working on our crowdfunder campaign right now. We had a poll go out where people could vote on which prompt we are going to be making zines for today. And the one that won was actually posted from Rochelle here, who's an enlightened egret of our Patreon. Pardon me. And the one that won is fictional travel guide. So we are trying to make travel guides. There was a thing that said like bonus somewhere in a world, like in one of our games. Angel, have you decided on yours, that Angel?
Yes, I'm going to do the neurodivergent mind one.
Okay, cool. I remember you saying that was like your top choice before.
Yeah.
And I am going for the video game Control because I made a game called Making Change right here. That was just kind of based on that. But now I'm just going straight for the video game Control. There's no reason to do blue on here now because it's not pink to match it.
Yes, we've been making zines for different challenges throughout the month for our crowdfunder. We have a list of prompts that we've done, and this is fun because we got voted on. We did 2 of those. The last one was mutual aid, and now we're doing the travel guide one today. But we're wrapping up our campaign, and it's been really great. We've had a lot of support. It's good seeing you, Jess.
Yeah, very good seeing you, Jess. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Is that link, Angel? That the campaign?
That's our crowdfunder, yeah.
Wow, I've never seen it with the FND, like us.
That's
like
the
all
actual, like, just share. I didn't do the, like...
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Referral ones. I just grabbed the link from our share thing.
That's cool. Okay. Yeah, we're making zines each. Did you choose a size, Angel? You going for a 4-page or 8-page format?
Yeah, I'm going to do the 4-page so they have a little bit more room because the 8-page, like, I don't think I can do like little layouts with that as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for too. Also the 4-page. What that means is here's actually what that layout looks like. We have templates in Canva, and we're going to share those at some point later today when I actually get some work done. And but basically, you put the front cover here and the back cover here, and they both get flipped upside down and backwards. And then the 2 pages go here. With us making this, it'll probably, I'm doing a double 4-page, so it'll be 8 pages total, which is on 2 sheets of paper. So it'd be like front cover, page 1. Oops. Oh no, and it's like no, sorry, pocket mode. It's also garbage time because it's Thursday for us to bring just a reminder to myself because I have a horrible memory to bring the garbage to the curb at some point.
I keep reminding you to change that, like, so that it's not right when we're wanting
right. Yeah, because the last thing I need to do when we're making lunch is go out and mess with the garbage. But it'd be front cover, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the back cover here. So what I'm doing is a front cover, a back cover, and then 6 inside pages, which I've come up with what I'm going to do. Angel actually pointed out that I can just come up with places inside the video game Control. Video game Control takes place in the oldest house, which is why this is welcome to the oldest house. These are the 6 pages I'm going to make. There's mold and maintenance. Don't ask about the power sourcing and confinement. The ashtray maze, which is absolutely the coolest freaking thing in any video game ever. Miniature for your hometown, because at one point, I think her name's Jessie, actually, so close to Jess, but Jessie, it's just Jess with an E on the end, actually. She goes in there and actually finds a miniature, like in a room, like it's just her hometown because like such a huge event had happened there that they were studying. I have Hotline Ring instead of Hotline Bling because there's an area called like the Hotline where it's a phone that you're able to talk to these higher beings called the board in the game. And then containment item page where I'll get to include different things. The janitor is actually a huge part of the game. So this page is about him, even though I don't have an image of him. This, like, obviously none of this is going to use stuff from Control because I don't want to get sued and like have to hire a lawyer and stuff. So this is just using free to use stuff on Canva. But there is a room in the game that has like these pipes and stuff going on in it where you fight several times. So I'm using that. His name's Ati in the game. But I need to find something that represents mold because there's a big part in the game where you are dealing with this mold. That actually looks kind of like some of the mold in it. If I can get that under the janitor. If you use Canva, there's this thing here that says position. If you go to layers, you can move the layers around. So like I'll just tuck it under there. Yeah, now it kind of looks like he's cleaning up the mold. I know this. I'm not saying this is a high quality page here, like by any means. Like when we make things, we normally take a lot longer on them and we like polish them a lot more. But this is a zine we're making in 24 hours. And by 24 hours, I mean like 12 hours. So it's not going to be the highest quality, but it's just to be fun. And that's what matters. So. And I feel like anybody who's played Control is going to like get all these references too. So. In fact, actually, in the video game Control, I keep saying video game Control like that in this one word thing. The mold is this like existing thing that's kind of spreading throughout the oldest house. And if you inhale it, or especially if you eat it, it kind of turns you into like a zombie. It takes over your body and your brain, and you basically are becoming part of the mold itself. But there's something about it that makes you want to eat it. Like it almost like speaks to the senses in your body that make you want to eat it. So,
That's so weird.
Yeah, don't eat the mold. Don't want that instead. What just happened? Oh, it moved it into the thingy. That's okay. That's a lot going on, even if I take that out. I'm gonna make that a little darker. Had to change music up a little bit there. All right. There we go. That works. Makes the colors pop a little more on here. That means I should darken this a little bit though too. I don't know though, because if anybody's gonna print it, then I don't want it to be too dark. I think it's all right as it was. It's fine. I don't need to be super perfectionist-y about this. It's fine. And that kind of matches. So that's cool. Okay. So the next page is going to be don't ask about the power source in confinement. Actually, that looks more like... I don't know if I can make that work. Dang it. Stop giving me new ideas, Canva. This actually straight up looks like one of the rooms of Control in the maintenance area. So. But I want that over some... You can see the stuff coming off of it. Back. Now we're gonna flip that. That's fair. It could be better, but I'm gonna go with that for now. Yeah, now I need to basically there's this in control, there's this giant and this is another spoiler, so I apologize if you haven't played the game and you want to be spoiler free, just don't listen for like the next like couple minutes or skip ahead. But in this one area, the confinement room, there's a bunch of like different objects of power, but what you don't know is that there's another one hidden inside this like giant power generator, and it's former director who was in charge and had gotten so much power that they had to confine him to this room, and they actually use him as like a battery. But people have been worried that he'll get out sooner or later because entropy and stuff. So they kind of leave that in the game as like a potential future threat for if they make a sequel, they can touch on that or whatever. But I feel like nuclear power or something would work for this, but I don't want the outside. I want the inside. Yeah, something like that would work. Maybe even that. I don't know. I'm not feeling the most inspired on stuff today, honestly. So it's like, oh, that looks like a room in control too. Yeah, okay. There's a thing toward the end of the game where you're running through. Oh, that looks so much like it. That's awesome. There's a quarry toward the end of the game where they're mining actually underneath the house itself. This like special mineral that helps them do something. And it's kind of aurora borealis in there, even though we're underground. And I love that this picture captures that. So I think I like this one more though because it's a little more colorful. I also like how dark this image is because it makes it seem more mysterious. I think I like the original one more. Okay. It's not really confinement anymore, but that's all right. I'll change it to that instead then. This font actually works perfectly too because there's a lot in the game where you're finding documents throughout the oldest house, and because you're trying to find out what happened to your brother, you're trying to research all this stuff too, and a lot of it is redacted. Oh, I need to include that in here too somehow. Okay. Another thing that gets through the game, especially from the board itself, is the fact that they speak in kind of like in brackets, where like you can pull different meanings from something. Some of them are really cool. I think one of them was like don't let the gun, because basically the gun is what makes you the director. It's a special shape-shifting gun, but like it's basically like don't let the gun control you. But it says it in a way that you can interpret it as like, don't let the gun control you. Don't let yourself control the gun too much or something like that. It's just like, it's really cool how they play with those things in this game. But okay. Synonyms for merge. Amalgamate. Don't devour. Amalgamate with. Mold. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and do another test print here because 19 is a pretty small font. Oh, I can just make this bigger. I don't know what I'm doing. Like that. There we go. Also, if you make a zine, one important thing to note, especially on the 8-page, but on the 4-pagers too, is don't get too close to the edges. It's really easy to misfold things a little bit, and then you lose part of your text or anything important on the edges. So I would think 23 is fine. Oh, no, 22.8 size wise, but yeah, I'm still gonna test print this. I know we said earlier the test printing is important to do as early as possible, but test printing is also important to do throughout so that you're not accidentally losing out on things or like, oops. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go over here to this one. We're going to import the image. And throw that in here. And then we're going to download that as a PDF. Open it, and we're going to print it.
Ta-da! If you want, I can hand it to you unless you put your printer on the other side.
Oh, no, you can go. That's cool. That'd be great. Because
Okay.
the last time I opened the thingy, but I think I showed off like half the room when I did that. So.
Oopsies.
Yeah, oopsies indeed.
It might be a second, but I'll get it.
Actually, you can leave it because I also have to go use the washroom, so I will be right back.
Okay. I think I've decided to do a brochure. So you can't see my screen. I'll just be talking. I have decided on a travel guide to the neurodivergent mind. I'm going to have a section probably about things to make a neurodivergent mind comfy, like headphones and, a warm blanket and, several drinks because we can't choose just one. And then we'll have different parts of the mind, like as a travel guide. So I was thinking that there would be, the indecision chamber where you have several decisions that you haven't made that'll be floating around. And then the other page would maybe be like the association, like area, like where if you heard some kind of sentence, you connect it to several other sentences. Like when you hear a song and it reminds you of something else, which reminds you of something else. So there might be a little section with that. So just different sections of the mind and visiting those. Maybe some ADD things in there, or yes, infinite looping music is my brain, Rochelle. How did you know? Get out of my mind. I was singing something this morning. I can't remember now. But we linked something to a song while we were making breakfast. So I'm constantly singing goofy things, even though I can't sing. But it is definitely one song leads to another, and then maybe a week and a half later, I randomly have that song in my head again, but it's the most obnoxious one, not the great one that I knew all the lyrics to, just one that I knew like 5 words to. And it will just ping pong around in my brain for a month because I think that my brain is my biggest troll. I'm convinced.
I've got yours pulled up on the screen now too, so people can see it.
Yes, I'm actually maybe thinking about switching it over to a brochure. So I've copied that over, but like I'm using part of a template, so it looks like a crazy mess right now. So don't look at that one.
Okay, that's cool.
It's like that is not my design, but I like the layout. So
The cover is super cute, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, and the only other thing I have is the back part that's all like made for January, February 29th prompt, Enlighten Egret voted prompt, fictional travel guide.
Nice. That's still something, though. Yeah, I don't even have that yet. Like, honestly. So. Okay. Yeah, that font is a great size. I'm happy with that.
I could probably take out prompt for the first part because it's really long. February 29th, Enlightened Egret voted prompt, fictional travel guide. Okay, that's a little better. A little less of a mouthful.
Rochelle agrees with that being a great cover.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like I'm going to need to go back and touch mine up some when I'm done. Oh, I forgot I didn't update the cover image. That's why like that doesn't look any clearer, even though I cleared it up some. But this is what the inside page looks like now. And that font looks plenty big, so I'm happy with that. And that's not even on the 1200 DPI, so that's cool. Oh, I didn't realize, but like, that's fun. I still got my pink and blue in there a little bit after all. Like just those two little lines directly below where my finger is kind of look pink and blue, so I will accept that. Rochelle says, just right, not due yet. Will be filled in last minute on all the internal pages.
There you go.
I feel like I should do that with like 90% of what I make. Like if you go through our itch pages for our games, like there are several of them that I made that are like, hey, this isn't done yet, and I hope to do this and this and this and this and this someday. And like it's been like a year and a half, and I still haven't done it yet, but it'll happen maybe.
Sometimes.
Okay, so that font is a good size. What? I wonder if you can. Yeah, you can do strike through. Okay, cool.
Why does that not work? Me yelling at this template. Fine, we'll do it this way. Sometimes you have to beat Canva into submission.
Yeah, very true. Y'all are going to have like an inside secret view here because this will be redacted, but you'll get to see that it doesn't really say anything.
Yeah, I figured it out. Okay. I got this.
I think I see the cross off thing here. This is a call out to Breaking Bad. I want rocks, minerals. Ours are the best. Grab lots of stones. They're great for ruling the world. And I crossed off the word rocks. So it just says
minerals, Marie.
Yes, exactly. And then I think you have the ability to. Oh, no, that's what I was going to do. I'm just going to search for redacted. Okay, now I'm just going to do a rectangle then and make it redacted on my own. We'll go with red because normally you use black for redaction, but this is over a very dark color, so I want it more obvious that it's something redacted. So, also Canva added a while ago where you can put font automatically inside shapes, so you don't have to like. For the longest time when I was making my images, you had to like make text, make a rectangle behind it, then like group the two together so that they'd work together, and now you don't have to do that. So but that's just big enough that it doesn't make the square bigger, and then that needs to fit. Here in the front. It says it's in. Okay, I'm confused because it said it was in the front already. So I guess I'll have to. There we go. Oh, right, because the font's so big it won't let me make the rectangle less tall.
You're too tall, Ted.
Yes, indeed. Okay, and then let's see if I can make this any bigger. No. come across a lot of redactions in Control, so I feel like it's fair to redact some stuff. And then we're going to take all this stuff. If you hold Control and presses G, you group it together, and then it can all move as one. I think I'm still happy with like going at a little bit of an angle. I know I'm going to mess this up and I'm going to have to fix it now, but whatever. I'm going to ungroup this stuff.
Copy it.
Well, I wanted to add some more text, which means I'm going to have to remove, or I'm going to have to move the redacted thingies. So it's not a big deal, but
Oh, okay, I was like, I always just copy it if I'm worried I'm going to screw anything up.
I just meant more like it's going to be annoying.
Well,
To
yeah.
the basement, and
I'll stop trying to fix things for you.
how dare you?
Be annoyed. Hmm.
There we go. Cool. I'm happy with that one. I'm really happy with anything super colorful. I think that's fun. I think yours looks much cuter, but I'm still pretty happy with where mine is
I'm glad
so far.
you're happy.
Yeah.
That's what counts.
I wonder if there are better typewriter fonts, though.
I have to get used to the fact that like the brochure is like the size that the font needs to be a lot smaller. It's just weird. Yeah, like because I'm used to doing like 30 or 40 font for the scenes, but then this brochure is like 11. Like, really? Okay. I'll definitely have to do a test print in a minute. Make sure it's not lying to me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide whether I just want to do like a threefold, like nothing on the back brochure, or do a double printed, because I know people don't like doing double print all the time.
Double print?
Like double-sided print, sorry.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't actually done anything that requires that.
Yeah, so I might just do a threefold print. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, that one's nice. I like that. Oh, I misspelled amalgamate as alamagate somehow. Thank you, Grammarly. I should do another test print with that with the font change. I don't know. I think I'm still happy with the other font. It's all right. Okay, the next one is with the ashtray maze. Yeah. I am going to search for something very spoiler heavy right now, so
Another tab.
don't look at my screen if you...
Or just look at it in the one you didn't share.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I'll just do that. Yeah.
I was like, just don't share it.
Yeah, this is about the ashtray maze, so I have to mention like how you get into it. Oh yeah, okay, all right. That's a really easy inclusion. That's like very inside. Okay, I like that. Okay, so first we need a background, actually. I actually use this one for book promotion a lot. And now I get to use it for myself. I didn't realize till just now how much these look like Tetris pieces, though, like the like L shape and the like that's almost the T, and then like the kind of like zigzaggy like Z looking thing.
They do.
Yeah. Okay. I keep saying that it's not good to make dark things in a zine,
Oh, it
and then
was
I
a dark.
keep making dark things. Like
It's a dark like game, so
true.
you can't help it.
Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's funny. Angel put in the chat here that the not due yet will be filled in last minute for the internal pages of Angel's neurodivergent mind zine. She said that that would be perfect for it, and that maybe one section will be under construction as a nod. That's fun.
Yeah, I like Rochelle's idea.
That is like fun.
I'll just add Rochelle to the like file and we'll both make this.
There you go.
She's in my mind. She'll know.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. I'm gonna use these redacteds more throughout.
You're redacted.
All right. It'd be kind of funny if it was just like a zine full of like the word redacted, like all over everything. Like you couldn't even read or see anything. It's just like,
Hey, you can make a blackout poetry little section. Like,
there you go. Yeah, we haven't made a poetry zine yet either for this
there you
campaign.
go.
So and I think this box can just be black. Some lighter colored background.
Now I'm being ultra picky about an under construction.
Hey,
Working,
that's very ADHD like too, honestly. So that's fair.
yeah, should I do work in progress or under construction? Oh, work in progress has a weird.
To do tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, another thing to look up. Is world famous hyphenated? I feel like it should be because it's two things describing something. Yes. Okay, it is. Cool.
My computer's being overzealous, and every time I hit add something, it does it twice. So then I have to delete one and then
Oh, geez.
add the other.
Another thing to look up in the other window. Rochelle says, "Oh, look, now get out of my mind, get into my car is looping in my brain. See, case in point."
And all I could think is, dude, where's my car?
Yeah, there you go. Like it all comes together.
Mm-hmm.
I need different music. Speaking of which, there you go. I have to look up another spoilery thing, so I am doing that in the other browser window. I got sucked into like more control lore and stuff. I swear, everything about that game just comes together so well. It's so cool. I want to spoil so much stuff right now. And yeah, I am just having a hard time finding out what the purpose of the Ashtray Maze was. Like, I remember that part of the game so well because it was so epic, but I don't remember like kind of what the purpose of it was. So it's all right. I'll just redact all that. Oops. Hit delete instead of whatever I was trying to hit there. the seam straight. I don't know what. It's not rotated. Why does it not seem? That's weird. That's not rotated either. I guess I've been looking at this stuff too long. Now everything seems like it's wrong. Yeah, it seems like a good curve. A little more spacing here. I wish Canva had more options for like gradient fills, so I could do like a rainbowy border for this, but that's all right. If I wanted to spend all the time on it, I could probably make each letter a different. Actually, I wonder how difficult that'd be. Oh no, I'd have to make 5 different text boxes and line them all up right and stuff too. So never mind that. Change the wording of that. Okay. miniature of your hometown. So, model. Maybe miniature. No, Canva. I'm not trying to search for a model in front of a town. I'm trying to find a model town.
I just can't keep up with you.
I guess not. Like the 8th different search thing I've searched for related to this, but
Nope.
yeah, it's fair. It's probably not something many people need. So, oh yeah, if I search for a small town, like a small town is going to come up, not like a small size. Oh, there we go. Okay, now random map background. Okay, I think if I search for frame and come up with a cool little like that, yeah. I knew I'd seen something like that before. I think I want a different map. I wanted the push pin here, but the thing is, if I do that, then like, well, yeah,
Conifer Crow says, try miniature town.
Oh, Conifer Crow, hey.
Hello.
Conifer Crow here actually is just recently taking a break from social media and stuff. So like it's awesome to see you here. Conifer Crow is also a supporter of our crowdfunder and also of our Patreon. So
awesome.
Hi.
Welcome.
You'll be getting these later today or tomorrow.
No pressure on us.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I don't get anything done without pressure. So like, yeah, you're not actually here. It's cool. I was going to press the button to throw that up on the screen like this right here, but I'm not going to do that to yours because that would prove that you are. And that's nope. Yeah. We are making the prop that won is fictional travel guide. Angel, if you want to talk about yours first, because I usually go first. So.
I'm making a travel guide to the neurodivergent mind. I'm trying to think of the different sections right now, but just kind of to represent little parts of the brain where you're distracted or like I will relate a song to something or something that I see to something else. So one section of it will be, relating one thing to another, or uh, like I have a little section here with a picture of a squirrel, like, and then squirrel facts to kind of represent, like, oh, I'm distracted and I looked up, facts about this thing, so.
I feel like that's
Uh,
been half of our stream too. So yeah, that's fair.
and then there is a little part that says under construction. This section isn't due yet. I'm sure I will get around to it soon. ... And that kind of thing, just to represent what goes on in a neurodivergent mind.
That's awesome. And I am doing one based on the video game Control, because we're supposed to be doing these based on, like, as a bonus. It was actually Rochelle's prompt here, actually, too. But it's based as a bonus on something in a world that we've created or been, made a game about or whatever. And a lot of our stuff is ADHD or neurodivergent related stuff. But I made something based on the world of Control, the video game. So I'm exploring that more in mine. Okay, Rochelle, that's totally fair. She said, help requested by child, lurk mode temporarily engaged. And thank you, Conifer Crow. That's very sweet of you. We try. I was not at all happy with what I was making before. Now I'm a little happier with it. I still think it's weird to have like a janitor on this page in a different cutout, but maybe. Oh, there we go. I got it. I'm so glad I complained about this. Okay, I got it.
Can you remove the background?
No, I got better.
Okay.
I'm going to tape this on there. So we're trying to make it look more normal. But they did a really bad job because, like, it's not even the same background or anything.
Okay. That works.
Yes, now I'm happy with this. I feel like that applies to the world of the game anyway pretty well. So, like, it's a lot of this game is about discovering like objects of power, kind of X-Files-esque. And so there's a lot of like covering things up and things like that. Oops. Okay, so I need to make this. There we go. Okay, now the layers work. Okay, I am happy with that page now. I can't help but at least move my mouth to the song. It's a dude named Skar, Skar. He does a lot of YouTube songs and stuff. But I recently discovered he did a cover of a song called Times Change. I forget what that's even from, like World of Warcraft or something. I haven't played it, but the cover is really epic. He does really good epic covers of things. Like if you ever listen to his the song from Mulan, the main one.
All I can think of is make a man out of you. Like,
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe it wasn't. Oh no, that was Dan Vask. I'm wrong. But anyway, he does epic covers too. That's actually one of my favorite covers, like, of all time. It's really powerful. But the Scar is also awesome. Okay, I feel like if I can find similar color to what's back there. It was E6, EB, E4. E6, EB, E4. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Thank you, Canva. And then transparentify it just enough that you can see through, but it doesn't bother the text at all. Okay.
Conifer Crow asks, do you mind if we play along and make stuff too?
Oh, heck yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you make something, let me get the link for it. If you make something today or in the next like 3 days, I would love it if you threw it here. That's a game jam we're running that ends in 3 days and some hours. 3 days, 12 hours, 6 minutes, 3 seconds. But basically it's a jam for we called it small games, small time frames. We spelled small SMOL, small. And at the end of the jam, we're gonna run a bundle of the games. And we'll split the revenue with everybody. So if you create something and you throw it in there, you can absolutely be part of that too. That's entirely optional, of course. It'd just be amazing if you make anything. Like that's one of my biggest driving forces is doing this stuff so maybe other people will be inspired to make things and do things too. So, and it doesn't have to be a game. Like it could be anything. If somebody here even wants to write like a recipe or like draw something or whatever. Like originally it was just games, and then I expanded it to like anything because I like to just encourage people to make anything at all.
Yeah, on our campaign right now, we're doing different zines, and we're actually making travel guides to fictional places. So this isn't even going to be a game for us right now. So it's just creating something. I'm making a brochure that's for the neurodivergent mind. So that doesn't have a game aspect to it. Some of the zines that we've made this month will have a game in them, but some of them, because we were doing this one in a 24-hour period, we didn't know if we could get like full game things going, and it's nice to have a prompt that isn't one. So create something that makes you happy. That's what counts, and I'm sure it'll turn out awesome.
Yes,
we'd love
absolutely.
for you to share it.
Heck yeah.
That's what's cool about Canva is they have a free sign up for that. There are some premium images and things like that, but for the most part, they include a lot of good things for free as well. So you can just get on there without having to pay anything and create things.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, perfect. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Me here, like several of them on this page actually. Hey, that's cool. Conifer Crow says it's the first, so it might suck, and that's totally fine. We go into everything we make knowing it might suck. In fact, the first probably like hour and a half of this, I was like, this sucks for my own thing. So like it's understandable. One of the biggest mentalities for like game designers and stuff, there's actually a whole big journal that somebody made of it, is fail fast. And the idea is that if you just make something, it's out of your head, it's a reality. Like it doesn't matter if it fails or not, because it's a lot easier to take something that exists and then make something of it than it is to just start making something. So plus once you start doing that, you kind of get in the habit of like making things. And the more you become okay with something sucking or not, like the more you'll make stuff. Like I go into freaking everything I do. Like it sucks. In fact, Angel can tell you, like anytime I make an actual tabletop game and I bring it to the table, a lot of times I'll be like explaining to her how to play it. and I'll just be like, this is stupid, never mind. And I'll like have to go back and fix a bunch of things, and then we'll play test it the second time.
A lot of times I'm like, wait, it wasn't stupid. Like, I like that part.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, well then maybe this is worth it. But
Yeah,
like,
like
yeah,
come back.
she has to help like with that a lot.
Because it's hard to get an idea that's in your brain to be as awesome, like in reality, like as like, okay, like I need this to be this, like, and it's just not working out. Like with Canva, I'm not a great artist, so like I have to find things that kind of interpret what's in my mind. So it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, I like to say that things are perfect when they're in your head, and as soon as they come out of your head, they're no longer perfect. And so you have to try to get it back to that place as the best you can. But also, there's an anxiety that like happens in your brain that knows that. Um, and so like you kind of fight against it. Like, well, if I just never make this, like it won't be imperfect, so it'll just always be perfect then. So I don't make a lot of things because of that. Yeah. So yeah, in the game control, you come across an area where there is a miniature version of the city that Jesse, the main character, is from, and you actually have, I think, a few different fights or something on that miniaturized version of the city. It's really cool too because in the game you get different abilities from these objects of power, and one of them is like the ability to like telekinetically throw things. So you're just kind of picking up little parts of your like miniaturized city and throwing them at the enemies and stuff. And I think that's really cool. Like that was one of the most fun things about that game is just like picking up random stuff and throwing it. And if it's anything explosive like power things or like things like that, like it actually blow up when you hit people with it. So that's always really cool too. But it'll also like when you pick something up, like your character kind of like, you know, brings it to you and it floats around you and then you throw it. If it's something explosive and somebody shoots it, it'll blow up right in your face and that really hurts. So like, risk and reward, I guess. Hotline ring. Okay.
What does that mean?
There's a room in control called the hotline room.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what it's called. Hotline room control. Hotline chamber. That's it. And the hotline chamber is where you get on this red phone. In fact, I have it on the screen, but it's basically this red phone. And there actually is a screenshot from the game itself. Red phone with no numbers or anything on it. It's just got this like black thing in the middle so that it looks more like a phone. And then you pick it up. And when you pick it up, I think you can talk to like pretty much anybody who's dead. But also that's how you speak with the board, which is this like extraterrestrial or other dimensional like group that's kind of helping or hurting you without you realizing it.
That's interesting because in a lot of movies and stuff, they represent like the red phone is like a direct line to the president. Like,
oh yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
That makes sense.
What one doesn't look like it? Oh, there we go. That is freaking perfect. Thank you, Canva. It's like a very dark background and like looks ominous as heck.
Rochelle says it could blow up when you hit people with it. Great thing to hear as soon as you turn your headphones back on.
Dang it, I accidentally ruined the surprise, Rochelle. Who are gonna
Exploding zine. Oh yeah.
I almost straight up said that I was gonna mail something to Canada and then realized that
That's
saying
not funny.
that yeah probably wouldn't be the best thing to say.
No.
So like we would never do that. Like FBI person watching me through my camera, like that's not actually gonna happen. Don't worry. Yeah, this phone is perfect. I like that. Make it extra big so I can put it at the bottom. Yeah, that is awesome. This is definitely not a zine you want to print out because like it's gonna be really ink heavy, but That's okay too. You're allowed to have things that aren't made to be printed.
Okay, this section's called the Echo Chamber. That one song I heard a week ago likes to revisit often. Here's where it plays on loop, but not the full version, just that line I didn't quite hear right.
That's awesome. That is so like accurate. Hmm. I always forget that I can just hit like the spacing thingy up here and I can anchor it from the top. And then when I do this, it'll go to the top instead of the bottom. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Another opportunity to use this other font too. Cool. Okay. If you see um, in the game, a lot of times they have, like when you enter a new area, they have this big font pop up, just giant, like this image right here. It has like a like whoom sound, and then it says like hotline chamber, like that's where you are. Um, and so I want to do like a nod to that. I think the spacing on that was a lot. No, it's not really. It is all capital though, so that's okay. Yeah, the spacing is more though, so I'm gonna space it out a bit more.
We get quiet for so long.
Hmm?
I said we get quiet for so long.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Rochelle says that that's painfully accurate, and kind of her crow says hashtag relatable about the song. By the way, like, I swear I have my heating pad on and it feels like it's doing nothing. I'm even wearing pants instead of a skirt today because it's so cold. And like,
I've got a blanket on. Do you want me to get the little mini heater for you? It might be loud.
nah, it's all right. Thank you though. What color do I want to do that? Oh, that feels evil, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
What's a not dated word for Rolodex?
Um,
See.
is there one? Phone book?
No. My brain's old. Maybe I just need to date it. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. I was wearing a shirt on stream the other day when I was on Zoe's, the whole like 40 years of being awesome shirt. So it's like whatever. I won't hesitate to date myself. It's cool.
Now it just sounds like we're saying we're going to date ourselves.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute, that's not. Okay, this section will be called the Everything is Related Rolodex.
That's awesome. So like you're just kind of like going through it.
Yes.
Containment item page. Okay, this will be another fun one. I want something with a bunch of different images on a screen for as a template. There we go. That's simple enough. I'll just remove the middle one. Hey, the whole thing. I guess that is one thing. Yeah, okay. Well, then I will just throw plain white in the middle. There we go. Oh, I want that to be black, though. Yeah, I think black is better. Maybe this is a confinement room. Maybe a jail cell. Makes more sense in the middle. Prison bars. That looks kind of ominous. Okay. Maybe if I just search for containment. Nope, I did not mean container like ships. Thanks. Oh well, close enough. Okay, bunch of random items. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's going to be a problem, though. Like if I use one set of images like this, they all have to be that size. So maybe I'll just come up with photo frames of my own and do each one separately. That refrigerator is perfect for the old refrigerator, though. That looks so much more like just like a cabinet or something and not just a refrigerator. So I like the idea of that, but you didn't see me actually put the refrigerator in there. It might not look like a refrigerator. Oh, these actually let you reshape them, maybe? want that a little taller. I think that refrigerator just looks a little funky.
This might be a little too real.
Oh no. You got
The everything's related Rolodex.
Hmm.
Like that might confuse people or scare them that my brain is like this. Who knows?
That's awesome. Like too real. Sorry. Why can't I delete you?
I feel like I don't know if this needs to be all one paragraph or like space it so it's known to be one like separate thought. Maybe it does need to be one paragraph. Okay. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue. Dabba dee dabba die. One day I'll die, and they'll put flowers on my grave, knowing full well I'm allergic. I wonder if they've made an allergy medicine I'm not allergic to yet. Oh, we never watched the rest of Not Dead yet. I wonder if that will get another season.
That's awesome. Yeah, that is very real.
I was like, I don't know. Then I have a picture of a rainbow there, so it's like, ooh, rainbows, and then why a rainbow made me think of Not That Dead, Not Yet Dead, Not Dead Yet. Jeez, I can say sentences.
Oh yeah.
They both said, "Get out of my head." I was
Oh, that's
literally
awesome.
typing that. Clearly, your guide is very accurate. Yes, thank you. I'd feel less alone then. I feel like I need something between echo chamber, squirrels, and related. Okay.
I think this might be too much effort. Actually, I don't know that. Yeah, that would be really annoying anyway. I was gonna try to spell out the word confinement center, and like use because they have letters that are frames. So I was gonna put something in each of them, but like spelling out the word confinement horizontally on an image that's mostly vertical would be really annoying. Even if you did it like vertical, it'd be like, yeah, I'm getting like 5 on a page without making them really small. So okay,
I have to see what you're talking about. Ah, okay.
yeah, it's on page 7 here. Like if I were to do like a,
I just went over to Twitch.
oh yeah, there's that too. I forgot. I go, yeah, we're on a stream right now. Oh no.
Like I just watched you stream.
That's why I'm wearing a hat right now. That's right. Then because this, like, I actually when I was on Zoe's stream, I forgot to put this light here. Like, there's this like big old light here, and it was really dark on my screen. And I was like, well, since I'm actually running this one, I should probably have more lighting. And this hat keeps my face from getting like completely blinded, like nonstop. Like when we play tabletop games, we usually use the same light, and I usually wear this hat anyway, just so I don't get it in my eyes.
And I don't normally wear hats. I like end up putting on one of Beth's hats to keep the light out of my eyes too.
Yes, yeah, you usually wear.
It looks like tea time. Can you reach that? Good job.
This one, it's also cute, but like, I don't wear it much because my head's too big. But yeah, it's this hat. I always turn everything backwards. I swear, like you give me like a year on Twitch, and maybe I'll remember to turn things the opposite direction like it should be. But until then, ugh. I feel like I'm going to spend like 6 years on this image and still not be happy with it.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to make a page of different of frames or of different items so that I can have multiple images on this page. The problem is though, like I found one pretty quickly, but because they were rectangular, everything has to fit in those rectangles, or it gets like shrunk down to that size. In fact, I'm just going to Control Z all the way back to that. Let's find items that fit in them.
That was like when we did the hour jam the other day, and I accidentally thought I copied a template to one of our games, and I did not. And so I created a whole game on top of a game that we already have, which we have a file saved, but it's still nice if we want to do edits to have it in Canva. So I had to make a copy of the file that I made and then hit back arrow through everything I created that evening during the jam to get back to the inner critic actually and get that back. So luckily I hadn't, my browser didn't crash or anything like that, like during it, and I didn't get it back through it. So I'm just glad I was able to do that, like hit back 10 million times to get back to the inner critic. Like,
yeah.
Whoops.
You remember that now, yeah. Okay, this refrigerator works. Okay, I am going to pull up the other one so I don't throw spoilers at everybody, and objects of power in Control. I still think one of my favorite like things ever was when somebody pointed out, like their kid said something like, "Oh, cool, you have a 3D printed version of the like save file," because it was a floppy disk. Like, because one of the objects of power in the game was a floppy disk, and until I forgot about that.
That's funny.
I think it was a 3.5 and not the bigger one.
Hey, remember when you said don't forget to like test print?
Yeah.
I should probably do that now.
You should probably do that now, is that you said?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I haven't printed yet.
Oh no.
Wish me luck.
Good luck indeed. Oh, that is a freaking beautiful TV image to use too. Yeah. Thank you, Canva, for having the weird images.
That is weird. Canva just like linked something to something else without me doing that. And so it's like, okay, why?
Weird.
Yeah, so now I gotta there. Like, what are you doing? Wow, okay, you are going to be a different arrow. I had used a template and I've been replacing things and I needed an arrow and there just happened to be an arrow on that brochure template I'd used. But it's this really weird one that keeps attaching to things and like it's one of those that like pivots to a point instead of I'm like, I'm just using a different arrow because life is too short to keep messing with this ridiculous arrow.
Yes, absolutely.
This is a form of self-love, y'all.
Yeah. That's a huge lesson for like an ADHD thing anyway, so oh, there's another good one. I'm getting really lucky with some of these images. Thank you, Canva. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how this one's turning out. I don't think anybody who hasn't played Control is going to get this thing at all. But like,
oh no.
But that's fine. I've never concerned myself with who's going to like or not like my stuff. There's actually I try to do as much stoic stuff as I can. Hey, Panic Lizard. Panic Lizard is also one of our, like, as part of our Patreon. So, hey.
All our Patreon people, like patrons, like can meet each other now.
Yes.
It's like a mix and mingle.
Yeah, that is true. That's awesome. Yeah, we didn't have a Patreon when we were streaming before, so that's awesome. That's actually fun. Oh, missed some chat here anyway, too. Conifer Crow says, at Rochelle, whoops, missed your question. I am making an open-ended game about slaying your B2B red pile called Literally Monsters. Oh my god, that is amazing. If you throw that on an itch, I will buy it because like that sounds awesome. Like I'm sure you'll execute it well, but even just the concept of like getting through your 2B red pile. In the tabletop world too, we call it a shelf of shame, where like people will have like shelves of games that they just have owned for years or whatever and haven't played. And so I think that sounds awesome.
Well, giving up on a arrow that was already on there led to me finding a rainbow arrow. So,
oh, nice.
It's fortuitous.
I've been really curious about Dice Catan, Panic Lizard. We, Angel and I generally play everything together, like just the two of us. So like we can't play regular Catan. And we played once on Board Game Arena with Rochelle. I think it was my fault that game took like 3 weeks to finish because I kept like not taking my turns for so long. But
yeah, and I did not love that game.
Yeah, none of us really knew what we were doing very well. So like we didn't have the best time with it. But I have been really curious about the dice version because I love dice versions of games anyway. That's actually one of the things that got us in the tabletop games. I used to make video games before, just small little like flash games. But like when you make a video game, when you're done with it, like at most you have like a CD. Like you can burn it on a CD. Like cool. That's all you get though. And like a tabletop game, you have like dice and you have like miniatures and you meeples and play money and cards and all this other stuff that's just like much more physical and tactile. So I've always really liked that anyway. The dice, bring them on. Altered items. Okay, that's the other term for these things. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's my last item. I forgot to say since you joined here, Panic Lizard, but we are making our final day of zine Uary, which I mean we've extended it all the way through like the 8th of March now because people back those so much. But this is the final egret voted prompt, so it'll be going out to patrons here when it's done. The prompt that won came from Michelle, which was fictional travel guide. I don't know why I have trouble saying that. I've said it like 4 times on stream, and every time I almost forget what I'm saying. But so that's what we're doing right now. Mine is an homage to the video game Control because I made a game that was kind of based in that world. And then Angel, if you want to talk about yours too.
Mine is a travel guide to the neurodivergent mind. I am including different sections that kind of denote like relatable things to a mind that is distracted, kind of ADD like type of things. I have a section that's for the echo chamber. It says that one song I heard a week ago likes to revisit often. Here's where it plays on loop, but not the full version, just that line I didn't quite hear right. So the whole little travel guide is basically, like nodding to a distracted or, relatable mind.
Oh, Panic Lizard said that they actually voted for Fictional Travel Guide. So you're the
Great.
reason that one actually won, because normally Rochelle's the only person that votes in our
Yeah, she was
polls.
a tiebreaker.
And this time there were two of you that voted, so it was you and Rochelle. And the
Awesome.
only one you both voted on was Fictional Travel Guide. So that is why we're doing what we're doing right now. So thank you for the vote. I had said earlier in the stream that I think this is the first time in probably at least a month or two that we actually had one winning thing, and we didn't have to bust out like a random number generator or like just kind of pick something ourselves. Like when we do the like weekly or the monthly games we bring to people, we said that whenever there's a tie, that we'll be the ones to break it. So like we can each vote or whatever. But mostly we've just been like, hey, what do you think about this? Yeah, that works. So like kind of like group voting. So I somehow need to fit the words "power comes with a price" in the middle of this. I think I'm gonna go with a more plain black. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's perfect. In fact, maybe I can put the words in between here. Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'm going to duplicate this so I don't screw it up. I also just realized this is my second to last page. I have to do the back cover after this, and that's it.
I just realized that this saved weird anyway, so that's good to know now.
Oh no!
Yeah, I had put like a blue section over something that was already in this template, and so I have like a brown border. Like I don't know if I don't hate it. We'll
Nice.
see. I'm gonna print it and see what it looks like, but hopefully if I do hate it, I know how to get rid of it because it doesn't show on. It's another one of those things where Canva's printing something that doesn't show on mine.
Yeah.
Which happened the other day when we were doing the 1 hour jam, and I had to redo a whole thing after the jam because when I saved the file and printed it, it wasn't lining up like it looked like on Canva, and it was squeezing the text together weird and overlapping. So I ended up having to remake the whole thing just to get the text to not overlap. It was a very weird thing. Like I couldn't get it fixed. So like, fine, we're doing this over.
Yeah.
Because it took me less time to redo the whole thing than it did to just read like over, to fiddle with it over and over again. Kept saving it, and it's like, oh cool, it's still overlapped even though I've moved it like a mile on this template. So start over. Panic Lizard says, suddenly I feel powerful. See, that's what I've been trying to people, like, claim the vote. We need your vote.
Yes, exactly. That's actually been one of my selling points for people trying to convince people to become Enlightened Egrets. It's like, hey, we have like 1 or 2 people voting. So if you vote, like you're like equally as powerful as like everybody else right now. So like, I know there have been a lot of polls this month. That will not normally be the case. I just have had a lot this month because we have been bringing extra zines back for people and stuff. So, maybe if I move these up there.
This font is size 11 and it's huge. Okay. I have plenty of room apparently. You want to see it?
Sure. Yeah, and I can throw it on the screen too then.
I'm standing on my tiptoes.
Well, I actually caught that. That's pretty cool. Totally didn't happen on screen, but I totally did it. So this is what Angel's got so far. In fact, it looks like you're basically...
Well, it's really big, so I'm going to need to make it smaller.
I see. Yeah. See, I told you every single time this happens, I go the wrong way.
Yeah, I actually have a little more room than I thought I did.
This is what Angel's got now. which is probably hard to read on the screen. Actually, let me make mine bigger.
Well,
I think I
just
can
go
just
on
drag
to
myself over here.
Canva and look on Canva.
Oh, right. Yeah, I always forgot.
There you go.
Okay, but yeah, that's what it looks like not on a computer. And then let's do that. That's in the by Angelique trifold brochure thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It named it that because I put my name on there from the zine, and it just grabbed that and was like, "Hey,
Oh, that's funny. So yeah, this is.
It's just the first page, and then the like first section of the second page. Like I might make this double-sided. We'll see.
Okay, that's cool. So yeah, this is hers.
And I don't think I love that Rolodex down in the corner, so I'll probably take that out.
Oh yeah, I see what I mean. That's fair.
It feels very pasted on.
Yeah, that's always my problem with Canva is that I ended up like picking out too many of those things myself.
Canva's great, Panic Lizard. There is a free version. We have the paid version. It just gives you a little bit more options, but even the free version, when we used it, you can create a lot of stuff in it. There's when you start a project, you can select like brochures or business cards or social media post sizes, and it'll be like just the size you need it to be. And just a whole lot of different tools for you on the side. You can even put QR codes in there, and they'll create the QR code right in Canva. That's how we make all of our zines because I'm not super artistic, and my handwriting is awful, so I don't think anybody would be able to read it if I did one by hand.
Same here.
So we create on Canva. And we can't afford something like, Adobe's tool, whatever it's called now.
Over there.
Yeah, so when we always say, you can make a game too, this is what we mean. Just get on Canva and play around.
Absolutely.
So you're happy.
Why are you not getting pulled into that thing?
You see what I mean by mine having a border like in the paper, but it isn't showing on the like file? I don't know how to work that out.
Oh, like around like the border across around it?
Yeah, that brown border isn't showing on the Canva file, so just bizarre.
I'll head over there and take a look too.
I think what I might do is just change the background color. And maybe that'll work. Like
when you open it in the oh yeah, it does look like that color back there. So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm changing the background color, and then maybe like when I print it, it'll just be bordered the same color, so then it won't show that. I think part of it is I also did the bleed lines thing, and maybe that like reduced it and then made it so it showed the background. I don't know.
Is it like that in the file? Like when you open the PDF file, is it like that? Or
yes, it is. It shows it that way.
okay, so it's not the printer. It's something between Canva and.
Yeah, it's saved like that.
Okay. That's good.
I don't know. I'm gonna save it again with that. Well, no, I won't be able to see because I changed the color anyway. I was gonna say I'll save it again without the bleed lines and see if that does it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta fiddle with things until.
Agreed.
It does what you want.
Yes. Make it happen, Captain.
Yes. Make it so.
Yes. No, don't get sucked in there. Okay.
Number 1.
That's better. Okay. Adding the words in here, I'm having to like move the images around to make them like fit in the images with the text around it.
Have you noticed, Rochelle, that that's been happening a lot more often? Like, it's just been really weird. Even when I don't do bleed on some things, the lineup is not the same on what I save. Rochelle had said it's probably the bleed. She's had similar issues.
Ah, okay.
I'm resaving it without the bleed just to see if that's. the case here.
I want that closer to the middle, which means blowing the image up more. There we go. Okay, that is 8 different altered items or objects of power from control in one image. So that's cool. The trying to see if I remember what they do. The TV, I think, is what gives you the telekinetic abilities. The save icon / like floppy disk allows you to create a shield around yourself, which is another telekinetic thing. You just kind of draw a bunch of things in front of you and it blocks you. The cigarettes represent the ashtray maze because that's what I called it. It's an ashtray maze. The refrigerator I was talking about earlier, where like if you stop looking at it, it would make you die. I believe the I forget what this is even called now, but the merry-go-round horse. There's a better term for it though.
Carousel.
Carousel horse. Thank you. Yeah, there's just like a standalone carousel horse that I think allows you to levitate. I don't remember what the safe does. And then the fan is actually part of the game in that like you're going through this area and this fan just like made like thousands and thousands of copies of itself. So it's like a whole area of like the map is just covered with fans. And I guess people died from it because they would they would, multiply so much that it would like suffocate people.
Yikes.
And then in the center is basically my representation of Jesse, who's the director of the board. The idea that every single one of these things tests you before you can have it, and then it kind of has a little bit of influence over you once it is with you. So like everything, power comes with a price is what the page says. And yes, Panic Lizard says the problem with board games with like family is it's so easy to go back to ones everyone already knows the rules to, like Scrabble or Pandemic or Polish Poker. And yeah, we definitely we've played so many games of Fallout Shelter, the board game, because of that. Like we both know Fallout Shelter so well that like if we get the box, like we both know what we're setting up at the same time. And then like, so we both have the game set up together at about the same time. And then we remember how to play it, even though it's been like months since we played it. And then when we put it away, it's the same thing. Like Angel always puts away the little miniature like people and the cards and stuff while I'm getting, or no, you put away the cubes and the tokens and stuff while I get the cards. So yeah. Oh, hey, someone just contributed to our campaign like 9 minutes ago. That's awesome. I think that might have put us over 2,000 actually.
Yes, good, awesome. Okay. 2013. Oh no. No, I'm just kidding.
Like last year, oh no. But no, that's amazing. That means like we get to announce live here that we are going to be doing Zinuary for another like 8 days. I mean,
awesome.
More prompts. Those of you in our Patreon get to do half of them. Like half the voting goes to all of our patrons that are, I think it's paid patrons. And then the other half is everyone who's contributed on the Crowdfundr. So you'll get to vote in a couple here if you remember. The paid member, rather.
Thanks, Kelly, if you're listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, party time. For one, I didn't expect anyone to show up. I figured we'd both just be chilling here, like making our zines and talking to ourselves out loud in case anybody decided to watch this when it's recorded and posted on YouTube later. And then part of me also, yeah, sure, why not? You get the double vote. Yeah, you should. We should have a way to like allow the Enlightened Egrets double power. That would be fun. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. But anyway, also while we're at this, if anybody, huh?
You're saying you didn't think anybody was going to come to watch.
Oh yeah, so like we'd just be super chill here and just like doing that, and I like definitely didn't expect anyone to back us or contribute or whatever you want to call on a Crowdfundr on a Thursday. So like that's awesome. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Angel says she'll be right back. I have to do the back cover and then that's it. What am I going to do for a back cover on this? Oh, I know what I'll do. Okay. Hmm. The main character in Control is a woman, so I'm trying to find somebody that can represent the main character on this last page too. Related search is girl boss. Actually, I'm just going to look for a different thing. I said earlier that a lot of the oh, that kind of looks like the like paper in the game too. You know, since it's like business formy kind of stuff. Oh, I like that. That's actually really good. That just keeps saying harm to ongoing matter repeatedly. Um, and then I'll just put like a simple how do you word that? Like it's a fanzine for the game Control, but I guess I'll just type all that out. I'm a very wordy person anyway. This fanzine made for the video game Control. This font does allow for underlining, so that should be cool. Make mom lunch, so I'll be with you. Okay. Angel's gonna make her mom some lunch. For those who missed me saying it earlier, Angel's mom is injured and cannot get off the couch, so we've been taking care of stuff. I'm gonna say that's the excuse for us being behind on our zines, but and it definitely is qualifies for Angel, but she does like 3/4 of the stuff for her. I just kind of help out here and there, so I can't really use it as an excuse. But this fanzine made for the video game Control was made for January. It was voted on by the Enlightened Secrets. I'm just gonna say because like, thank you, Counter for Crow. What happened was she tore her Achilles tendon in late December. Yeah, late December. That's right. I was gonna say mid, but it was late. They gave her the choice like a month later between surgery or wearing a boot, and she really didn't want to wear the boot. So she oh, it was a cast, right? Not a boot, a cast. She really didn't want the cast, so she opted for the surgery. When they got into surgery, they found out that she didn't have enough Achilles tendon left to do the surgery, so they had to put like she woke, was knocked out for the surgery, and when she woke up, she had a cast on instead of the surgery that she also had, but like it wasn't completed. So then she's still wearing a boot now, and hopefully that'll be removed somewhat soon, so she can start walking around some more. She can walk right now, but she doesn't. She says it's very uncomfortable for her, so she just doesn't.
Hey, I'm behind you.
And yeah,
I'm trying to hand you something.
okay. Oh, thank you. Who needs lunch when you got snacks? All right, and I've had a lot of like.
Fed the mom, so I gotta feed the vet.
Huh?
I'm feeding the mom, so now I gotta feed the vet.
Yes. Angel said she has to feed the mom, so she has to feed the Beth too. I have a whole jar of Jolly Ranchers here, and I also have Werther's and Halls because I'm talking more in the stream than I've talked in probably the last month out loud. So, like, my voice needs it. And Angel brought me a chewy granola bar and a smoothie. We both diet, watch our weight. We're trying to lose weight and stuff. So we got these shakes are really good. They're high protein. They're like kind of like Greek yogurt, but they're in a drink form. But they don't taste diety. You know what I mean? Like they're only 80 calories for the drink, and they're really nice. Yeah. Thank you, Panic Lizard. I actually have 2 waters over here. So I mean, you've seen how much I've drank though. So yeah, I should drink water. But yeah, we normally have lunch at 2. I was going to take a break at 2, but we're actually getting through this pretty well. So if nothing else, maybe I'll make her a lunch when mine's done, but we'll see. Werthers are only valid if they come from the bottom of an old lady's purse, Conifer Crow says. And a few years ago, I could not say this because I didn't realize that I was trans at the time, but I am like a 41-year-old woman. And so these aren't in a purse, but they're in. I mean, like, what's more old lady than reusing a complete, like, this is a salsa container. Like, what's older lady than reusing a different container to put candies in, right? So I think that still qualifies as being valid too. There was a joke. Oh, what candies was it? There was some kind of candy. There was a running joke about that, like, you don't buy them, you just find them in the bottom of purses.
The strawberry one.
Strawberry what?
I don't know, but they're shaped like strawberry.
Okay, Angel says it's some kind of strawberry candy. I know it's a hard candy of some sort, but like, yeah, I remember that joke going around a lot.
But yeah, the package looks like a strawberry with a green flared top. Like, they look like a strawberry.
Okay,
Strawberry candy.
that's cool. It was running on by the end, and I don't even need to say by the end late egrets. I'm just gonna straight up say it was voted on by Shell and Panicked. Oh, every time I tab to see if there's anybody chatting, I lose focus on here. Panicked Dessert. I probably misspelled that. Nope, I got it right. Okay. Yeah, the strawberry wrapper candies. Yes, they look like strawberries on the outside, I think. I think that's exactly it. In poll for the enlightened egrets on our Patreon. The prompt fictional travel was voted on. Marcel and Panic Lizard in a poll. Actually, I think the wording will work better if I go Panicked Lizard. Yeah. Because of the spacing here. A poll for the enlightened egrets on our Patreon. There you go. I think that does it. I just need to make a background for this too. One of the nice things about Canva is they have these different effects. And so I've done it a few times now, but if you set background, it applies a color of its choosing. That I don't know if it just tries to figure out what color would work best there or what, but like you can change the roundness of the outside. Like you can see like here, it's kind of curved and like now it's not at all. I like a little bit, but not a lot. And then the spread of it, I like to try to put about as close as possible. And then the transparency. So like how much you can see through it. I think this would make more sense at the bottom. And then maybe if we like, I don't know, I like the top font more, but I really need the ongoing matter there. Maybe if I move the whole thing over. That's too much. So with it not attached to the background, it's a lot easier to see what I'm doing here. Actually, just making it big enough, I think, is fine too. Because we get the 2 ongoing matter here and then harm 2. And you can see that it repeats here. So I think that covers it well. And because it's much darker at the top, that seems more readable there. I'm going to make it a little less transparent though. Okay, I think that's it. I've got to go proof it now. This is done. got to proof it and then print it. Yeah, Conifer Girl will be here for a bit. After the zine is done, I'm also going to show people how to upload it to Itch, and making an Itch page takes a while. And then also, there were a couple other things. I'll look it up in a little bit. But then I also wanted to share the templates we use for our zines. And finally, I was going to show the process of me like emailing a key to people. I just kind of wanted to show everything that we do when we create something here. And there's still like several steps left in that process. So like, you're more than welcome to take off and come back, or if this will all be on YouTube eventually too. So you can always like, if you want to watch that later or whatever, you can jump to that, or, even just like take off for the day and chill and then, watch what you missed afterwards. So yeah, absolutely. We will be here for a while still. And I'll be doing that probably while Angel's still finishing hers up, since she's helping her mom right now. But I take a while to proof too. Like I'll probably be tightening up a lot of this stuff and changing colors and all kinds of stuff too. So okay, thanks, Panic Lizard. It was awesome. Well, I want to say this for both of you, Panic Lizard and Conifer Crow. It's been really awesome having you both here and meeting you both this way. I know I've sent emails and Patreon messages and stuff, but it's been really awesome having you here, and you interacting has made this a lot more fun. Obviously that goes for you too, Rochelle. That's always the case for you. But like, since this is the first time I've actually seen either of you via a stream, it's been awesome having you. So thank you for coming by. And honestly, even if you stopped by for like 2 minutes, like, hey, cool to see you, bye, like that would have made our day. So like, it's very nice. Thank you. And I hope that work goes well for you, Panic Lizard. And that you're taking your dog out goes for you too, Conifer Crow. So yeah. Actually, speaking of which, since the two of you are up to doing some things, I am going to go hit up the bathroom again. Even though I haven't drank much, I pretty much always need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back too. And actually, what I'm going to do really quick is I'm going to make another page here.
Hello.
Hey, good timing. I was just going to make a page saying that I was taking off too, and neither one of us is here.
I'm here. Just got mom fed.
Did you grab yourself a drinky yogurt too?
Yeah, I haven't drank it yet, but I just sat back down.
Cool.
If you'd rather take a break for lunch, we can, but either way.
Honestly, I probably don't need to. I'm all right. Like, if I just have these, I'll be happy.
Yeah, that's why I handed it to you. I was like, we could just do that so that
Thank you.
We can continue finishing this up.
If you look in the chat, Panic Lizard's going to be heading to work in a bit, and Conifer Crow is going to be taking the dog out. So I explained that we still have a bunch more to do after this is done anyway. So like, there's still plenty to see after Conifer Crow's done with the dog. But
yeah, I realized mine is a little cartoonily big, so I'm probably gonna
no. I don't know. I will say that the font's a little bit big on this printed version here. I'm sure it's harder to see on the camera, but it is a little bit big. But I also think that means that like if you put it, like in a brochure holder or something, it would look good. So yeah, I don't think you'd have to shrink it much.
Right. I like the front, like the size that it is, but I think I could probably shrink it and add another section there.
That's true. Like another like middle thing.
Yeah. So I'll probably make things a little bit smaller, and then I could probably add another section to the bottom. If so, I might be able to fit the things that I had ideas for all on the one side and not have to do two-sided.
Nice. That'd be awesome. Yeah, they need to have a single page like.
Right.
Okay, that's cool.
I was like, hey, cool. It's not needing as big of a font as I thought.
Yeah, it's always a nice surprise, especially when like we're both so used to with all these zines like making everything that's a smaller image. So then like we're used to the font being having to be small anyway. So having a more thing like when we get back to making one-page RPGs and stuff after this, like it's going to be so weird having font that like is a normal size.
Yeah, that font size that I have there, that's 11.
Oh wow,
and
that's so weird. Like some fonts need to be like 20 something, and then others are like 9. Yeah, 8 is awesome.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. Sure, just leave me alone. I said, just leave me alone with everybody.
Yeah, I'll leave you alone with everybody.
I think everybody left you anyway. I'm going to mute my mic while I open my yogurt so everybody doesn't have to hear that. Yes, that is the song that would be playing in my echo chamber. Okay, so with all our neurodivergent minds, what other part of our mind needs to be toured in my travel guide? I have under construction, the one where it's like, hey, it's not, due yet, so it'll eventually get on there. And the echo chamber, and the everything is related Rolodex, and the look a squirrel. Got a couple random facts like sprinkled in to represent that we have to dive into researching things. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I like both of those. Oh my, I think my computer would set on fire if I had 57 open browser tabs, but that is how my brain is. Like, just have to ruffle through and find what I need here.
Oh my goodness. I think
All
that you
abandoned hobbies, yes.
I think you hit the like number one topic that everybody can relate to.
Yes.
Like I'm making this weird thing that nobody's played, and you're making like the most relatable thing in all of existence. I definitely second the third, the Hall of Abandoned Hobbies, the Room of 57 Open Window Tabs, like all that stuff. I actually think
Panic Junction is perfect too.
yes. Like I'm gonna throw those up on the screen here for people too.
I'm gonna put these in a note on my little brochure here.
Speaking of browser tabs, the person we work for at Weird Draft Games, Carla Kopp, she's also part of
Quirky Bird.
Quirky Bird, yeah. I couldn't even remember her team name for a minute there. Jeez. So like anyone here with Quirky Bird, like she has had games in here. She's taken kind of like, it seems like an extended break from Quirky Bird, so you haven't seen her around if you've been here for only a few months. Partially because like right now she's actually running a Kickstarter campaign. But she whenever she sends pictures of her screen, there's always, I swear, there's like 200 tabs. Like I'm gonna flip over to my window again here. So like this right here, like you can see actually that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tabs. But like if you look at her screen, it's like
so tiny. There's like a bazillion. Like you can't even see what they are. Like
yeah,
more.
you can't, like you can barely even see the little icons from them. Yeah, you're true. That's true. I'd probably need to like double this, but I worry that I would crash my computer, like you were talking about with the
yeah,
computer
it's about
exploding.
like that. It's crazy. I might just represent the Room of 57 open browser tabs by like seeing if I can get like a little thin like screenshot of a bunch of browser tabs and just put them at the bottom, like so it's just like a image of that. Like so that's just represented by that, and then
speaking about the crowdfunder, I'm actually going to take a moment to thank Kelly, who put us over $2,000 here, because otherwise I will totally forget and I'll feel awful, because I've literally, like, of the 102 contributors, like everybody, like when you contribute, has the option to post something here, and I have replied to every single one of these things. And I would feel awful if the only person I didn't reply to was the person that put us over 2,000.
yes.
So if anybody, sorry, go ahead. You're good.
No, it's all right.
I was going to say, if anybody has any questions about Canva, Crowdfunder, Patreon or itch, let us know and we'll answer whatever, and we can show you like how things work too. That's part of why we're doing this. This is kind of show you how all these different things work out. What were you saying now?
Sorry, I just took a bite of my granola bar and it's like a rock. Holy cow. Like, we bought a new batch of granola bars and these are awful. Okay, not eating that.
It's a negative calorie food because you have to burn so many just to eat it.
Apparently, or break all your teeth out and never eat again. Goodness.
Yeah. And I went on that, like the blended food diet for like a few weeks because my tooth was hurting me really bad. Maybe we could just do that again.
What I was going to say was that Ty Barbary said, my partner has hundreds of browser windows, each with dozens of tabs open. It's like a horror story. I said I get lost with about 10 open, so yikes.
Yes, I like honestly the number I have open right now is enough for me. I'm actually going to close some of this now that you think about it.
Yeah, I had some open because like I don't want to lose the pages for a different zine that I'm working on, but they keep annoying me.
Though
that would be the fictional mail order catalog. I'm trying to get that finished because
oh my goodness. Yeah, I actually this has actually been really fun. Like I probably won't like or not probably won't. I won't post to Crowdfundr and Patreon every time because then you kind of have that like ADHD stress of like time. You know, like, oh well, I said they'd do this at noon. I have to be there exactly at noon, which means I need to be sitting on my computer completely ready to go at like 10:30 in the morning, or else, you know, the anxiety hits. But like I'll probably do more of this with our other zines just because it's a lot easier to like focus and I don't get distracted by other things because other people can see my screen. So like I'll probably like just like share on social media that like, you know, I'm heading out, and maybe I'll post it on the Patreon too, but like when we actually go live, not ahead of time, so we can get these zines done because we are behind by quite a bit. In fact, actually, we have a tab on our Crowdfundr here called Zine Status that we made recently. This shows, and you can see this was last updated February 20th because that's the last time either of us actually finished anything. But this is like a checklist of all the different zine prompts and then like what our progress was on them. Angel has done more progress on hers since then. I have not at all. I've done nothing for the last 9 days on my prompt on my zines, except for today. You know, we'll be knocking this one out. But and then at the bottom here, we actually have pictures of the zines we've made so far. This was my I do not agree to disagree, which is based on the fact that Angel's mom actually straight up said that at one point. Her and Angel's dad were arguing one day. Not like arguing.
Discussing.
Like,
how about
yeah,
that'd be nice.
I think disagreed is probably fair to say too. Yeah, disagreeing on something. And he had said well, agree to disagree. And she's like, I do not agree to disagree. And it's
the other part of that conversation, I don't know if you heard it, was
no,
it's really easy for you to agree to disagree because you're wrong.
That needs to be a follow-up. Holy crap, that's amazing. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I made my the zine prompt was methods of non-standard conflict resolution, and so mine is a whole bunch of different ways to break disagreements. I made 2 of them actually, so there's a bonus zine in here. One is a solo version, and one of them is for multiplayer. And then Angel came up with the art of non-standard conflict resolution, which was based on the art of war. If you want to talk about that one, Angel.
Oh, yes. Just a second. I was writing a note because I love Ty Barbary's idea. Like the related to that, can we get a room of I have one thing to do at 3 p.m. and can do nothing else before, but wait.
Yep.
You were just talking about that like the other day. So that's really funny. Weren't you, Beth, just talking about like how if you have an appointment, you don't feel like you can do that? Yeah, you're talking to Carla about that.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was actually an ADHD thing. Like there have been a few times where I say something or somebody else says like it's an ADHD thing, and I'm like, okay, I've never been diagnosed, and there are some things that I don't do, but there are a lot of ADHD things I totally do, like that one. Like, you know, if we're gonna like, you know, we gotta go to the post office, even something as simple as that. Like, okay, we gotta be at the post office. The post office in town is closed between like 11:30 and 1. So we want to get there as close to 1 as possible. And we don't want to be there after 2 because that's when school's out. So we got to be there between 1 and 2. And so our whole morning is just nothing because we're like so focused on that. Like, it's the most annoying thing.
Maybe it'll be called the appointment focus room.
There you go. The waiting room?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Just like waiting, or the appointment waiting room, or
Yeah.
it might be just the waiting room, but we'll see. That is a good idea. I may have to do the back of the brochure after all, y'all. Yes, the appointment ruins the day room. I like that. Okay, anyway, the conflict resolution zine. I feel like I wrote that like a million years ago. Just a minute, let me pull some of that up.
It does feel like it's been forever. I have the one page on my screen if that works, but
Okay, yeah. I thought it would be funny to do a lot of Sun Tzu quotes from The Art of War, but it'd be, the art of non-standard conflict resolution. So I thought of tying in quotes of Sun Tzu from The Art of War into modern media and examples of it. But they were silly examples from things like The Princess Bride and the Guardians of the Galaxy and different movies like that. So just doing, a dance off and rhyming wars. So just kind of basically bothering somebody into like dropping the subject of arguing with you, I guess. But the
Yup.
very subtle modern way of being like, oh, speaking of, I had my niece's boyfriend or fiance now was at work, and I just heard that he got reported to uh, what do you call that? Now my brain is freezing. Like corporate. They called into corporate to talk about his attitude because he was in an argument with a customer and he twerked at them. So call them
Yes.
for twerking. So it's like I feel like maybe that should be a thing in our conflict resolution. Just twerk at them, like so. Just completely silly.
Yes. And then
So
you have to say the Peter line of like distracting you, you big turd
yes,
blossom.
exactly. But I have like a quote on each page from Sun Tzu, and then a quote from the movie, a little description of what's going down, and then like what the method and practice is, like what Sun Tzu's saying, what they're doing, and then like I have a basically at the end of that, like to sum up what you should do if someone's bugging you, and each page has that kind of format throughout.
Yes. Then the next ones we've got done were there's a Princess Bride quote one. That word doesn't mean what you think it means. I think that's the full thing. But so I made one, Getting Through Life the Princess Bride Way, which takes quotes from the Princess Bride and puts them into like ways that like can affect your life. So like the kid starting off by asking if it's a kissing book, and then later on saying that maybe grandpa could come over and read it again tomorrow, is all about trying new things. Like maybe you like kissing books, who knows? And then life can get frustrating, but it's up to you to make the most of it, be creative. And so it's the like rhyming scene that ends with anybody want a peanut there. And then I also made the language of Beth for the same thing, which basically is just like a bunch of like different quotes I like, different words I use, words I love and should use more. These are all like, if you pay attention to the way I speak or even the way I write most of the time, most of my words are like, 1 to 2 syllables, except for the word syllables there. And a lot of these are much longer, bigger words, but I just feel like a lot of them need to exist more in the world. And then Angel had the symbiotic sentient.
Yes, I took the prompt a little bit more literal with the mutual aid. The only thing I can think of with mutual aid basically in action is when there is natural disasters. So I came up with kind of a role for prompt journaling zine for natural disasters. This kind of took on a couple iterations. At first, I had like you roll a d20, and I had a whole bunch of natural disasters with the d20, and then you would turn up a card, and if it was red, it would be mutual aid. If it was black, it would be that the natural disaster happened. But my mechanics on this is that you lay out a stack of 12 cards, or 12 stacks of 4 cards each, to represent like a calendar year. It would be like 12 months, 4 weeks in the year. And you turn over the cards and you look at the color of it and whether it's black or red. And then there's also writing prompts of, what the natural disaster is or what the mutual aid is. And you journal about, being a geologist that thinks that the world has feelings and is communicating them through natural disasters. And so you study the natural disaster and what the earth is communicating by doing that. So it's kind of like, well, we do experiments, maybe the earth does too. And what would this experiment be proving, or communicating by wiping out a whole town by a tornado? And if you draw a red card without a black card, that means that the natural disaster didn't happen. You get to apply it to the next one. And if you draw a black one and you do 3 in a row, the game ends because, there's no communicating with the earth or fixing it because she's just kind of released chaos on the earth. So that kind of is what I end up coming up with. This game is a little bit bigger than a lot of them I've tended to do, so I was proud of it.
Yeah, I thought it was really, really cool. I like the way you. I always think it's really neat when games can mix the mechanics with the theme, and so like the fact that you use the deck of cards and then separate it into 12 months is really cool.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh,
I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was totally muted. Whoops.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Megasaur. Megasaur over here says, Manguar, sorry. I threw the S in there because apparently I wanted you to be the dinosaur. But it says, they say, hello, good luck with the project. You are doing an incredible job. Spoken, I don't understand English well, but still give it a hard time. You wrote well. Like, even if you don't understand it very well, you speak it well, for sure. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out too, Connor, about my mic being out. Yeah, I was eating and I finished my granola bar and I forgot to unmute. But what I had said was that I like when mechanics and theme come together. Like the fact that you took the deck of cards and you broke it into like 12 stacks of 4 to represent the months of the year and then the weeks of those months. I thought that was really cool. In fact, probably the coolest things I've done this whole January have been stolen ideas from Angel. Well, maybe not stolen, but like borrowed or like inspired by, because I also made one. These 2 zines, by the way, the Symbiotic Sentient and Dearest I'm Stuck on an Island. Actually, if you contribute as a tier 2 or tier 3 person on our campaign, which here's a link. And again, I posted it from Weird Draft Games by accident because I'm using StreamYard page instead. But anyway, both of these are ones that if you get either of those tiers or if you join our Patreon as a at least a $3 a month person, and you can cancel after the 1 month and still get all the like 8 games or whatever you get right away, and then these, including these 2. Then you'll get these 2 also. Like these 2 are only available at the moment, one of those 2 ways. They'll come to itch sometime in the next month or 2, but for right now, they're only exclusively available there. Dearest I'm Stuck on an Island is actually like Angel took the theme very literally with mutual aid. I did the opposite. Like I wouldn't even call it a mutual aid thing anymore. But when I was trying to think of what mutual aid even meant, I was like, okay, so like, bad disasters, bad things happening, people working together, like people work together on Lost, kind of like the TV show. They didn't necessarily trust each other and there were a lot of conflicts, but like you're kind of forced to work with people. So how about your Crash on an Island? And so it's what's called an epistolary game. which means you're writing letters in this game. Hence the bottle with a letter in it here on the cover. But the premise is you've crashed on an island, and you're basically struggling to survive, to escape. It uses a blackjack system though, which is actually based on a different zine that Angel's making, and basically that the numbers represent your amount of energy. So if you go over 21, you've overextended yourself, you exhaust yourself, bad things happen. If you hit 21 exactly, good things start happening. Some of the cards allow you to escape, but if you don't have the right traits at the time, then like you're probably the only one escaping, or maybe like you and one other person, and you're leaving everybody else behind. So you might not want to. After that is Cheat Code Monthly, which I showed a little bit earlier. But basically, the idea of this one is that you can cheat code your real life by like basically hacking into your dreams. So that this gives you different cheat codes that you can put into your dreams that will affect your real life. This one's much more just playing with format and layout than I normally do. And then Angel started on, I think you finished actually Free Stuff Rocks, didn't you?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I did.
Yep.
I did finish that.
Yeah, that's the other one we have on this page.
Let me get the exact prompt. This one was for the random zine generator prompt. We have too many files on Canva. Okay. Here we go. It was make a listicle zine that is about the coolest thing you got for free. And I'd never made a list zine, so I thought that would be cool. And I used to actually be a part of a whole lot of freebie groups in Facebook. People would post when they see an opportunity coming up, or if one was already posted for reviews, or like if a company was giving out free things or samples, just different things like that. So there was a whole lot of different ways I could get free things, whether it be instant win games, where a company will post a cute little quick game that you can play and see if you won something. Whether it was tweet something on Twitter I still do a lot of that. Like if I see that they're giving away, I think the most recent things I've won 2 board games, a cool D20 dice. On Instagram, I just won a huge fairy tale brownies tower. It had like 40 some of the best brownies. And so I had those to give.
Those are so good.
We chowed down on those in Christmas. So they got there the day before Christmas. It was really cool. But the zine itself is about just the different cool freebies I've gotten over the years. I think one of our favorites was Beth won a PlayStation VR through the Taco Bell, where you buy the $5 boxes, and they have where they give away PS5s and stuff. This happened to be the VR. We were being gremlins and eating in the car, but we had pulled over at the park and we're eating our Taco Bell there. And that's like, heck, I'll just go ahead and so that we can throw these boxes away now, I'll just check and see this code. Totally won. It was awesome. So it's got pages for birthday freebies. If you join their clubs, you get free, things. Ruby Tuesdays is cool because they give you a prime burger with fries. Red Robin's is endless fries, so you can sit there and chow down on fries all day with your burger and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
PC's Pizza, you could either get the buffet or you can take a pizza to go with you, so you can have a whole pizza. I've gotten at Kohl's, they give you a $5 gift card for your anniversary for signing up, and then a $5 for your birthday. And that just happened to be that I signed up close to my birthday. So I got $10 worth of gift cards. I would get a nice free candle from there or something. We would just kind of have a freebie tour on my birthday and get all kinds of, meals and drinks and goodies for later. So that was fun. When I did Amazon reviewing, I would get to review some really nice things too. So it just goes into, little lists of, my favorite freebies. my favorite personal freebie, I actually won a laptop from a company. So my computer was about dead anyway, and so I was super happy to get a new one. Couldn't believe I won that, and I'm using a different one now because that was years ago. But it had like a Bose sound system in it, and that was nice. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's true. I forgot
it
about that
was
one.
pretty epic. And I ended up really liking that and thought that it ended up being one of the quicker zines I got to make. So that was nice that I got that one done. Um, I do have another one partially started that has a zine generator prompt. I don't see getting that one done because I need to work on the other ones. But it's based on There's Always a Window that we've done, the system that we did with it. And it has a prompt of personifying found objects, and you're supposed to make a TTRPG out of that. So I want to make something where you go on a walk, you find something, you bring it back, and you analyze that object and see if it has like, a past life or magical properties or something like that.
Yes, I love anything that like kind of gives more meaning to like random stuff. And we're both really huge fans of artifact games, is what they're called. Where basically like in the making of a game, you create something. And so like anything like that, like even if you're not literally creating something in a game like that, you are kind of creating or shifting what that thing is in your head. So you're making it different. So I always think that's also really cool. And plus I just love finding random stuff and treasure and all that stuff. So anyway. Okay, I am going to proof my zine now, and then it is done.
You're not allowed to get done while I get distracted.
Well, you also expanded yours. Like yours is more now.
Yeah, and I have to like when I printed it and it was like honking text, I'm having to resize it, and there's like a goofy background that keeps eating my image. So by the time I keep fighting that on Canva, like it's taken me a while here.
That's fine.
So
I can always work on a different zine. Like I could finish my the.
oh yes, get more ahead of me. That's great.
I don't think I'm ahead of you anymore. Anyway,
I
so.
know. I'm just playing. I promise.
Oh hey, here's one more question too. I forgot until I went to the other window again. That we still had one more question from Rochelle to answer here. What's the most unexpected thing you've learned during your Zemo campaign? Zemo is abbreviation for Zine Month, by the way, for everybody who doesn't know.
Well,
Do you want to take that one first, or do you want to think while I answer?
maybe I should think because my answer is snarky. No.
That's awesome.
It's like, well, it wasn't quite unexpected that like we'd get behind because we've had a lot of things we were doing. So it's like more of a like, I told you we'd get behind.
Yes,
But
yeah,
I guess
that's true.
the unexpected thing is because everybody's been understanding about it and everything, that like I don't feel as bad about it and panicked as I thought I would. I will get these done within the next few days. I think the one will be a little bit more of a struggle, but like we're gonna get them done. Like so,
Yeah.
like we're okay. We have it under control, and with it extending for a couple more days, I feel a little bit better about it too. It's like, hey, cool, we have 8 more days to get X amount of things done instead of,
Yeah, we technically
like,
have through mid March now, so
okay. So
like, it's not so bad.
that I think is the most unexpected. And just the amount of people that have backed us. I'm just shocked of all of the support we've had, and honored
Yeah.
by it, because we really enjoy doing this. We really like encouraging people to create because we really like getting on itch and finding cool things that people have made. I'm super excited about Rochelle's campaign and the zine she's got coming out, and the previews that she's had are really cool to me. So there's just a really good sense of community, I think, with all of it. So I was happy to be a part of it. I think because mom got injured and we've had a whole lot going on, I didn't think that we had the spoons for it. And Beth was like, let's do this. We signed up for it. We can do this. And I am kind of surprised that I'm happy we did it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought we were going to regret this really bad.
Yeah.
There were for a while a couple of campaigns on there that had 0, and I was like, oh, please God, don't let us be one of those.
Yeah.
But it's just like it was the opposite. We've done very well, and even people playing our games and streaming them, or you know Chris having us on, or Christopher having us on his podcast. It's just really great that people have been supportive.
Yeah, I have been really surprised by that too, especially since most of the people that I reached out to. So when we were before the campaign launched and after we put it together, I really wanted to try to market this. This whole thing has actually been kind of like a marketing experiment for me. And so a lot of the people that I reached out to though were tabletop creators, like content creators. So like there were people that Weird Draft Games had worked with basically before. I actually copied over Carla's sheet of like the content creators she's worked with. But when I did, I deleted all of the contact information out because I like these were all like very public things that like anybody can.
And I was
find.
the one that went and got a lot of the
Yeah.
information on that, so I didn't feel bad about using
Right.
it either.
But I wanted to start without that in case some of them were like Carla's friends or something. And
Yeah.
so she had like secret hidden, emails or something. So I wanted it to be something from us, but like I did borrow from that. And I didn't even contact half the people. But like, and so most people that do tabletop stuff have no idea what a zine is. In fact, that was the first feedback we got. They were like, I looked over your page. I don't even know what a zine is. Like, you should probably define that somewhere. It's like, yeah, that's fair. Like, I never considered that, but you're right. So we added the like, what is a zine thing to the top. But I think to me, the most, well, it's not I guess it is the most surprising thing. Just the fact that like, just today we hit $2,000. Like we both, like Angel said, we both kind of figured we'd make like $50 or something. Like, and the first day we had some of our friends and stuff, like Rochelle contributed a good amount. Zoe is a good friend of ours, like contributed a good amount. Zoe's, Zoe did. My mom threw like $50 at us. And I honestly figured like my mom would probably be the only person that would back us because she's really supportive. But we hit the $750 goal within the first 40 hours. And at that point, I was like, well, most of our support has come from friends, though. Like, so if it wasn't for our friends supporting us, like we still wouldn't have made this at all, like nowhere close to it. And so like over the next few weeks, like as we've hit higher numbers, it's like, even if my mom and Rochelle and Zoe didn't, toss money our way, we still would have made this. And like that blows my mind. Also the fact, I don't know if I even say it anywhere in the actual, I'm going to Control F for it. Yeah. Okay. I did in one of the updates, but not in the actual campaign itself. So we were trying to come up with what our goal was going to be. And the only thing I could think of was last year was a hard year for us financially. And a lot of that was just because of the fact that like I dealt with a lot of spirals and like depression spirals and stuff. So I wasn't working as much. So our savings dwindled quite a bit. And every year our taxes are about $3,000, which is a lot. And like basically would have completely wiped our savings out. So I was like, I guess that's going to be our goal is like to afford our taxes. And I picked a much smaller number of 750 because I didn't expect to even hit that number. But that now we're actually at a point, thanks to you and anybody else who's contributed, that like we don't have to, like I don't have to run and get a job right now, and I don't have to like it's just like it's been really nice as far as like confidence and feeling like on solid ground. We help out around the house here a lot. Like we November. And then also in December, because it took a long time for them to finish up what they were doing in there, we kind of repainted the whole bathroom. We spent a whole week just scrubbing down the walls, killing mold and stuff. And then we spent another solid week like painting in there, like cleaning up after that, resetting things, stuff like that. Just because there was so much mold in there. And then just the whole rest of the house is really bad too. So we're trying to work on fixing it up and stuff. Mangwar says if things continue like this, we won't finish till December. That's probably fair. But we have been making a
That
lot of
would be
extra
epic,
stuff.
though.
I actually think that's a great segue into the next thing that surprised me is that like I figured this month was going to be zines and that's it. But we both did the Hyper 1 Hour Jam a couple weeks ago and made something for that. I did another one last week, and I also did the Knife Buddy Game Jamboree. Angel released another bonus zine, if not two, maybe. I don't remember. I know you released Color Me Loved.
Yeah, I've lost track. I could have to pull up. Hold on. We can pull up itch.
That's cool. So yeah, like on top of just all the zines we're making, we've made like several other things too on top of that. And then I think
I did the report, the 24-word journal thing.
The 24-word RPG. That's what that was.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and we did the Your Move and the Winchester document. The 24-word RPG was mine. Like I think it was two different. You did the third, so you've done 3 jams. I think was that.
Yeah, I did
right.
2 zines or two jams in one day, so that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. So no, because you did 4 jams then, because I think that the Winchester document was right as it was beginning, but maybe I'm wrong. It might have been right before.
It might have been right before. Yeah, I know we did some late. Actually, another great segue here. Ty Barbary mentions in chat, unrelated to zines, but related to y'all's games. If I made/shared a game inspired by one of yours, is that okay, or would you rather I not? Specificity helps. Your game, Let's Get Cooking, which that was yours, Angel. No, that was mine.
Yours. Mine was the roll recipe.
Had a few roll tables for generating a new game to make, and I love the idea, but I also love making roll tables. So I made a handful of my own for my use. Was potentially thinking of sharing it, no cost, on my own itch with a link back to yours, but don't want to step on your toes. Yeah, Ty, if you want to, like, we don't have any moderation here for links or anything. If you want to throw a link in the chat, I'll totally throw it on the screen. And even I can even pull the page up for you if you want.
We love when people hack our stuff. We used to put it on on Poetic Tides and different things. We did a zine that was the Lies one. I can't remember the full name of that one. Truths and Lies. That was actually, we made a blank template so people could make their own. We love that. That's awesome. Like honestly, I went to Bourbon, Indiana once. We started hacking. That was someone else's, and we've done a few hacks on that. There was a couple of games we've hacked. We appreciate that. As long as you kind of shout back, that's great. And you're welcome to charge for your games. Like, that's your creation.
Yeah. Ty Barbary says they don't have it formatted or anything. It's just in a boring Word document with notes. And they made it during the stream, which that's amazing.
Oh, awesome.
Like, way to go. We've barely made anything during our stream. We've been here for like 4.5 hours. So no, that's amazing. Yeah, just whenever it's done. I know I've seen your name around, and I know when I searched my email for you, it's because I follow you on itch. So I've seen like your, someone you follow released something new, and I've seen you there. But if you are like a member of our Patreon, or if you are in the Discord server, like you can reach out in either of those places. Or maybe I've seen you in Lucky Newt Jams. You're new and strange. You're okay. That makes you feel better. I have a horrible memory, but sometimes when I email people repeatedly, I do remember them. But yeah, if you here, let me just there's my email address. If you email me when you're done, I will ask you for what's called a widget, and I'll actually show you here on this thing. First off, here's an example of what it looks like on the page. I'm gonna pull up one of our itch pages here. When we release games, we always include at the bottom here, like you can check out all of our games in this collection. Here are some other ones. Angel actually came up with this idea, if I remember right. But basically, you can take what's called a widget, and you just paste it right into itch, and then it shows up. And you can like just from this page right here, I can just hit download now, and I can just hit no thanks, take me to the downloads, and get this game. Like, you don't even have to go to that page. You can just download it. And what we could do is we can take your game, like what you have it on itch, and we can have our widget, like a widget of your game on ours. And then if you want to, you can take ours and put it on yours, and then they'll kind of link to each other. I'd be totally cool with that, and definitely link to it because, like, yeah, I think that people should be celebrated for making stuff, and like Angel said, we I absolutely read that. Like, my email address is cataclysmicnight@gmail.com, and I absolutely read that as cataclysmicky night. That's awesome. But yeah, that'd be great. I'd be more than happy to do that. And if anybody else ever makes anything based on any of our stuff or inspired by it or whatever, like, feel free to do the same. Reach out and we'll gladly link. I think that it's awesome to do that. Also, Ty, if you want to, once it is done, that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. If you want to throw it into this jam too, that's a jam that ends in 3 days and 10 hours. But at the end of it, we're going to have a co-op bundle of everything. Oh, you do? Okay. That's why your names looks familiar then. Okay. Cause I do most of the stuff on that. Like, I put that jam together and stuff. I do a lot of the stuff on Quirky Bird. So that's why you were familiar. Okay. That's probably why I followed you too then, because I found you in there. I like to follow anybody who makes cool stuff. So then I can get emails and stuff. So yeah, like, you'll definitely be in that. And then you can, like, you'll get a share of the revenue too.
I put a link down at the bottom. That's an example of how we like link little widgets. I wasn't looking on the screen to see if you showed that or not, but like on Truths and Lies, we have Rochelle hacked, like, used a template and changed it, so we linked Rochelle's game there, and I hacked the game, so we put mine on there.
Yeah,
but yeah, you
that's
can
right.
just trade widgets and link each other. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with free ones. Like, if you, like Angel said, you're more than welcome to charge money for it. It's your thing. You made it. Like, we have been putting off just like putting out a big notice on our page that says, like, feel free to hack anything you want of ours. And we'll probably just do it on individual things because, like, I wouldn't want people to hack, like, well, I don't know. I really wouldn't have anything against people hacking my, like, autobiographical game. But, like, I'm all for people sharing, like, like, their systems and stuff. I think that's really cool. So,
well, I feel like that's how we've learned too, is because people were
exactly.
generous with us in letting us hack things, and it's a very open community. A lot of people don't mind as long as you reach out or you contribute or attribute it, like, to them.
Yeah.
I saw that. What was it on? Someone was streaming or something, and I was watching it, and I saw my name on someone's TTRPG, and I'm like, "What? Who are they?" And I had to track it back, and it was, I think, through Munchie's server in Discord is where that person was, and had hacked something we did, and Rochelle was on there too, and I was just so surprised by just randomly coming across this thing that had our name, like, saying, like, that they had hacked that game, and it was just like, well, that's cool. They hadn't reached out, but it was a surprise. We were just kind of like, hey, cool, they put our attributions there. So just really weird to be randomly looking through TTRPGs and come across your own.
Yeah, because it doesn't notify you or anything when people, like, mention you anywhere. So, like.
But yeah, I don't think it was even on the page. It was that I had downloaded it and I was looking at it and it was on their game, and I was just like, wait, whoa.
Oh, okay. I do know what you're talking about. I just don't remember exactly either. I so apologize if I'm mispronouncing this, Manguar, but Manguar says, I found the symbiotic sentient very interesting after a first reading, but I still have to try it. For what it's worth, you're not the only one, because we haven't played it either. We haven't played either of ours because we're in such a crunch. In fact, neither one of us has played a tabletop game of any sort since 2023, maybe?
No, I think, maybe, was it? Geesh. Yeah, because we got that one game through, we have that stack beside you. We got that one game through Crowdfundr for Kickstarter. It was a Lying Pirates game, and we played a few games in that one for my birthday in November. Like, so we had pulled out some games. I remember we had a really nice game day on my birthday, and it's just been a little chaotic since then and haven't pulled much out and played.
I also want to point out one of the other things we played most recently is this game called Velociraptor. But this is actually Zoe is a really close friend of mine who's really awesome and actually helped me a lot through my trans experience, like learning who I am and stuff. But this is a game that Zoe actually had published, and we played it. It's hysterical. The premise is that you are dinosaurs that are playing a game. Yeah, Velociraptor is not just a meme; it's also a game. But you're dinosaurs playing human games right before the apocalypse. So you set like a timer, or when a specific event happens, like if you're playing at a restaurant, like maybe when the server brings the food, then the game ends. The asteroid hits the Earth, everybody dies. End of the game. Nobody wins, regardless. Like there is no way to win this game. It just like it ends with everybody dying. So I guess depending on your experience, you won or not. But and all the games are these silly little things that you're picking up. Like how do you even play this? It makes no sense. Like, and there are a lot of them are based on other things. So like, it's just really cute. We had a lot of fun with it. Ty Barbary says that we make a lot of games, so they're not surprised if we have widening reach with indie games. That is still so weird to us. Like, because like in our heads, like when we put something out, like nobody plays it. It just kind of exists. Like nobody's ever going to see it. Like
I was in a, go ahead.
Except for when I throw them on like Reddit. Like,
right.
You know, hey, this is free. Everybody come get it. And then we get like 300 downloads in a day. But like other than
they
that,
still
like,
feel unattached because people download them, but you never really hear anything about it. So it's like, okay,
right,
we got a lot
exactly.
of downloads, but didn't even play.
Ty Barbary says, I have at least a dozen of your games. That's incredible. Like
that's awesome.
That blows my mind. Because like seriously, like, yeah, like
I was a part of a zine Discord, and someone was asking for recommendations for a little zine library, and I mentioned one of them, and they saw my screen name, and they're like, "Oh, you're the infamous writer of this," and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, like, do you mean something else? Because like
I was like, I think you're mistaken. Maybe it was this game you're talking about. They're like, no, like Beth and Angel makes games. There's always a window. I'm like, oh wow, okay. Like,
yeah.
I didn't know anybody even played that game.
Yeah, Angel had said that we didn't really expect anybody to back us, and that was one of our big surprises here, which I mean it definitely is. I mean, I know it's only $10 to get like almost 50 things now, but like $10 is still a lot to a lot of people. And so the fact that anybody would throw even like the $5 here at us is just a really huge honor when anybody does that. Like when I get into the comments and I thank people, like I genuinely mean it. Like if Angel looks over, I've got like a big old smile on my face, like, oh my goodness, somebody like contributed. Like Angel will like tell me when I wake up sometimes, like, hey, we got another like $5 or $10 here, like this person. And so like
yeah, everything means a lot to us. It really does.
Yeah. And I always think that that's wild when anybody's even heard of anything we've done, or like even when we go to Itch and it's like, oh, somebody like bought a game, like that's amazing, like no way, like I just think that's so cool that like anybody like can do that. I should probably be working on the zine. Jeez.
I'm having a problem with this stupid background being.
Uh-oh. I'll pull yours up.
Oh no, that wasn't cool. It just refreshed on me, so it just wiped a whole block I did. Oh no, I can't get it back.
Oh no, indeed. That blows.
It does blow. Actually, no, I didn't print that one up. Fun. Okay. Oh, okay, there's no getting that back, so let's redo that.
I do like the spacing there, like you have that big old space in the middle. And the like moving the one thing over so that there's like less of a line for the rainbow arrow to go is cool too.
Yeah, that's where the thing just disappeared. Like, so I had a whole nother block there and it just disappeared. Like, like the background ate it. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, that's cool. On the side, with the trifolds, it actually has like an image of like if it were trifolded.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like print up your own brochures.
Yeah.
Like advertises at you.
Yeah. This is the first time either of us has made any trifold
there.
stuff.
Woo! Okay. It was down on the corner.
Nice.
And it changed languages? Like
that Borcel is the name of a font or something. Like
weird.
I saw that on one of mine. It's actually still on it's the Cheat Code Monthly. The very last page of this. Right there. It says Borcel on it too.
Okay, so I gotta fix this. But let's see what's going on here.
That's awesome though. I love that. The like under construction, and then this section isn't due yet. I'm sure I'll get around to it soon.
There we go. Get
I
rid of
swear,
that.
if you could hit Control F and search across all of our itch pages at once, probably the most common thing that we say, other than like, did you know we have a Patreon, is like, I'm hoping to do this thing. Here's a list of things I'm hoping to do.
Yeah.
Like on mine. Angel's really good about actually like finishing the things she puts out.
Well, I don't like having things like half done and promising. So I'm like, okay, it's either gonna be done or I'm not putting it out. Like,
in fact, I think the first thing you ever put out that you didn't, other than the 1 hour things, because there's no way we have enough time to play test something in an hour, and make it, was though the symbiotic sentient. It's probably the first thing that you didn't like play test and thoroughly know was done and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed a lot of chat here. Okay, so Ty Barbary says, I've made a grand total of $9 on it, which is $9 more than I ever expected, and I think $2 of those dollars came from y'all. Yeah,
Aww.
well, I mean, you would have earned the $2 if you got $2 from us. So like we don't pity buy or like like support buy stuff. I will say, actually, that's not true. I have done that before for Zoe, because Zoe will make its games for free, and then I'll just be like, here, have $1 or something. But also because Zoe will throw like $5 or $10 at us here and there. So like there's a joke about how like indie creators a lot of times just like use a system to funnel money back and forth each other to show their support. But like we don't really do that in general. So if we gave you $2 for a game, like you definitely earned it. Manguar says, I have also started to create a game, although in this case it will not be a zine. It will probably be 4 or 5 zines together. It's a pirate and exploration game. Tarbari says, heck yeah, pirate game. And Rochelle says lurk mode time because of silly work. So have fun working, Rochelle. Thank you for coming by. Manguar says it's a pirate voyage. Solo game. Ty Barbary asked. Ty Barbary says that they would play it. And
awesome.
I always think that I love anything exploration based. It could be space, it could be pirates, it could be undersea, it could be digging in the ground. I dug in the ground behind my house for like years as a kid, until one day the shovel was completely covered by ants for some reason, and I had a hole in the backyard that was probably like 1.5 feet deep. So like I just gave up. It was getting really hard to dig anyway. Had to like soak the ground with a hose and then dig. And my parents were like, you might hit a gas line or something. You don't know. So eventually I was like, fine, I'll stop it. So that's awesome. Ty Barbary says, delightful shock to get any monies. All this stuff is pay what you want. So thank you.
We were always shocked as well. I mean, we still are. Like when people buy things from us, like it's just awesome. And I think that's one of the reasons we like to start bundles or co-op bundles and stuff, because you can get in with a kind of a little bit more well-known people sometimes and get your name out there. I really recommend like keeping an eye out for bundles you can join. That has helped us like get a lot more money in itch anyway. Like when you've joined in and people buy bundles, like we've actually gotten in some bundles that just blew our mind how well they did. Like,
oh my goodness,
hundreds of people are in it and you get a little portion and it's a decent amount of money, and it's just unexpected. So it's just, you never know when a bundle is going to blow up and a lot of people are going to support it. We also recommend, when you have bundles for charity and you put them in there, you also get a lot of eyes on your stuff too.
Yeah, I just threw the link for the TTRPGs for trans rights in West Virginia. Oh yeah, Ty Barbary is in that too. That's awesome.
Awesome.
We took part in the last 2. In fact, the first one ran maybe 6 months after I realized that I was trans. So like being able to be part of something like that so shortly after it, I was like, heck yes, I'm doing this thing. Like the last year, I think we threw like literally everything we made into it, which kind of blew, because then every time we put anything in a bundle for the next, Luis, hey, Luis, you're the one that asked us for translation then, right? I don't remember the last name of the person who reached out about that, but I do remember their name was Luis. So, like that sounds familiar. But But yeah, if you get into the TTRPG bundle for trans rights in West Virginia, like they sell $300 to $285,000 worth of bundles or something last year. And so like thousands of people, I think it was like 13,000 people bought it or something. So like each one of those people has an opportunity to discover you and become a fan of yours when they get that. So even if you're not doing it for the sake of the charity, like even just doing it for that is a great way to go about being discovered.
One big thing about those bundles too is a lot of the streamers, people that play TTRPGs and that kind of thing, they end up going through a lot of those TTRPGs, and for a good month or so, they'll just stream the TTRPG bundle for trans rights. You know, they'll say, "Hey, go get that. I'm streaming a couple games today on it. You know, these are the ones that I'm streaming." So they'll purchase the bundle and they'll just play through all of them. And we've actually gotten a couple of streamers to play through some of our games because they're playing through, you know, a bundle like that.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, Angel pointed it out last time that I must have messed up. It really hurt. The queer games bundle last year. I put our games in it and I must have gotten an email about, you know, approving it or something, and I either never got it or I didn't you know, like respond or something. I don't know what happened, but like we weren't in it, but somebody was still streaming our game. They must have just looked at the jam itself and gone from there. So yeah, Angel Managuar here, who I just realized I've been mispronouncing the whole time when I typed it out. Managuar is Luis, is the person who had offered to translate.
Oh, I remember you bringing up that email. Okay.
Yeah, some of our zines for the campaign before the campaign ended.
Oh, cool.
So we are looking forward to working with you, Luis. And thank you very much for being here. That's awesome. And I didn't know you created stuff, so that's even more awesome. You definitely know how to email me then when that game is done. I'd love to see it. Ty Barbary says that they've bought the previous trans bundles and found so many good games and developers in there. And yeah,
Absolutely.
What was it? Wander Home? Is that what the name of it is? There was Wander something was part of it last time. And that's a huge game. Like I was so happy to have that. I think it's called Wander Home. It's funny because I searched for that and like a bunch of like Wander Home like fan made stuff comes up. There it is. Yeah. Wander Home is what it's called. Was part of it last year. That was a really big one. There were a couple other really big things. Like I feel like us throwing our games in there, like nobody's gonna buy the bundle because they found like 2 or 3 of our games in there. But some of those games are big enough that like, you know, getting that for $5 is a big enough deal to buy it, let alone like all the other things as a bonus. Like, yeah, you get another like 280 games on top of that to check out. And I think if you're a content creator or somebody who like wants to like review games or talk about games or stream yourself playing them or whatever, a big charity bundle like that is a great way to do it because you'll get a whole bunch of games you can check out for like a really low price. And then like you can just go through them. And most people who are going to be part of any kind of charity bundle are nice people anyway. So like they're people that you wouldn't, you know, have anything against like talking to and working with and things like that. Ty Barbary says the Wander Home is beautiful. And yeah, I totally agree. It was really cool because it's actually like, it's supposed to be like the same kind of level of a TTRPG as something like, you know, Dungeons and Dragons Z, but there's no combat in it. So it's a combat free game. We haven't played it at all, but like I just love that concept. And it has like really cute animals and stuff like that. So like definitely agreed. All right, Duality by Slipknot just started and I'm like kind of rocking out of my head here. All right.
I'm trying to open like a whole bunch of tabs but not crash my computer so I can get a screenshot to use. Like,
oh no. Okay, so if you
because
suddenly
I couldn't find one in
disappear.
Canva. Yeah. I couldn't find one in Canva that showed what I wanted, so
Just have to look through like the Weird Draft Games Discord chat like, with Carla and see if she's posted anything.
there you go.
Okay, I think the first page of this is fine.
I was just gonna open new tabs, but you can tell by the like little image thing that that's what it is. So I just want little icons and stuff.
Hmm.
Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna get a screenshot of only the bar. It's of course going to have our URL on it. So
Gonna have my URL on it.
for itch.io, like.
Oh yeah.
So since I have to do the search bar, I was like, you might as well put our website on it. Browser. That's to represent the suggestion earlier. The 82 browser is open. Didn't do quite 82 because my computer would die, but
I'm gonna head over to yours again and see. I still have it open. I
just
forgot.
got it a screenshot, so I gotta put it on there in a sec.
Okay.
I'm still closing the windows I opened because
no.
Oh, and there goes Twitch. Whoops.
Whoops, indeed.
Like, wait, come back.
Yes.
There we go, and I gotta upload it.
Jeez, on the side of your thingy where it shows like the trifold thing, and like you said, it's kind of selling it to you. I just realized that they want $57 for that, and it's only for 50 of them. Like 50 trifolds for $57. Like,
Yikes.
that is really expensive.
When I brought Twitch back up, it was not muted. So I had like a crazy Inception thing going on. Okay. Don't know where. Come on, go over there. No, I don't want you to drop. See, this is what's happening to me is like, it's trying to drop in and like replace the image.
If you hold control
Huh?
while you're moving the mouse, it won't stick to stuff.
Okay.
I do that all the time too, because it wants to be like, oh, well, you can just line it right up with this other line, and like it's like, no, I want it like 2 pixels to the left of that. What are you doing? Stop.
Let's see if I can actually do that with. I can't really do that with. Dang it! Did it stick? Ah, screw you. I'm gonna have to.
Hey, we got another contributor, by the way.
Yay! Yeah, it's stuck. Come on. All right. Fine. Delete. We'll start over. I am going to see if I can lock this in place. And like maybe that will help. Okay. Now stop being horrible. Canva. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to tell what that is. And it locked again. What is going on? Okay, fine.
Kelly replied on the person who contributed $35 earlier, said that they're so delighted that they could help us reach the $2,000 mark. Can't wait to dig into what we create. Plus, game zines are their new favorite thing.
Aw, awesome.
I told them we'd send the zines we owe them in a little bit since we're streaming right now. I feel like it'd be about my luck that I accidentally get like their email address or contact information or something on the screen, and like I would hate that. So I feel like I might want a different font for the redacted that's on these different pages, because right now it's just like Allegria Sans. Yeah, I probably pronounced that right. Allegria Sans is like the basic font And it's one that I use all the time too, just because it's such a plain, basic font. But it's not really great for the word redacted. Yeah, I think that's good. Also, I apologize if you are looking at the screen and I'm swatting at my face. It's because we have a gnat over here. Well, it's a lot better than it was before.
Yes. We had a massive gnat problem. My sister would visit and my mom would stand out like by the door before she injured herself, and like they would just talk there for 45 minutes with the door wide open, and our town was having a big gnat problem, and so our house had it too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be too small to tell what it is.
Give me 1 second. I'll take a look.
Like I was gonna note something there, but I think, yeah, you can't tell. I'm gonna print it and it'll probably be a little bigger, but like, yeah, I can't.
Which part are you talking about? I'm on your screen now.
In the middle above the squirrel like picture, there's a
The
picture,
tabs.
yeah, of the tabs open. I
Yeah.
think it might be too small.
You have 9 notifications on Discord. Oh, it's because Carla and Justin are talking. I forgot about that.
I was like, wait, what? How do you know I have Discord?
Because it's in your tab thingy. I was able to zoom way in.
Oh, does it say it in the tab?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Here's a little red 9 circle, and then
Oh,
right next to it
that's
says like
funny.
9 in parentheses.
I guess I could trim that. Like, I don't know if I made it bigger, but, or I could just, put it all the way across
Oh yeah, like
at
across
the
the like,
top.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's fun. And then it's like across all the fold. That is
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. We'll do it that way. That's just going to represent, the a whole bunch of open tabs, but I'm not going to say anything about it.
Yes,
Okay.
people can just like understand that or not
Yes.
on their own.
Oh, shoot.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I just noticed that like the trans flag on my like Beth name does not show up on Twitch. Like it's like a weird like blocky symbol.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Oh well, I think in the recording because it shows in StreamYard, so I think the recording will always have it. But I probably knew that already and just forgot because it's been so long since we did this.
Now I got to move all this stuff.
And wait.
You go down a little, you get smaller. Do do do. You and you. Wonder why it takes me so long to make a zine, because I'm constantly fiddling instead of finishing.
I do that too. It's understandable. Like, because I mean, it's easy to like make the first version of it, but then like you gotta make it nicer.
Yeah, I
Plus,
haven't even gotten the first version done yet, so we'll see.
I feel like a lot of the learning part comes from like the adding stuff and all anyway. So
And I think I actually have enough room that I could probably give myself more room than that. Scooch, 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 scooch. I gotta print and see if this is small enough, because it was huge when it printed.
good luck. Hopefully it's good now. We have what's called HP Instant Ink for printing. HP Instant Ink is awesome. You can only get it on HP printers though, and like only specific
Oh, we just
ones.
got raided.
Oh wow, okay.
Hi, Phantom Meeple.
So apparently, if you're here long enough, you get Panda Angel in your chat twice. Repeated raids. But hey, and Phantom Meeple too. Hey, how's it going? We are still making our zines for the Crowdfundr. Where I'm going through and proofing mine, and Angel actually expanded hers quite a bit.
Yeah, I still have to add a couple of the suggestions people made, so hopefully I can fit it in here. If not, it's going to a front back thing. I have to make up my mind whether I want Procrastination Junction or the Hall of Abandoned Hobbies.
What were the two? Sorry.
Procrastination Junction.
Mhm.
No, the Procrastipanic Junction, Hall of
Okay.
Abandoned Hobbies, or the Waiting Room, where we have one thing to do at 3 p.m. and can do nothing else before that. So I have to
Dang.
use that for.
I think I like both of the last two
Yeah.
because they're both very relatable for me. Um,
Oh, Legends is back too. Hello.
hey, Legends. I don't know which of those is more accurate for me personally. I guess really I don't. I always blame it on being a Gemini, even though I don't believe in like horoscope stuff. But the fact that like I'll pick something up, I'll run with it, and then as soon as I'm over it, I'm just done with it, and I set it aside. And but I feel like it's like more something like just about my brain than it is about ADHD, which I know ADHD affects your brain and the way you think about things, but I don't know. I feel like it's something separate because like I guess that actually is. Never mind. I take it back. Today's the day we learned I'm ADHD. Um, but yeah, so I like that one, and I really like the waiting room in that like I think I like the Hall of Hobbies more.
I might, if I make them small, we'll see, be able to fit, like, I'm like tucking the squirrel picture a little smaller and like really tightening things up. I might be able to fit 2 sections in there. We'll see. And, and a neurodivergent mind is very crowded. So, you got to have all this stuff jammed in there. Um, and I might do that instead of the under construction thing, which I thought was funny, but doesn't have to be there. But yeah, we'll see if I can fit at least 2 of them in.
Nice. Good luck. I posted it in the chat, but we are making these for our Crowdfundr campaign. It's a zine month campaign. As soon as these two are done, I'm actually going to upload them to Itch and stuff too on the stream, and then going to kind of show you what it's like when we send these out to people just by emailing it to myself, so I'm not giving out anyone else's email or contact information. But after that, we're going to send keys to everybody who contributes to our Crowdfundr there at the tier 2 or tier 3 level, which is either the $7 or $10 level. They specifically say on those tiers, though, that you get like our zines from, so that's why. Or if you become a patron at least the $3 level, which is our Zebrafinch Zinester level, which means you get all of our zines as they release. So I'm also going to link that too. But we actually, while we're on stream here, we hit our $2,000
Yay!
stretch goal, and that means we're going to be running this event even longer, all the way through March 16th. So everybody who contributes to tier 3, the $10 tier, is going to get 51 total games and zines now for $10. You'll get 2 of them when you join, and then 2 of them here in a little bit. So probably just send all 4 of those at the same time instead of sending 2 emails. So you get like 4 of them within the next 24 hours, basically. And then the rest of them will come at the end of the campaign when everything's done.
This one is voted on by our patrons, and we have a list of prompts that we've been doing. This is a prompt for making a fictional travel guide, and Beth picked a travel guide for the video game Control, and I'm making a travel guide to the neurodivergent mind.
Yep, and that one's on the screen right now too. I think Angels looks a lot cooler. It's also our first trifold. Like, we hadn't made a trifold thing before.
I did rules that way, but yeah, I've never done a zine that way.
Actually, I think I've done. I think that what the heck's the name of that game? The Epic Athlon. I think that was a bifold, not a trifold.
Yeah, I did the rules for counting flowers on a trifold, like.
Okay.
Thing. I finally kind of figured out what was going on. This template that I used has like a photo thing, and so it's wanting to drop it into the photo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see.
so yeah, that's why I've been having difficulties this whole time.
Yeah, my last page does that a lot too, because of the it has like 9 slots for images. It's just like,
Yeah.
here, put it there, take it.
I will be right back. I'm going to go check my print and see what the size looks like on that.
Good luck. Okay, I rechanged the font and the spacing for the redacted on all my different pages.
It didn't print out clear.
Right now, I'm just proofing mine while Angel's finishing hers up. Like a year ago, I couldn't even listen to music while I was proofing something, and now I'm listening to music and talking on a stream while I proof stuff. But there's not a whole lot here anyway. Like, there's not that many words, which is a rarity for me. Usually, everything that I do or have any hand in has like 3, 5,000, 10,000 words in it. Oh, my heating pad turned back off again. Been a while since I complained about this, but it is 67 degrees in our house right now, so I have a heating pad on and sleeves. 2 days ago, I even like reshaved my arms and stuff. I'm trans. I'm hairy, but I shaved my arms again. When it's warmer out, I like to shave my arms because it's like just feels nicer and it's smoother and stuff. But when it's cold, it's nice to have the warmth. And of course, it decided after being 70 degrees yesterday to be like 30 something overnight, and then it's really cold now. So, like, yay for that. But the Control, the video game, has a lot of documents you find that have these brackets on them. I'm sorry, that the brackets, is that spelled wrong again too? Like, I just clicked that to have it fix it and it didn't fix it. Grammarly, come on. There's a lot of things where the board talks to you, and they put the words in brackets where basically either side can be what they mean. And so I wanted to include that at least once in here, which I did. And then, oh no. Okay, yeah. And then there's a lot of redacted documents in there because it's a government building. So I wanted to redact stuff. And I couldn't resist including a Breaking Bad touch here with the minerals, Marie. So, oh, you're already back over there. I didn't realize.
Yeah, because I saved it wrong.
Oh no.
So I'm messing again. And then it didn't download. So, okay, finally got it. Now I can print. Let's try this again, shall we? I was pulling it up in the wrong printing thing, and then I realized I saved it as an image and not PDF print. I can tell I've been streaming a while. My brain went a little silly. Oh, by the way, was your granola bar rock hard?
It was pretty dang hard, yeah.
Okay, I couldn't eat mine. I threw it away. I think that batch was bad.
Oh no, that would suck. Yeah, we get Walmart brand granola bars, and they come in like a 24 pack. So, wow, I didn't realize though the text for the music here looks so much more white than the Don't Forget, even though they're both like F text color. I think it's just because that one has the blue border around it. So I guess I'll throw a little something around this too to make it not seem washed out. Jeez. I just put black around it. Yeah, that makes it much. No, it still looks grayer or something. It's weird. Maybe because it's bent around there.
I gotta find you. What was it?
The words "Don't Forget" here look washed out compared to the music.
Oh yeah, because that has a neon glow.
Yeah, but the only effect on there is the outline. And even when I tried outline, no, the other one I took away. But even when it was on there, it wasn't like that. But they're both white. It's not like it's an off-white font or anything.
Maybe it's the background. The one is black and the other one's blue.
Maybe.
Because that one looks like it's blue.
Yeah, I'll try again. But It might just be that when it bends it messes with the color or something. I don't know.
All right, now I think it printed. I'll be right back.
Oh, it did make it whiter. What the heck? That is a weird. I don't know. Any artists in the house will know there are so many weird tricks you do with art. Like when you want to draw something, you don't just straight up draw it. Like you have to, do things with perspective and all kinds of things to make it look right. And I feel like something like this is just one of those weird, like, of course, outlining something in blue makes it look more white, but like doing it with black somehow doesn't. Like that's so like it looks washed out there, and now it looks bam, it's white. Like it just brushed its teeth. What's up, baby? Okay, yeah. Dope. I missed that time. Okay, so this is Angels now. I'm gonna pull up the tab with this.
Readable?
What's that?
Does it seem readable?
I didn't even look at it. I was gonna show.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks very readable.
Okay.
I like
Yeah,
the tabs up there too. That works out.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
I put our URL in there.
I saw that. That's funny. Honestly, you could probably even just like point a like thingy at that, and like get rid of the find more at.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Like maybe point to find more at it. Like,
That's
but I
fun.
don't know.
But yeah, this is. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen, and so
remember,
Twitch.
you can just bring it up on camera. They probably see it better.
Oh right, yeah, yep. I know, but then it's not like a physical thing. Like,
Just
see,
tell them it's okay.
well, 1 second. I gotta like this is zine month, not like digital month. So I gotta fold this, even though I'm gonna do a terrible job of it, and then show that off. Yeah, don't judge Angel's creation on this fold because I am not a good folder.
Are you folding the brochure?
Yeah, I did a terrible job of it. Like you'll see,
Oh,
it's
no.
like all angled and stuff, but like, yeah, now it opens up. Like that's a thing. But
Other way. There you go.
what I do?
Yeah,
Like,
I
this
got
first.
at least 2 more sections to go, and then I'll be done, hopefully.
Oh yikes! Ty says that it went from mid-60s to mid-20s in like 4 hours there. Oh yeah, you even replied to that. Jeez, I don't know why I'm saying that to you, but
That's okay. Speaking of, that's what's funny. Like about we were talking about the game I made, the sentient one. One of the things I was doing was researching natural disasters, and there was a point in Texas at like midnight where the storm went through, and because of the heaviness in the atmosphere, it kicked up the temperature from 70 degrees to 140 degrees in like a few minutes time, and it actually cooked the corn on the cob like in their fields, and it killed cattle, but it was like 140 degrees out because of this like pressure system that came through. But yeah, it went from 70 to 140 within like a few minutes. But yeah, I learned a lot of weird weather facts when I was making that scene.
Yes. Research.
Speaking of neurodivergent minds getting distracted.
Absolutely. I love that though. That's awesome. I don't know that I want.
Know that this is the right size. I can move on with my life and add some things.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's cool. It's the most colorful thing on that page by far, so it's fine to. Actually, that makes sense too. I'm not going to say why, but it makes sense that the music and the headphones on this page would be the one colorful thing versus everything else being pretty black and whitey. Spoiler for Control. Also, though, Ty says redacted stuff always makes me happy, or makes me think of SCP, which makes me happy. I've heard a bit about SCP stuff. I've never actually like seen any of it, or like read any of it because I think there's a lot of like written stuff too. But
what's SCP?
I don't know what it stands for.
Okay.
But it's kind of okay. Yeah, there's an SCP wiki. Secure, contain, protect is what Ty says. Which honestly is a lot of what Control is anyway. Control is all about they find like objects of power or altered objects, which are basically things that have kind of been touched by some other source, and they've been given the ability to do different things. And so they collect those items to protect, cities or neighborhoods or whatever, and then they contain them in like the containment center there. So yeah, exactly. Anomaly, same vibe, exactly. Yeah. I love that stuff anyway. Like I love when there's like that fringe sci-fi kind of stuff where like, you could believe that it exists within the world. It's just like it's kind of hidden away. Ty says SCP also includes creatures. I think Control has a couple of those. Well, no, actually, I guess just like 4 or 5, really, because like at the beginning of the game, you're chasing after somebody who's been. The premise of that is what she calls the hiss has come through, and it's basically this like resonance frequency that takes control of people and makes them extremely like violent and stuff, and resistant to like damage and stuff. But it kind of takes over a couple of the bigger people that work at the center for Control, and so they like gain the ability to like levitate and throw things and just like tank a whole bunch of damage and stuff, because every video game has bosses that can tank like 3,000 bullets, but so there are several of those, and especially the bigger bosses in the game are especially like that. And like I said earlier, there's somebody in like a giant containment center that's basically so full of energy that they just actually use him as a battery. So like, yeah, I do see that as being very SCP. Ty says SCP varies from bone chilling to mind bending to downright silly. Santa and God are both classified SCPs. That's totally fair.
Okay, is this like good enough representation? Like hopefully like I can come up with something else, but with the procrastipanic junction, this is at the intersection of you need to get this done and nah, I don't wanna.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
Okay.
And very true. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I can get to the mute button and mute myself, but then it takes me forever to find the button. So, and then I cough loud enough that it comes through Angel's microphone on the other side of the room anyway. So, all right. This is just a really text-heavy page. I feel like I need to shrink that some. I'm just going to take this part out. Then not. Oh, it's because it's weighted to the bottom, so the text is going down instead, which means I didn't mess up any of my redaction at all. Oh, it did. Never mind. Take it all back. Okay. Oops. And that doesn't make any sense. You're muted, Angel.
I love that people are creating while they're listening too. So it's like, hey, we're
Yes, that's
all
awesome.
working together.
We often do what's called the Hyper 1 Hour Jam. It happens once a week on Fridays, which I cannot imagine we're going to do that tomorrow, but
Yeah, I really want to get my other stuff done, like the
Here's
other
a-
zines.
here's a link to a really old one. It's just the first one that comes up when I go on, start typing that in. But those run every Friday from like 6 to 7:15. on itch, and then but the whole time Lise is also streaming herself. First she introduces everything, then she comes up with a prompt for the week, and then she actually makes something in she's been using
Godot.
Godot lately, yeah. And then afterwards she'll play everybody's games who submitted anything.
She is so supportive and wonderful.
Yeah, and I just think it's so cool that, like, you know, we've been doing something while other people do theirs, and then, you know, like, that's what is so great about that. So
She also has like a Patreon, and she'll do a stream with that too. And she did a game that I had made that it takes a week to play. You just play throughout the week, and she actually filmed different little segments of playing that with her significant other. And that was just the coolest thing to watch. We loved that. It was reversing roles. You magnet a game onto a refrigerator, and you move those magnets throughout the week, whether like you kind of battle with somebody over chores. So it's kind of like, you know, whoever gets their magnets on the right side of the line, like either their side or your side, whoever has the majority wins at the end of the week. It's just a way to gamify things that you really don't want to do, like washing the dishes or, you know, getting emails checked, or, you know, just each time you do something, you get to slide that over. It's very satisfying that, like, okay, now, you know, this is closer to my side and I'm winning. And then the other person sees, oh, you did this and this today. Now I got to go do that. You know, it just makes a little competition out of stuff. Lee's had some really good points with that, in that stuff that they didn't really want to do, like cleaning the kitty litter and stuff. They actually were like racing to be the one to do it because it made it more of a haha, you know, I beat you to it. And it's just funny to go from procrastinating that thing to being like, haha, I beat you, and I get
yes.
I get credit for it.
Ty says they've been debating participating in the Hyper 1 Hour Game Jam, but they're concerned about brain freeze when the stopwatch is going. And yeah, that
absolutely.
is so real. Yeah, we have that happen too.
That's actually really great about knocking stuff out. I, on the other hand, like, what I have to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Are you okay?
But I have to say that, like, what I do is just think that even if I don't get a game made in the hour, I have the bones of something or the idea of something, and I come back and I make it later and I finish it. So it's really good at having, you know, the prompt and having people there working, and just not having the pressure of like, I don't have to finish this, and if I don't, that's fine. You know, and I will come back. That's where the familiar files came from, and reversing roles, and the back and forth came from that, but I didn't get those into the jam. The first two that I've ever gotten into the jam were the last two that I did. Was Your Move. It was a 24-word RPG. I was like, you know what? I'm tired of missing the deadline. I'm going to do a 24-word RPG. And I barely made that one because it takes a little while to do those, you know, the itch page and set that stuff up. So I did do it though, and I had to cook dinner at that point too. So I did that, the 24-word RPG, and got dinner cooked and got it submitted. And I was so proud that, like, hey, it was something. I got something in. And Lise played it, and it was great. She was very supportive about it, and it was just a little 24-word RPG. The next one that I did was the roller recipe, and I used the template of one of the games I'd done and just kind of slammed it in there. But what I decided to do is I get really tied up in the formatting of things. And because I get in there in Canva and I want to make it perfect, I spend way too much time doing that. So I opened up a Word document or Google Docs, and I just wrote it all out. And I had the game written in like 15 minutes. And it took me the rest of the time tweaking and doing things to set it up. And I barely made it in time. And it wasn't the prettiest, but I got it submitted. And while Lise was playing through other games, I was able to download it a couple more times with, you know, updates of, you know, adding a little bit of prettier things to it. So it's just about, you know, prioritizing your time. And even if you end up submitting a screenshot of your, you know, Google Doc and you wrote it, she'll play through it and be very supportive of it. And you got something done. And then make it pretty later and put it, you know, on itch. But it's something that Lee's does too is tell you how to hide something on itch so that it can be in the jam, but like not on your feed if you aren't proud of it right away. So it's something that, you know, they play through and they talk about it and stuff. And she's never like critiquey. Like she's just always very positive and like, you know, points out the really good things about what you did and like, wow, you did this in an hour. That's amazing. You know,
Yeah.
very uplifting. Like the most positive, uplifting person I've seen. And it just makes it really worth it that everybody that participates in that really understands that, hey, yeah, you had an hour and you did this. Wow, cool. I went in this totally opposite direction and would have never thought about that. So, you know, it's just worth it for that. Like what you come up with, like when it comes to, you know, the prompt and stuff, at least you got something out of it. And you know, an idea wise, like I get starts and I'll leave them there and come back and finish them when I have time. That was a tangent I went on, but anyway.
Yeah, that's awesome though. Yeah, I actually really like Ty says thank you for that tangent. It is very encouraging. And yeah, I agree. And the thing is too, especially now that she oh, Rochelle sneaking in here while working, huh? Says tangents are great. Um, um the cool thing about the Hyper 1 Hour Jam too is that for one, if you and Angel touched on it too, and even probably mentioned it some more than I realized, but I was like also editing mine. If you don't finish in time, like it takes her a while to get through everybody's games. And like she said, I know I heard for sure that she explained that you can throw your game in there as like a kind of placeholder page. So you can always do that. And then just like if she's like, I'm going to check this one out, you can just be like, hey, mine's not actually done yet. Like, can you come back to it later? And she'll do that while you finish it up. Or if you don't finish it at all in time, like you can like submit it to her Discord server or put it in the community section of the jam, and she'll totally look over those too. If you were okay, like let's say you started tomorrow making something for tomorrow's jam and you didn't finish it in time, you made it like Wednesday, you finally finished it, you could put it in like the next one and just with a comment like, hey, you know what, like I entered this last time, like this is from last time's, and she'll actually play it before she starts the jam.
Yeah, I've seen that too, where if she sees it, like she'll totally play it beforehand.
Yeah, and if you throw it in the chat, because she uses YouTube for her streaming, and if you just throw it in her chat, she'll totally see that and be like, "Oh, hey, cool, I'll check it out." Like, and so, like, she's really nice about that stuff. But Angel is right; it does have to be. At first, it wasn't the case, but now it is. It has to be something that can be played without downloading. So when we do ours, we usually do like 4-page format, zine format, or whatever, and just it's an image, so that way she can just look at the images and not have to download anything. I think it's because like some people are putting in things that like maybe weren't safe, because there are people that spam jams on itch sometimes, and they
Yeah,
put
she
like
said
viruses on
viruses
them.
were going around.
Yeah, and then also because some games are really like resource heavy when you download them, and so they might kill her stream, like just by tanking her like computer. So that's like the other reason. That might be too small. Okay, it's my turn to print test.
Okay, oh, I accidentally closed.
You're muted too, Angel.
I accidentally closed Twitch earlier, so I can't get back to the conversation where they were throwing out titles for that.
I'll scroll back. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's cool.
The section of I have one thing to do at 3 p.m. and can do nothing else before that, but wait. I think there was a couple titles there. I was looking for those, and I accidentally had closed out.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Twitch.
that was more recent than this. Definitely before that, though.
But yeah, it was right by the
Okay, here we go.
procrastinate and
Yeah. So what was it you're looking for exactly?
a title for the section that was I have one thing to do at 3 p.m. and can do nothing else before that, but wait.
Okay, I think that one was a little bit after the rest of the. Yeah, here we go. From Ty. Related to that, can we get a quote? And I'm just going to copy this.
Yeah, and then I think Ty and Rochelle both had titles there, like, but I don't know what those were.
Rochelle has one shortly afterward that says "Appointment ruins the day room." It didn't make me all the way back to the bottom anyway. So, the room of 57 open browser tabs, procrastinate panic junction, hall of abandoned hobbies. The one I just sent you, or posted in the chat rather.
Oh, okay.
I can Facebook message it to you too.
That's fine.
Okay. Oh, I just realized too. I hate when this happens, but around that same time, an automod thing popped up and said that this message was not posted to chat, but it was back when you'd said that about twerking at the boss. Conifer Crow had said, that's going to be company policy now. No twerking in the office.
Yeah, because there was, I guess twerking was a bad word or something. And then I think that Rochelle put crap in there and I had to approve it. But when I approved it, the approving went away for the other one. So I couldn't approve it. And I was like, okay, whoops. I did my best.
Yeah, that's the only thing I see around there.
Okay.
Other than the ones I said out loud. So, okay, I'm going to throw my thing together here.
I think I might just call it the waiting room.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that brings up an image of like a cold room that you're just waiting forever in and don't really know what to do with yourself and.
Or I might just do a sign that says waiting area and then put text that says, yeah, I might do that.
That's cool.
Do.
I just hate having to do this because I don't remember what order the pages were in the first, so I have to go back and forth between the two. So, okay, after janitor was the really colorful page. And then the maze. And then map. And then hotline. And then
you say hotline.
Yeah, hotline chamber.
I know when the hotline rings.
Yes, I know that was coming to my head too. That's why I called it hotline ring at first, as a placeholder name. And then the back cover. Okay. We're going to flip these. Rochelle says we're a bunch of foul language users.
Oh, yeah.
But foul spelled as F-O-W-L.
I was like, I know. It's a bird pun. I get it.
Yes.
I was like, I wasn't even over there and I knew. I was like, I know.
That's awesome.
Didn't even tell me. Bird pun.
And just as a reminder, too, if anybody has any questions about Canva or Itch or Crowdfundr or Patreon, let us know. We'll answer.
Or us, whatever.
Yeah, or us. I actually, on the forum for the questions, I even put, I copy pasted the Weird Draft Games one. I just copied that. One of the questions was if you want to know what we had for breakfast or whatever, yeah. But yeah, Angel's right. If you have any, literally any questions.
Hey, and if you have a project you're working on and you want to talk about it, just bring it up.
Yeah, that's true too.
Happy. What have you got going on?
Yeah, we are like don't make us change it by like, you know, abusing it. But like we absolutely don't have a filter thingy that blocks links from being posted or whatever. So if you are working on something and you've got a link to it, go for it. If you just want to share about it, like I'll put it on the screen so everybody can see it. We can ask you questions. Like we'll turn the tables on you. There you go. Don't ask us questions. We'll ask you questions. And then like we can do that too. We are more than happy. Like I think one of the coolest things about like the game community is that so many people are so friendly and like encouraging. And so like we're more than happy to be part of that too. I'm gonna print this, and while it's printing, I'm gonna go hit up the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Don't leave me. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Wahaha. I still have. Actually, I'm gonna leave the screen on yours, so that way, like people can watch you working.
Oh my
instead.
goodness.
Yeah.
Thanks for warning me about that. I won't put anything weird. No.
Wahaha.
I'm working on the waiting area section, of course, but like I'm always picky about what I say, so I constantly edit myself. I have on here, this is the area where I don't get anything done because I have an appointment hours from now, so of course I wouldn't do anything until then. Or I can't get anything done until then. But focusing on the fact that I have an appointment. I also have the procrastination junction there, and I'm gonna see if I can put in the Hall of Abandoned Hobbies. I'm not sure if I can fit that. If I can't, I like the idea of it being really crowded because, you know, a neurodivergent mind is crowded. So, you know, like squeeze in all you can. I might get the under construction thing a little bit smaller and then fit it down there, but we'll see. I might be able to get everybody's ideas in. Like, that was quick.
Yeah. I'm quick.
Beth's on her way back. I ended up doing a screenshot of the browser tabs and putting that at the top. So it's just a bunch of open tabs at the top. Maybe that'll create some anxiety for some people. Like, but it's another thing that's just like, it's just there. We don't talk about it. So I think that that's fitting that like we don't talk about the fact that we're like multitasking and a couple tabs is not enough. It's just this unspoken, this is natural. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. This is gonna be your first game that needs a content warning on it.
Rochelle says if it's not all the things, then is it really a guide anyhow?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to put something like, you know, the cozy zone or something of like, you know, things that make us comfortable, but I'm not sure that'll fit. I might have to sacrifice the look of squirrel, but we'll see.
Actually, I'm gonna leave this on yours because I have to fold mine and like see what it's like. I'm gonna quickly show on the screen here though, and I'm wondering if I can remember how to do this. Okay, I guess I can just show me. So this, I have two pages here. This is the first page, and this is the second page. And then these are going to get folded up, and it's going to make a zine. So hopefully, just hitting that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I can hold my face that big on the screen. That's weird, but. But yeah, basically just each of these gets folded in half twice, and then you've got a book. Rochelle says, expansion zine, neuro spicy cozies.
Yes.
we're gonna be stuck making this zine forever now. Like you're just like it's never gonna have an end.
No. And I'm gonna have to cram it so tight that it's like, oh my goodness, this gives us anxiety just looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Rochelle said, I mean, that's perfect for the vibe, is what wow. Let me start over again on that. Rochelle says, I mean, that's perfect for the vibe.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna pop a Werther's and then show off this book. Normally when we make fanzines and things like this, like perzines and all that stuff, we do Angels will probably be an exception here because there is no single page version, but there's usually like the PDF version, which is like just page 1, 2, 3, 4, like vertical, so you can read it on the computer. And then there's the printed version like this, where you get to fold it into a book. And we usually make the digital version free, but charge like $1 or whatever for the printable one. But if you do get the printable one, this is basically end up with. I'm gonna full screen myself again here, even though that gives me anxiety.
Bam.
Yeah. So this is what it looks like folded, and then you can open it, and it's got the individual pages inside. The color over here isn't great because the lighting's awful, but you can see it. You just like flip through it.
Now everybody can be in awe that you fit those big old headphones under that big old hat.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, these are some gigantic freaking headphones for sure. But that's what
you
it
don't
looks
like
like.
Earbuds.
No, I don't like earbuds.
And I don't like over the ear headphones, so I get all the earbuds and you get the overhead.
Yeah, exactly. It works out perfectly.
Yes.
I actually have these smaller ones, but they don't have a microphone. And I have a separate microphone somewhere. But they just like go over your ear. I have a separate microphone somewhere, but I can't remember what the heck I did with it. And like we got those shortly after we stopped streaming because we were having some serious like audio issues toward the end of when we were streaming. Where like one of us would cut out or like we'd pick each other up really bad. We ended up trying several different more microphones. We got this one, it was like $100 microphone or something. It wasn't like a Blue Yeti, but it was something bigger brand name. But like I would stick it over there, like way over in the corner and aim it this way. And it was so powerful that it was like, it
I
picked
could
me up.
sit clear across the room and like it was by you and like that's a good 15 feet away. And it was like I was just sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's nuts.
Right. But the problem with that one was that we live with other people. And so like there would just
and
somebody
one of them is schizophrenic and
oh yeah, one of them
yells
is
a lot.
schizophrenic too. And we don't want to hear you screaming or we don't want you to hear him screaming and cussing and stuff. But also like even though it's the opposite side of the house, like you'll just hear like the bathroom door close or the toilet flush. And it's like nobody wants to hear all that. So we were like, yeah, we got to return that. It was an Amazon purchase, so we got to send it back. But like, oh, I forgot to take this off of myself. That's weird. Anyway, there we go. You are muted.
I said, I don't know why y'all like to crush your ears. Like Rochelle says, team honking huge headphones. So it's like, no thanks. Earbuds.
The nice thing about the big headphones though is like
they're heavy. They give me a headache.
I'm gonna take this off, but I'm gonna show you that they actually don't go on your ear; they go around it.
Like I thought that's kind of what mine do. I don't know. The ones that I had were like that. Yeah, I see. I thought mine did that too. I don't know. It's been a while since I used those torture devices.
Ty says earbuds hurt their earballs. But yeah, and yes, Rochelle, exactly. You're gonna have to go over your ears, not smush them. Yes.
Yeah, I thought like if they go over, it feels like it's crushing my skull. Like I don't know.
And we've been streaming for almost 6 hours now, and my ears hurt a fair amount.
Yeah, see, I'm just saying.
But it's also because I'm wearing them like around the back of my head because of this hat.
Fair.
So that doesn't help either.
They're too heavy for me too. They feel like you've got like 500 pounds on your head. Like
that's true too.
I get headaches very easy. Like I have a headache most of my life. It just gets worse. Like when I have those on.
Very fair.
But the earbuds, like I buy the ones that have the like adjustable little ear thingies. So there's like 3 or 4 of those little rubber sizes in there. And I just use the one that fits my ears best and they don't slide around and then they don't feel like they hurt. Like so my ears don't get tired of them because they actually fit. It's nice. See, I can defend my stance too.
Yes, you can. Yours makes perfect sense. I just disagree with it.
Yes, same.
Oh yeah, yay. The one thing I was worried about the most was the font on the back of this. The like, and I know I'm having to put this right up against the camera, but I promise you it actually looks fine. The like become a patron at is fully readable. So yeah, I'm happy with mine. I'm done.
No. It might
Yes.
be done pretty soon. I'm squeezing in the Hall of Abandoned Hobbies now. So
Ty's-
maybe I'm just collecting craft supplies. No need to label it.
Yay. Ty says, no defense needed. We each do what we need to be comfy. And that's true.
Yes.
Yeah, I like your waiting area thing there too. That's cool. That actually is really fitting to have those things together because they're all different like places. Like there's the junction, there's the chamber, there's the hall, there's the waiting area. Like that's
Yeah, they're
that's
supposed to be little sections of your brain, like that you're traveling to.
Oh right, yeah. Neurodivergent
Yeah.
mind guide.
Yeah, it's a travel guide. Yeah.
Yeah. Yours is once again, yours is more fitting of the theme than mine. But Rochelle will have to forgive me for like mostly hitting it because this is about different locations in the game control, but like I know my power comes with a price doesn't really fit that. But also I guess the game is all about you picking up those abilities as you're traveling through the house, so that's still fair. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with mine. So I have downloaded. Well, first I need to delete the stuff out of here. Okay, so I have the individual pages images, which is very helpful, not only for getting the images onto the zine here, but also helpful for the itch page, which I'll show you later. I'm going to download this as a PDF. And then I'm also going to go back over to the individual pages here. I'm going to download this as a PDF too. So I technically have 3 different versions. If you're paying really close attention, for the color profile on this one, I'm using RGB, which is best for digital use because this is a digitally readable zine, whereas the other one is printable. So we're going for different things there. I will actually link this first too, though. Why did that go away instead of like actually linking?
Yeah, I might just leave it like this. Maybe I'm just collecting craft supplies and half-made creations. No need to label it.
Dang it. Yeah, fine. Inevitably, Angel and I will both run into this where we make one small change. And so now to fix that, I have to go and I have to delete the 8th page out of my images. I have to delete the 24-hour zine PDF. I have to download just page 8 here as a PNG. And then once that downloads, I need to rename it 8 so that it's like the 8th page again. Move that back over to the image files thingy. And add it to the zine thing. And drag that into place. And then download this again. And I can download this also while that's going as a PDF. There we go. Now I'll actually have everything. Okay. That's all the files I need. So the next thing we're gonna do.
Wish me luck with straightening this page up now. Doesn't always go well.
What's that? What
So-
doesn't go well?
Me straightening up the page, like
Oh,
even
nice.
like I gotta see if I can do that now. The tidy up thing.
I just flipped over. It does look good.
Okay, so vertically. Okay, there we go. That spaced it better. Does that seem like a good spacing, or maybe I should move this up a little? There.
If anything, I might. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You might want to move those.
Like bump the waiting area.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, I think it looks good though. Yeah, because there's about the same amount of space between actually. Okay, so for those, Angel and I both know this, but for those watching, if you click on something and you hold the Alt key, you can see how far apart something is. Oh, and you've got this by inches. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
so
I just used the.
You can see it's like 0.155 there and 0.052 there. So if anything, well, no, because it's the text there. That's, yeah, I think it's good. It looks great too. You did a good job with the layout and making everything work together. I especially love the tabs across the top. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I just want to leave them there. Just.
Yes, exactly.
They're unexplained.
I don't remember the reference for this, but Rochelle says little sections that also constantly mush up and interlap. And then Rochelle says to me, I don't know if I can forgive you. I'm very stern. And that's true. Rochelle is probably the least forgiving person I've ever met. And Ty, by the way, says, I put it on itch and we'll continue messing with the layout later. For now, it's fine. I'm going to type this out. Ty Barbary.
Which game is it for that you'd need a widget? Like you can actually show them how to pull a widget.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I'm going to go to the game page. I posted here.
Yeah, just make sure you switch over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just good cooking, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first, before I do anything else, I'm going to go over to just good cooking. At the top of the screen, like with the editing stuff, there's this button that says widget. You just click on that. And then you can change the stuff if you want to, like you can add like a link to now it says view game on HIO. But I think if you click like just go cooking, it'll do that too. Or maybe the image, I guess not.
Yeah, if you click the title, it goes to it, but I still like to add that.
That's cool. I always forget to do that. You can change it to dark mode or default mode. You can change like the background colors and button colors and stuff if you want to. It will usually though automatically change these things based on your like the page itself. Like if
it doesn't for me. I actually have to change it.
You did? I always thought automatically did.
Oh no, I did the hard work of like going and like putting like the colors into it that match the page. Like so I like remove the background color by like making it the color of the page, and then I do the download button to match the color of the page too. Yeah. Then I take away the border and because I don't like red, so I always change the download button color to something else to match the page too. So yeah, I just doesn't automatically do it. That's just something I do.
That's fair. So yeah, once you've messed with all that stuff you went to, you just click down here in the code section, and you just say
no
copy.
apologies, Ty. It's fine. We were excited to share it.
Yeah, you're not interrupting at all. I forgot to unselect this. I really did mean it when if you have any questions or anything. I don't know if you can copy from here, but also if I have like an email or something for you, I think you can whisper me. Like if you know how to do that. I think we just figured it out the other day. If you click on somebody's name, you can hit whisper, and then that should come over to me too if you can't copy paste that. But then yeah, when you get into like your edit page, in fact, I'll show you that too. When you go into edit game, all you have to do is like go where you're going to put it. Like if I was going to put it here right above the Hyper 1 Hour Jam, you just hit Control V, and instead of pasting any of the code or whatever, it just pastes the thing itself into that spot. Okay, and we've got making the next game. Inspired by Beth and Angel makes games this game, Just Good Cooking. This is a one-page set of roll tables for generating ideas for new games to make. Intended to be lighthearted and extremely hackable, Thanks to Beth and Angel for letting me springboard off their game.
Aw, yay.
That's awesome. I'm going to hit download on this and check it out. It is also pay what you want. So if anybody wants to check the game out, I'm going to paste it into the chat here. Oh yeah, Ty already did that. But yeah, if you just click the thing here, and then also I keep using the wrong thing here, but it's there too. So like if you're watching this later, you can just hold on. You just type barbary.h.io/your next game with dashes in between those two. Like those 3 words are there. And yeah, awesome. The copy paste worked. Yeah. Wow, that's weird. I didn't expect it to like live update. I've never seen that before because it's there now. That's cool. But yeah, now if you wanted to, like anybody wanted to get it from their page, you can just do that. And then you have ours too. And we'll be doing the same thing and like pasting theirs on here. Okay, I have a game to look at. Oh, and that was also on this. No, that's a screen you can see. Okay. Yeah. I guess I didn't open the PDF yet, though. Okay. Oh, wow. You got some good like layout and art stuff going on here. Dang.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks good.
Mm-hmm. And it's a single page, too, so... I like that yours is much more because I was making mine for the Hyper 1 Hour Game Jam. I tried to keep it as like unspecific to tabletop games as possible. Like I tried to make it open to video games just as much. And so I like that yours is much more like, although that's not necessarily true because there's like sim games here and RPGs and stuff. I mean, that can all be video games and stuff too. So this is really cool. I love your art on here. What do you use to make your games, Ty? Oh, you do Canva too. Okay, cool. Yeah, I get that Canva has a lot of art and stuff on here. Like, I mean, like the same thing with mine. Like this whole zine is just full of Canva stuff. I made literally none of this stuff, but it still takes some like skills to put stuff together and make it look good and stuff like that.
Yeah, like if you show my page, like I did put the template back. Like that's how mine started, and what I turned it into is the one above. Like, so I totally used the template too, but like completely changed everything on it. Like,
yeah,
but it helped me like with a layout idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the templates can. Oh, you have nice little like dashed lines now for where you fold it too. That's cool.
Oh, that's funny because it doesn't on my screen. I didn't do that.
Oh, weird. Yeah, on the like thingy here, there's like dashed lines. I wonder if that's just like.
Oh, weird. No, it's not on mine.
Weird. Yeah, maybe
Might
it's
be in
just
the settings.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's a lot of skill in actually like taking the things you're using and making them work.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, if you look at the template we have below, like it's just, working on it.
Yeah. Ty says, I use Canva for short ones, but also Google Docs for my undesigned but content heavy ones. And yeah, I guess Angel said I used to do it, but I don't even remember like using Google Docs and then moving it to Canva. But then after that, like I just strictly used Canva, and then Angel was like, yeah, I'm going to make mine in Google Docs first. And like, I just love that idea. There's actually a jam every year called the Minimalist TTRPG Jam. And that one actually forces you to only use something like Google Docs or Word. And you're not even allowed to put images and stuff in there. So like, I really like that there are places that, oh yeah, Ty joined that. Yes, it is very helpful. I totally agree. Like it's really nice to get away from the fancying things up and spending all this time on fonts and everything else and just make something that has content and that like is enjoyable without all that stuff. I think that there are a lot of games that I have absolutely picked up simply because of the art on it. Like, oh, that looks amazing. Chris of Junk Food Games is really good at photographing what he makes. And so like, I think just from those photographs alone, there are a lot of times I'm like, I really want to check this out because, it's just cool looking. So actually, I want to play this real quick. Ty says that we can't interrupt our own stream, so I also can't mess with my own stream, right? So not roll dice every 10 seconds, just roll dice. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna go see if I can find a specific set of dice that I have not used yet. So I'll be right back.
Oh, I know what ones you're talking about. I can get them for you.
Okay, that'll work. Yeah,
I think I know where they are.
good timing too, because like I had just like hit the mute button, but not taking the headphones off yet or anything. And yes, these dice are actually from Carla. She got them for me for what I call my Beth-iversary, which is
didn't know where they were. Woo.
oh, way to go! Is the anniversary of good
My
toss.
bad.
You're okay. It actually landed right on my leg. That was awesome. There was I call it the Beth-iversary. It's the anniversary of me finding out who I was. But these are trans-colored dice. Actually, I'm not doing these a service at all. But yeah, they're like pink and blue and white. So get the D6 out. Oh, of course, it's a bag in a bag. Throw in Derby. I have so little space right here. Like, it's gonna be fun to roll dice and like
You can do what Lise does and just roll digital ones.
just do what?
Digital ones.
I was gonna, but I really wanted to use these dice. So
Well, the extra. It's all right.
yeah, these are cute. They're like little trans dice. Not little, they're normal size dice. I'm not saying they're little, but you know what I mean? Like, okay, so we got a game here. Tools, dice, tokens, cards, journaling or epistolary, coins, or something in your environment. I love the inclusion of something in your environment. The first game that Angel and I made, that was a tabletop game, was it was called McIval, and it was actually Angel's idea. I made it for a Let 'em Dare, but it's basically based on those like Facebook games where it's all like, you know, like look around you, pick like the first item you see is your weapon in the zombie apocalypse, will you survive? But it's basically that, except that you get to gather 10 items. Each player does. You have like I think it's a minute, right, to gather 10 items, and then you go through a deck of like different challenges and events that happen. You have to describe like how you would use the items that you have to get through those things. So something in your environment is something I really like. I rolled a 5, which means coins. So I'm going to write that down somewhere here. Oh, I'll just use this like here. Okay. But let me change songs first. I'm sorry. A song came on I'm not like a huge fan of. So there we go. Okay. So mine, because that's bothering me. Okay, and do I have the link still? Yeah. I keep your link here in case people come over like right now and see this. They'll like be like, oh yeah, I want to get this game. So we'll see. 30 maybe.
Okay, I just did a callback in the like same zine. That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, and under construction, I changed it to this section isn't due yet. I am sure I will get around to it soon. You'll find me in Procrastipanic Junction. ... And then that was the end.
Okay, I see that now. That is awesome. That's great. I like the call out there. Like it's for people looking, it's in the little box that says BJ on it. It's short for Beth Jackson, which was actually one of the first things when I realized what my name was. I was like, oh no. But I was like, my full name's Elizabeth. It's fine. But okay. Game. Mechanics, combat, exploration, or mapping.
You got to
Puzzle
switch. There you go.
Yeah.
It didn't. It was lagging. Sorry, I thought you didn't switch.
Oh no, you're fine. Twitch is super laggy. Player competition and or cooperation, chance, luck, randomness, or resource management. I like a lot of those too. I got a 2, which like this game is speaking my language right now because exploration is like my freaking jam. So exploration with coins. I love this already. Theme, RPG, customize, level up, gather allies, balance your party. Sim, farming, city building, dating, etc. Collecting, objects or creatures. Missions, like Pokemon-esque, that's cool. Missions, heists, raids, spy. Strategy, warfare and kingdoms, or guided narrative, visual novels. I didn't actually roll. It just like flung out of my hand and like 5 again. That's strategy. I'm probably going to very loosely interpret that one. Genre, fantasy, science fiction, historical, in quotation marks. I like that. Sports, superhero, or horror or mystery. And I got 6. Hey, we're making the game I'm making right now. That's cool. Because it's strategy in that like you are a government organization trying to control this stuff. The coins are based on the fact that I just made a game called Making Change with this. And then it's exploration and mapping. So mystery. If anybody else wants to play along, either you can download this and do it, or you can just try to make something along with me here. I'm not actually going to make it. I'm just going to like describe what I would make. 3 for optional features, which could have been solo play, timed play, parallel simultaneous play, randomized procedurally generated narratives or events, new game plus, which is one of my favorite things ever in any game, or world building. What you create in playing this game can be used as an artifact or lore in another larger / other setting / game. Like this, I swear this game is speaking my language so much. But 3 is parallel / simultaneous play. And finally, limitation, 1 page or 200 words max. Okay, now you're not speaking my language with 200 words max. Minimal supplies needed, only 2 stats and or only 2 player actions, no backstory or lore required, no creative decisions required from player, or no math required by player. I think Angel's hoping for a 6 right now. 4, no backstory or lore required.
Aw.
This actually kind of sounds a lot like what was the game called that I made? Crawling to the Brink. Made for Let 'em Dare last time or the time before that? I think it was the time before. And basically you moved meeples or whatever tokens you had, which could be coins, across cards, sorry. And you took turns like moving ones, and you're kind of like trying to push your luck to reach the end of the card so you can claim it but not go over it, because then you lose your people. Okay, let me check the chat before I do this. Limitations are very optional, Ty says. Oh, that's cool. Ty says, I also made a game based on what I rolled when I went through Just Good Cooking, and will be formatting / adding that to itch. So this will be a hilarious feedback loop very shortly. Okay, so coins, exploration, strategy. So maybe you're exploring 4 coins, or you are sentient coins who are exploring the earth after humans have passed away. Like, coins with legs sounds weird though. I wouldn't do that to anybody. Don't worry. Mystery and horror, which coins with legs is pretty horror. Maybe that's the thing. Like, I'm not actually going to make that this thing, but like everybody talks about how money is like the most germ-ridden thing. Maybe money will become so germ-ridden that it'll actually gain sentience. And nobody uses coins anymore because, you know, like inflation is such a thing.
Or maybe money is a like biome, like so you shrink in and like there's a whole lot of city on the money.
Oh, that's fun. And it's like the penny has a weird smell to it, so nobody wants to live there. And the quarter has the most space on it, and like the fancy ridges on the outside that kind of protect it from outside like forces. So there's a lot of lore backstory going on right there, though.
Yeah,
although it's not required, you know, so I'd be fine
it's
anyway.
because, you know, we can't help ourselves.
Ty says it's a great idea for you, by the way, the way you came up with. Ty also says, I tend to make crunchy games, so I had to add no math required as an option. Oh my goodness. So we were one of the first like times we made tabletop games was for the Weird Draft Games 18 card contest. And I think Angel referred to one of mine as a math game because literally all that was on the cards was numbers.
I was like, ugh.
Yeah, and each card basically it was based on it was called Big Izzy Busking. So you're like busking in New Orleans in that game. And so I thought that like your different cards would amplify like in that game you have like a trumpet player, a drum player, and a saxophonist, I think. So like each of those people contributes energy to performing a song. And so I was like, well, each of these cards will have a different number on them. So like this one will have like +3 to your trumpet, but -1 for this. But basically what the game boiled down to is you just threw these cards down into like this long list. And then at the end of each round, you'd be like, okay, so my trumpet energy is 3 + 2 -1 -1 -2 +1. Like, so it was straight up just a math game. I feel like too much math would also apply to the horror category.
That's fair.
Yeah.
At least for me. I know
Okay,
math's
so-
good.
Okay, here we go. This is it is still a map building game because you can totally do things in addition to these like prompts. So this is a map building game where you take coins and you flip them onto the paper that's in front of you, and where it lands is like you get to describe what that place is. So you're using the coins to explore this map. The horror element comes in with the fact that there's a lot of math going on. Maybe all the coins stay. Oh, there we go. That'd be really evil. Okay, so the coins stay on the map, and as you're playing, you have to break out a compass, like the actual like mathematical like compass. You know, like it has 2 points, and like you stick the one on the paper, and you can make a circle with it. So you get one of those, and whenever you place something, you have to use that, and you count up the amount of change around it, and that affects what you're creating. So like, you know, if you flip a nickel somewhere, then that's a small little tiny, maybe like a one house place or something. But as you're playing the game, like if there's several nickels and you drop a quarter in the middle, all of a sudden you have a city, because like the 25 points of the quarter plus the like multiple fives around it total up to enough to be a city. There is no lore or backstory required because like it could be a current day city, it could be something fantasy based, it could be futuristic, it doesn't matter. And for it to be parallel simultaneous play, let's say that each player has their own city, and whenever you take your turn, you then pass it to the next player. So like you're kind of like, you know, if like 3 people are playing, like player 3 passes to 1, 1 passes to 2, 2 passes to 3. And but if anybody isn't done yet, then that holds it up and everybody else gets another turn. So you're messing even more with the paper that's in front of you. So if you're going too slowly, you're not going to have as much influence over what's going on. And as you go, you get to name the places. You get to like maybe write a little bit of like what this place is and stuff. So that's my game. There you go. Thank you, Ty. I got a. I already love this idea. Yay! Ty says they'd play it. That's cool. That's like the highest honor that there is, honestly. So, like, yay! Now I'm gonna have to like watch this back. I know I am notorious for the fact that I cannot watch myself on stream or like listen to something that I've done like in a podcast, because it has nothing to do with dysphoria. I'm very fortunate in that I don't really have dysphoria. Like I could be here today after not shaving for like 2 weeks. I don't care. It doesn't bother me any. It doesn't change who I am. But like as I'm listening to myself, I feel like I'm gonna say the stupidest stuff all the time.
That's how I feel. Like I'm like,
exactly.
oh, why'd I say that dumb thing?
Right. And even if you're not saying something bad, it's just like you just assume like the next thing out of your mouth is going to be something terrible. Like, you know, why of course would I just like, you just see it coming or whatever. So like that's what happens to me. So I'll have to watch this back though at 6 hours and 24 minutes into the stream and get the notes for this so I can make that at some point. Maybe I can do that for a Hyper 1 Hour Jam, actually. That wouldn't be bad. That would totally be doable. Maybe we should do this for a Hyper 1 Hour Jam, actually, Ty. Like, we'll play each other's, or like we can both play this prompt making one, or maybe we'll make a new one each week. Like, we can alternate. Like, Angel will make one week, Rochelle can make one the next week, so on. And then we'll all use the same one to make something that we can see what we come up with.
Infinite loop.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we'll all make a game based on what those prompts tell us. So now I'm going to, and one more time too, if I can find it. Is the copy paste? Yeah, copy paste still there, so I don't need it. I was going to throw this in the chat one more time, and of course I did that from Weird Draft Games again. Weird Draft Games is me here. I have one window open for StreamYard, which is Weird Draft Games, and then one window open for.
I was wondering how you're commenting like with two different people, like
Yeah,
two different profiles.
That's why, because the one is from StreamYard.
I knew Carla wasn't around.
Right. Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna get this uploaded to Itch now. Both Rochelle and Ty are very familiar with Itch, so this isn't gonna be anything new to them. But if you are watching later, or if you're like lurking and curious about Itch, feel free.
I'm making my Itch logo now.
Oh, nice! You're actually doing that too. That's awesome. You finished yours also. Yeah,
Yes.
We're gonna have to stream some more like throughout the next couple of weeks, so we can actually get our zines done.
Right?
Yeah, this is great.
It's like, yay, I got one done.
The first thing you do is you just hit upload new project. Actually, did I? Yeah, I don't want to save anything I did on this page anyway. Upload new project. And I don't know if you already did send it to me. Oh, hey, Connor for Crow. Lurking and curious. Awesome. So yeah, you'll just know to come back at 6 hours and 27 minutes into the stream later on to see this. But Ty, if you send an email to cataclysmicnight@gmail.com at some point with your, and I did it from Weird Draft Games again. If you do that from, like with your embed code, then I'll totally embed yours on mine so we can link to you too. And if anybody else wants to make any kind of prompt making thingy based on that game, you're more than welcome to. Also, Angel made a prompt making thing for the same one, for the same jam. Hers is called something to do with food.
Roll a recipe.
Yeah, roll a recipe. That's right. I sent so many of these out, so I should have remembered that. Roll a recipe, right? This is basically like Chopped, in that like you have like a cooking method. You have different like well, you can talk about it, Angel. It's your game.
Oh, sorry, I was focusing on something else. What was that?
I was just asking if you can go ahead and describe what roll a recipe is.
Sure. I based that on Chopped, as you said, which is a thing on Food Network where they give contestants a basket of really weird ingredients to make food in like half an hour, and then people judge it and tell them which one's the best and eliminate them until there's a winner. But it'll be, like foie gras and gummy bears, or like champagne and pizza puffs, and like they're supposed to make a gourmet meal out of that. And that's a little difficult for like the regular person. So I did roll a recipe and said, oh, you're the next big food blogger and you're making a cookbook, and you're stuck for inspiration, so you can roll dice to randomize your ingredients. And I had list of like your proteins, your vegetables, your fruits, your starches, and then had a roll for like the kitchen tools that you could use, and the type of cuisine that you have. And that way you're kind of putting together a whole thing that you may even have those ingredients in your refrigerator and want to do that later, or you can just treat it as a journaling RPG where you write a recipe. So you're your next recipe for your cookbook was written. And so it can even be silly if you wanted to. You don't have to stick to only those ingredients, but those ingredients have to be in your recipe. And then it could be something fictional, or something real and you make it later.
Awesome. And it's a 1-page game, right?
Yes.
Not...
And I actually didn't make a zine for once.
That's
It's
awesome.
been a while.
The first time I've seen where maybe because it's not from
What's
ours.
going on?
I was trying to paste the frame or the whatchamacallit from Ty into the thingy here.
Does it look exactly like ours did? Let's just look at.
I don't know. I wasn't actually paying attention.
Yeah, started with the iframe and then.
Yeah, and it just pastes this text.
Yeah.
Instead. Let me just do.
Try putting it in the HTML.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but then I couldn't find where it's supposed to be. So there it is.
Yeah.
Here. That did it. Okay, cool. So yeah, if you ever have any issues about like making that work, you can always.
Yeah, Ty said that too. If you use HTML view, you can copy paste.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Appreciate that. Then I'm just gonna link to your view all by for the.
Oh, I like your header. That's pretty.
There we go. Okay. Now when I view page, it should show. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, we love doing that.
Spacing on H isn't always the greatest, so I'm going to try to remove that and see what happens. But like it goes right up against the other one, so I didn't want to have
really
too little
about that
spacing.
too.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, ew.
Yeah, that looks better in the actual page than it did on the preview. So that's
yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, we're all good then. Thanks for pasting your iframe or your like embed code. And yeah, I'm more than happy to include it. Have a great day, Rochelle. Thank you for stopping by for so long. I know this has been a ridiculously long stream, so it's been awesome having you.
Bye, Rochelle. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah. Also, don't forget, if you haven't, you can. Wow, I am so bad. There's so many tabs here. That's so many. Give me 1 second to clean this up. There we go. That's actually what I was looking for anyway. We also got another contributor, Angel. I forgot to say that to you.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yay. Thank you.
We made more today than we have in like the last few days because it's slowed down toward the end here. Yeah, I'm just closing a few things here first. Give me a moment. I definitely want to leave that open still. Don't need that anymore. Need those. Okay. What was I even doing? I copy pasted. Oh yeah, Rochelle's thing. If you like zines, Rochelle's got a Crowdfundr campaign going right now too. We are making co-op zines for each other, which you can get from her. I want to say like $5 tier. This might be $3. I'm gonna just head over to the page real quick. $3 tier. Yeah, this Take Flight collaboration zine is something that the three of us are gonna make together. We haven't done it yet. I think Angel made all of hers before the thing even started, but
yeah, I didn't want to have even more things to have to worry about later.
That was smart. Yeah, I did not. What we got was I don't remember now. I think we got this Bookworm bundle ourselves because it includes everything. But if you don't want to contribute as much, which is understandable, I at least highly recommend this Winnie the Pooh pack because Rochelle has really good art and she made the cutest freaking Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah, we've seen a preview of that. It's really adorable.
Yeah, there's actually a non-zine version of it that she has turned into a zine. But you can see even right on the page here, it's like this font goes up and down. There's really cute art. It just looks like a storybook. And she did let us see peeks. We said we never saw them, but we did see them. So I'm spoiling it here. Now that she's gone, I can't say anything about it. That looked really cute. So definitely check that out too. Also worth mentioning is that she is in Canada. So these are Canadian prices, which means that $3 American is, okay, 3 is 3. But the $6 is actually closer to 5. And the 45 was 35 or $34 US. So these numbers are all if you're in the US like we are, or even in like the UK. For the most part, pretty similar numbers to us price wise, but these numbers will be lower for you when you buy them. So let me check that out too. Oh my goodness, there's so many notifications on Discord right now. That's kind of blowing my brain up. I'm about to exit out of there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Walk
Okay.
away.
Yes. Okay. So we make an itch page. Angel and I both kind of start at the same place, which is this cover image. If you are making something in Canva, you're going to create a design, and you're going to custom size it, and it's going to be, actually it's still here because we use it so much. 630 by 500 is the recommended size that they give you. It actually says it right here too, in case you ever forget. Minimum 315 by 250, maximum 630, 500. And then what I usually do, because I am a slacker, is I will take the cover image of whatever I'm doing, and I will take everything here, and I will paste it. This isn't going to be easy right now because, like, yeah, the building isn't going to, like, it's a very different, dimensions than that. Okay, so we're going to throw that in the center there. We're going to take the stuff in here. Oh, it actually normally it doesn't copy the image in the background when I do that. Obviously, we don't need the like by Beth Jackson thing there. Oh, we can like I like to play with these things anyway. So like we can do. Let's go diagonal. I like diagonal. I don't know why. There's just something like satisfying about diagonal style. We're gonna lock this so we don't have to worry about moving it. That's really spacious for like a whole bunch of nothing. That's great. I'll just go with how it was. That. Make it bigger. I'll throw this toward the side, and then this can move over. Oops. Gotta unlock it. Move it over. Oh, there's buildings on both sides. Never mind. Doesn't work. Maybe if I make it bigger. Almost. We'll see. I feel like anything you do with any kind of imagery is just kind of like mess with it till it works. There we go. Yeah, that kind of works. I would probably say my biggest weakness is this right here. What I'm making is the itch logo. What I call it. It's the itch cover image, but I always call it itch logo. Welcome to. Oh no, I forgot to rename everything. So all the files are going to be called Beth's 24-hour zine.
Oops. Yeah, I'm just now doing that myself.
Nice.
Like literally just typed that in as you were saying. You forgot to rename it.
That's awesome. I gotta get in
I
my
was
file.
resaving so that I could print it out and test it one more time.
Gotta get in these files and rename these things though, too, because I don't want people to download Beth's 24-hour zine. Welcome to. If I could type.
Oh shoot! I forgot to like add that.
Ah.
That it was made for the
challenge.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm usually the one that forgets that. That's funny.
Yeah, I had it on the other one, but I didn't transfer it over because like it's tight. Maybe I should put that on the front. Yeah, let's see what I can do.
Yeah, that works.
It might work. We'll see what it looks like. I might get picky. I'd be like, I'll just put it on the page.
Oh, of course, it undid my renaming this. Oh well. I didn't realize that this was small enough before that like you could see the building on the side and stuff.
Okay. So because we have the little Beth and Angel Makes Games itch.io up there, hopefully it'll be able to be readable. I'll get rid of the find more games there and then just put that it was made for the jam down there.
Cool. I'm gonna say this is probably the worst part of the Hyper 1 hour jams. Honestly, at least to me, is like yeah, you're making a game in an hour, but it's gonna take like at least an hour to do the,
Do
set
the
up the
whole,
hit page.
yeah,
Like yeah.
setting that up and futzing with all the other little stuff.
I think I'm actually gonna make this. Black and white on this one. But like a darker black and white. Where's the ink? Was a cool one. That's not here though.
I'm glad I thought of that before I downloaded it yet again.
Indeed, way to go. Okay. And then to kind of carry over the style of the thing being a little more like fun and colorful, I'm gonna do like a what do you call them? Not a splash banner.
Yeah, header.
Do they call them headers?
You call it a header. It calls it a banner.
You're talking about on itch. No, I meant on the image itself.
Oh, I have no idea. I wasn't looking.
Um,
I made an assumption on what you're saying.
You're good. I just want a little like something thrown on it, like a control fanzine.
How about a badge?
Badge? That's
yeah, like instead of a banner.
Yeah, you're right. That's more like what I was looking for. I'll just start throwing this on everything I make. The best.
Are you going to turn into Gordon Ramsay? It's the best.
Yeah, the most entertaining game.
Yes, the most entertaining.
The thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to just text. And I'll use the pyramid as the thing about like control fanzine.
All right, I got rid of the dumb like border. The thing was terrible. So at least that's not there. Like the blue background worked.
Okay, nice.
And then yeah. So let's see if this print is the final one. Wish me luck.
Yay. Good luck.
Sure wish our printer printed without bleed though.
I know.
With the automatic white lines. Like I'm always trimming those off because they annoy me.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that kind of a printer would save us. We'll just have to we're talking about potentially doing another Crowdfundr in like October or September, but that one would be more like a book of like uplifting or whatever kind of creations, and maybe that goal will be like get us a printer that like doesn't have any bleed, so you don't have to spend time cutting things when we print them.
I like trimming all those zines. Yeah, when I printed up all our zines and then I decided, hey, I'll trim them. And then I decided I didn't want to. And then I was like, but half of them are now and half of them aren't. So I need to finish.
Oh, no.
Trimming 51 zines is fun. Makes you really happy when you do the just white. And it's like, hey, I didn't have to trim it because it's a plain zine. That's a really good idea to use the control thingy.
Thank you. I think I'm going to change this though. There we go. This. Move the two closer together. And then that can funnel this.
Yeah.
There you go. That's cool. I'm happy with that. I'm usually like very much the type of person, like if you look at our like its logos, that'll have like welcome to the oldest house, a control fanzine. It's an 8-page zine. And then like something over here too, and then like some kind of thing in the background. Like there's always like 20 things going on. And
Can
then
you
when
flip
you
the building over a little? Like, is that centered?
can I do what?
The building isn't centered to the banner.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm like, don't
You're
save
fine.
that yet. It's not
Oh,
quite right.
speaking of which, let me oops.
That's what I was gonna say. Slide the building over that way. Yeah.
I'm gonna group this and then make sure this is centered, and then I can it's centered. So that I can look at what the building should look like. And that'd be like there.
Yeah, that looks better. Sorry, go ahead. I was like, that's good.
It's just the whole like that all of my itch logos have like 8,000 things going on with them, and like especially when you shrink it, because like right now this looks like a good size, but when you're looking at it on the itch page, it's going to be more like that. So it's very small, and if you put little things down in each of these corners, you cannot read them for anything. So we're
Okay,
going to download this.
For my itch logo, I have on there a travel guide to the neurodivergent mind, and then like just to explain what it is because it's not a game, I have a neurospicy relatable zine on the bottom.
Yay, neurospicy! I'm always happy to see that. Okay, I see yours. Yeah, this is what Angels looks like. You did a much better job with the aesthetics and stuff of yours. I like those. And the brain, like looking at a book, is awesome. Like that was a very awesome image you found there for that. Okay. So now that's downloaded, and we're gonna upload cover image. Oh, that's Weird Giraffe Games like fulfillment orders folder. I'm glad there's nothing in there because otherwise people will be seeing order names.
Oh no.
Yeah. There we go. It's logo. That's what that'll look like. I do still think this is a little bit bigger than it looks like when it's on itch. So like you have to take that with a grain of salt. Okay, and then it's called Welcome to the Oldest House. For the short description, I'm just going to put like what was this thing called? A travel
guide.
Travel guide?
Yeah.
Travel guide fanzine to Control, one of the greatest games ever. This is a book, I guess. I'm so used to choosing physical games, but yeah, this is a book instead.
Okay, I think I'm happy with this. Woo!
Way to go! I'm glad you're happy with it. That's awesome. I'm shocked we both made something today. That's awesome. There was a big part of me that was like, yeah, we're neither of us gonna finish anything.
Well, yeah, because I was sitting there trying to figure out which one I wanted to do for how long. Then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do the neurodivergent mind. I don't even know what made me think of that, but I was like, let's do that.
Yes. Yeah, good thinking of that. That was really clever.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Angel said she'll be back. You couldn't actually hear anything she said like the last while. What?
Then I'll work on my itch page.
Okay.
I'm right by my headset, so they might hear me.
Okay. So when you come up with an itch page, the general given is $0 to donate. What that means is it's basically what you saw on Ty's page here. I'll just go through it from here. But this is $0 or pay what you want. $0 to donate rather. So when you click on it, you can hit like pay with PayPal and you'll be paying $1, or you can like just type in here, like if you wanted to give Ty like $100, like you just type in 100 and hit pay with PayPal. Or you could just hit like the $+ here. Or you can always just hit no thanks, take me to the downloads, and then you can get it for free. Like there is no, it says $103. You just hit no thanks. It takes you to it. You don't have to pay anything. And that's number one. That's what I like to do because you'll be surprised by who decides to just go ahead and pay you something, even though they don't have to. And for another, I like it when other people do it because you can choose no payments here if you want to. But that means that if somebody finds your game and they love the heck out of it and they want to pay you for it, like they cannot. They actually have to like, hopefully track down links to you and maybe you've got a coffee account or something like that. Yeah. Oh, you could hear Angel. That's cool. Ty says that you're able to hear us. And then also Ty says, yes, give Ty $100. So yeah, like go over to Ty's page and throw $100 at each game, like just like one after another. There you go. But I like it when I do these, and I also like when other people do the donate. That way people can do it. It can give you money if they want to. However, this is a non-game zine, and I usually base my creations price on two things. One is how much time it took me. And since this was 6 hours, but it was extremely distracted 6 hours, so probably like 2 to 3 tops, if that. And combine that with what I call the quality of it. So like basically like, how much would somebody be willing to pay for it? And I think all of us as creators have a good way of undervaluing what we make. So I'm going to go with this being like our other zines where it is free, but then the printable zine version is $1. So I changed the suggested donation to $1 to match that. We're going to go into uploads now, and we're going to upload the things that people get. These uploads are what people get when they buy or get your item. So I'm uploading. Not the next game to make. That's Ty's. It's these two. Welcome to the Old's House, individual pages and zine. I just saw another PDF and I was going to throw it in there. So as these upload, they are going to be the things that you get when you either buy it or pay for it or get it for free. Sorry. I'll show you in a second here the difference. So the individual pages is the straight up just PDF, and I'll show you what that looks like too. This is how we do ours. So individual pages just looks like, oh no, I'm so glad I did that. The individual pages is just page 8 because I had to replace page 8. So that was close. So let's open both of these to make sure I didn't mess stuff up. Okay, the zine one is all 8 pages, right? Okay, but for the other one, I need to come in here, download all pages, PDF. That was very close. And one thing I heard, like doing customer service, is that for every like 10 people, or for every one person that complains about something, so like the one person who would be like, hey, I tried to download this and it was only one image, like 10 people won't. So there are like 10 people out there who are just silent and like, oh, well, I must have messed this up, or maybe it's just messed up, or, oh, well, they messed up. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They'll just kind of have like a bad opinion or like come away from it with a negative light that you'll never even know about. So it's like really important to check these things yourself, but it's also really easy to forget to check them. So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to re-upload that. It's also cool to know for people, this is a great demonstration. I said I did it on purpose. You're welcome. If you upload something with the exact same name that's already there, which would be this individual pages thing, it actually gets rid of the one that was there before. This is great for if you update something on your game, because over time, this will say like, it won't be $0 downloads forever. It'll be like, like 50, 100, 3 downloads, whatever, some number. And if you upload a new file and delete the old one, you'll lose that. But if you upload something with the exact same name and it replaces it, that number of downloads will remain there.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, you.
Hi. Mom needed some errands, so it took me a minute.
Fun. Ooh, Lamb of God, 512. Another great song. Okay. I did have to scroll for a while for that. Anyway, the individual pages comes up here first. Also, if you're uploading something, you can always hit more, and you can hit download, and you'll download what that file is, so you can see it again. But the zine one here, because this is the actual printable foldable one, I'm going to hit select or set a different price for this file. I'm gonna change this to $1. I'm gonna hit save on this real quick and look at it so you can see what I mean. Now, if you hit download now, this $1 comes up. And so underneath here, it says included files, welcome to the old house individual pages, welcome to the old house zine at $1. So if I went to type in like 0, this grays out. Like I'm not going to get this. I didn't realize that too. If you click on it, it'll actually like add the amount you need for it. But like if you just hit no thanks, taking the downloads, we don't have the zine because we didn't pay anything for it. You can also do the same thing with like if you have a demo or something, you could have like a free demo. But it also has an option where but they don't now. There used to be a place where you could just upload a specific demo to something. And it might be because this is a book and not a game that it's not showing it. But anyway, that was only the first part of this.
Oh, that's lovely.
What's that?
I just clicked on our comments. Like someone just spam commented on all of your bookmarks because of a jam that we're in.
Yeah.
Ugh, it says caution. This game is part of a bundle that claims to be fighting against book bans, but is actually fighting against a bill that removes sexually explicit material from school libraries used by minors. Only support this game if you think kids should consume porn in school. That's nice.
Yeah, it is nice. But I will happily reply to that because okay. In one light, that's true. That's the way that they try to get away with this these bans in the first place. But the thing is that especially something that we trans people have to deal with, they actually, when they say pornographic, they actually bundle things like anything LGBTQ, transgender is underneath that. So like anything LGBTQ, a lot of things that are just kind of outside the norm as falling under the same rules as pornographic. So then they can say that they're just hiding pornography when it's actually, I mean, like, I'm sorry, but if you look at any, like, how many pornographic children's books do you find in your library?
Like none.
Right. It's so like that's not what they're actually banning. And I'll be more than happy to reply to this person on at least one of our
They
games.
don't have them in the libraries. They wouldn't put them in school libraries. I've never had that in our school libraries, so it's not a problem. So
Exactly.
I was like, okay.
Oh my goodness. Let's turn this into a stream where we just like attack this person. Not really.
No.
Like don't ever attack anybody. Like
We're kidding.
don't feed the trolls. Exactly. Don't do that. But Ty says that they're heading out. If we do another stream, they'll attend if available. And yeah, thank you very much for coming by, Ty. It was awesome meeting you. And awesome. Ty says they learned something new today. So that's cool too. I'm very happy. We've been doing this for a few years, so we've kind of picked up little tricks and tips and stuff here and there. Here comes the fun part of putting together an itch page. Actually, I'll do the images first. Images are more fun.
I'm headed to start mine now.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, if you zoom in.
Oh my goodness, it takes forever to scroll down to create new project now.
Oh no. I think this is the images I'm going to throw on there. So when you add screenshots, they come over on the side here, which is where they're going to show up on the itch page too. And you can hit move up or down, kind of put them in whatever order you want. The nice thing about Canva creating all these all the pages as separate images is you can just upload the page image, and then there you go. I think that order is cool. I really like that colorful one though, and that looks straight like out of something from the game too, so it's perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to probably the biggest secret for our making stuff on itch is to just copy paste from a lot of our other itch things. So first we've got this. I'm just gonna copy all this here. Paste this. Blah blah stuff about the game here. Then copy that. This was something that we added to all of our game pages for our Crowdfundr. But it's got a little like GIF promo thingy here. This links to it. Clicking on this links to the campaign. That links to the campaign. Oh, I'm not going to change the wording on every single one of these, but it says runs through February. So maybe just the fact that we're leaving it up until originally our campaign was going to end today. It was going to be the last day, but we pushed it back because I just was like, February is a cool time to end the campaign, and it didn't hit me that it's a freaking Thursday. So like we'd be losing out on a weekend here if we finished it. So I'm actually ending it Monday the 4th at 3 a.m. instead. But whatever, people can either figure that out or not. These actually, one of the cool things about Crowdfundr here, and I'll pull it up, they have this referral section. So you can make as many referral links as you want to. You just click it and then you type in a referral name and it gives you a link. But each of these has like it saves them with a description and then it shows how much money came from that. This Discord making $290 is because that's where Rochelle and Zoe came from. They threw a lot of money at us. But like one of the big things we did were itch emails. Itch email is as people buy your game, whether it's for free or not, but only if it's free and like was a price. Whenever that happens, Itch collects their email addresses. Now, Itch specifically says on their pages, and I'll pull that up real quick too here. No, I won't, because the page that's on is actually shows a lot of emails and stuff. I don't want to do that. But while Itch does show people's emails, they have a huge point. You are not allowed to use those emails for marketing or for anything other than like, you know, if somebody bought your game like 3 times, you could be like, hey, like, did you mean to do that? Something like that. We also sell physical copies of our zine. So if somebody were to buy one and they didn't buy it the right way, because there's a button to buy it. But if they don't, and we don't get their address, we can email them to reach out. But that's the only use of emails from Itch. Like, you're not allowed to do anything else with those. But when you do that, there's this, okay, I'll show it here. But if you go under Interact, you can do this create new email draft. When you do that, you can choose who you're going to send it to. Make Your Own Fun doesn't have a lot of people because it's a new thing and like it costs money, whereas a lot of our stuff is free. But you can click all these. And so like right now, if I were to send this email, it would go to all these people. It would go to anyone who got a community copy, which is a free copy that's like you can optionally add to your page. The initial patrons, which are people that I sent keys to, and then anybody who owns it, which I think this is just both of these combined. So it's not like this would be sent to 38 people, it'd probably be 19. But when you do that, you can type in any subject you want, and then you can type in a message. And then you can have like if somebody replies to that email, it can go to whatever address you want, and it'll show your email down here. And then you just hit send email, and it'll send it out. Actually, let me go to Everyday Enchanter as a good example. The Everyday Enchanter is our biggest game by far, so it's going to have a bigger number. But I recently sent out an email because someone had translated, Gabriel had translated Everyday Enchanter into Spanish for us. So I emailed that to everybody who owns it, which makes sense because, you know, hey, a heads up, like you can get a Spanish translation for free now since you already own it. Or if you already own it. Which they do because they're key owners. But we also did like, this was like we launched a Kickstarter or a, Crowdfundr. And so like, it's basically an advertising thing. So you are allowed to advertise through Itch, but you cannot take their email addresses and email them. That just does it for you. If you see here, people can very easily unsubscribe. So like anytime you send one, there's going to be some unsubscribes. Some are going to bounce. This many people opened it versus how many were actually delivered. So like about half the people opened that one about the Spanish translation. But yeah, so it's just really good at those. And if you notice here, pardon me 1 second, I got to mute so I can cough loudly. These itch emails get a lot of money for us. This is the itch ad GIF is that GIF I was showing you earlier that like on the page. These are only on the zine pages and they've made 3 sales. And then the ones on our games haven't earned any. So like it's good to know for the future. It's a zine campaign. Just put it on the zine stuff. That's what actually was Angel's recommendation anyway. But like when we sent that email to Everyday Enchanter and also one later for Reversing Rules that day, like we made $87 from that. When I emailed to the people who own Drink Up, that was $230 from there. So like emailing these people that own your games is a great way to drive people to new games when you release them if they're related. So like if you release like a sequel or a spin-off or like an expansion, like definitely email those people and let them know, and maybe someone will buy it. We ran a bundle last month and ended up getting a good number of sales because we utilized those itch emails. Normally we only use an itch email like once a week or so, but because of our campaign here, we've been using them throughout each weekend. And it feels spammy, but like people can very easily get rid of those, so that's fine. So yeah, there's that. And then we have a little thing about our Patreon down here. But it's a placeholder for the moment because we haven't written the Patreon post yet. More about, what was I calling this thing? Welcome to the oldest house. Yeah. When we write the post. And there's some like standard stuff here. And then this is where I was talking about earlier, where we put the embedded games. So like basically whenever we do something like this, we'll do, you can check out and then a category of something. If you have an itch account and you're a creator, what you can do is you can go into a game of your own or anybody's game, like if you're curious. So like, remember here, for example, you can add the collection, and then like these are the collections that currently belongs to. And what we do is we categorize ours. So like we have 17 things that are hyper 1 hour game jam creations. We have 60 of them that are solo games. We have 51 zines, 65 games, and then our click to see everything list is 116 things. We had to figure that out. Actually, I'm pretty sure, Angel, that you came up with the idea, right?
What?
Of like categorizing our things and then making like a list of everything.
I think you said you wanted to, and then like I actually did it.
Okay. Yeah,
And
because
then I think you didn't like some of the like you wanted it more sectioned, so you came up with some of them. So it was
right.
a collaborative thing.
But we don't use all of them anyway, like on the page.
No.
But like, yeah, the way the itch pages work, you can put as many as you want over on the side here. If you hit edit theme, you'll see like all of our stuff, and like almost all of them say hidden here. But the more you have here, if I can do that real quick too. Like let's just unhide a couple here. Now, when you scroll through this page, the side scrolls before the main page does. So you can imagine if there were 117 things over there, what getting through our page would look like. So we try to keep that down to 4. And then it basically just all smoothly scrolls. And then underneath that, we have categories. So like if you click this, that's the list of everything we've ever made, including one game that Angel actually like helped with, but like isn't something we like split revenue on or anything. But this is like everything in this section. But like if you're curious about like if you just want to play our games, there's a game section. If you just want to play the solo games, there's a solo section. There's zines. We also have down here this free one. Some of them do have like, you'll see this one's $2, but that's because like the main version of it is free, and then like the printable version is $2 or whatever. But everything here has a free version to it. So if you just, in fact, I'm gonna throw that in the chat. So if you're curious about our free games, you can just click that or type that in, and then everything is free. You can check our stuff out. Hold on a second. I'm talking a lot. So yeah, there's that. But we include at the beginning or at the bottom of each page. That was definitely Angel's idea. The whole like let's
link the widgets and yeah.
Yeah, the widgets were brilliant because Then at the bottom of the pages, like Shindig here, there are 3 more games on here. And we've totally had times where people will like buy this thing, and then you'll see like in the sale history, like, oh, they also bought like Shop for Showdown because it's right there. Or if it's something free, like this one just has another of Angel's poetry zines on it. So you can just like get another free thing right here, just like we did with Ty, where like each other's things are free. So if you're on the one page and get it for free, you can just get the other one for free too. And being able to just click a download now button instead of like going to a bunch of different pages and have a whole bunch of different tabs is really nice. Oh, I forgot the top part here too. Something we do as part of our Patreon is that everybody gets, when they join, everybody gets everything that we've released over the last month under that tier. So like the free members will get the free game they put out every month. The $3 Zebrafinch zine stores will get all of our zines from the last month. Gaming Geese and Enlightened Egrets get all of our everything from the last month. And so at the top here we put like become a Zebrafinch. This is a zine. Become a Zebrafinch zine store or higher on Patreon before, and we add one day to this. So it'd be April. No, it's only March because it's March 30th. The zine for free, and I like to throw emojis around that kind of relate to what we're doing here. So I guess a detective will work. Yeah, I'm gonna come up with some kind of category or something. In fact, maybe I'll just do this game is based in the world of Control, and so is this Adventure Spark. And I'll just have that underneath it, which was called Making Change. Let's go to widget, copy this. Bam, there we go. And before I write the page, I'm going to fill in the tags and stuff.
I actually don't need a how do you fold it though this time.
Oh yeah, that's true. With these being 4 pagers, we don't need those. You're right.
Mine's not a 4-pager, it's a brochure. I did have to note like it's a trifold because I don't have like fold lines.
Yeah, right. True. Yours is not a 4-page, but it's not an 8-page either, so it doesn't need the
like the video.
Most of our zines are 8 pages, and so there's a little thing here that's like how to fold it, like video, which is really cool video too because it also shows you how to make a zine in like 3.5 minutes. You can just like hand make one. You just like basically you take a piece of paper, you fold it into 8, which would just be this like plus one more fold, so like that, and then you unfold it all, and you just kind of handwrite on all of the 8 little pages, and then he shows you how to like you take it in the middle here. Geez, it's been a while since I did this. So you take it here and you cut in the middle down to the next fold, and then you're able to take the whole thing and you fold it up into a little booklet. That's actually what most zine makers do, is either do it by hand and then scan it in, or they're more crafty about it. Basically, we're kind of like on the fringe of like we do digital zines, so slightly different. I'm going to change it on here, though. Run through March 3rd. Okay. So for one, I didn't know that fanzine was actually a tag on itch. And for another, I didn't know colorful was, so that's fun. I don't really think a lot of things apply to this.
I know. I did zine, travel guide, neurodivergent, and neurospicy.
Oh, travel guide is a good one.
Huh?
Oh, God's a good one. Like I can use that too. I like all of yours, but I'm just saying like I could steal that one.
Yeah.
Also, if you are curious, this custom noun, what that means is you can change what your thing is. So, like, if I just wanted to change this to zine instead of book, like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it to zine. Yeah, it still says it's gonna be a draft. So if I hit save and I hit view page,
Yeah,
now it
and you
says
can
a
actually,
downloadable zine instead of a downloadable book.
if you click on my 90s music is the best music or whatever, yeah, it says it at the top. Like, but you might have shown that. Like, it
Oh, yeah,
says right there, a downloadable fanzine download.
that is awesome. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, exactly. Like right here is what she's talking about. So, um,
Excuse me. That was
you're
a
fine.
hiccup.
I've been coughing my head off, so like I'm sure hiccups totally fine. Looks like we've got good timing for finishing this up because it's getting late. My goodness.
Yeah, I need to get dinner.
Yeah.
That's why it's taking me a while. Is I got mom some crackers and a drink and stuff, so she could be held over until I cook dinner.
Oh, sweet of you.
Since we skipped lunch,
Mm-hmm.
I need dinner.
Yeah, on the bright side, we're gonna have a lot of calories later, so that's cool.
Fair.
I need some music to amp me up. I'm starting to feel the like tiredness now.
Yeah. I need to get a link to yours, and then mine will be ready. I think
Oh, nice.
I gotta make it pretty, but I think I got the back end of it done now.
Or you like need a widget to mine?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can get it because I'm gonna change the colors of my page and stuff. So
I just messaged you my widget.
okay, thanks.
Other creations. I like to break these up into headings myself, and we generally use heading 3 because it's a decent size, but like not huge. Check out the zine. The what? Do you still call yours a zine? You can just call it like trifold.
I just said travel guide.
Yeah. A guide. Angel made for this prompt too. Then
I think I said creation when I put that. I said you can check out my other zines on this list along with Beth's creation for the same prompt below.
yes. Oh, my heating thing turned off again. Jeez. We haven't been streaming for a while. This thing's turned off on me like 3 times now. Okay. Is
Now I'm hunting down colors so that I can change my page around.
to keep mine like plain as heck.
No.
Oh right. I forgot that. Well, it's almost March. I guess we can just go ahead and put these 6 pages out because I forgot that we normally just like keep these.
What do we do with the other?
We just kept them on restricted or whatever.
Yeah.
I think we can still do that, but then at least the pages will be done.
Yeah. We'll do it that way, like, because that's what we did with the other one.
I'm gonna remove the we're running our first Beth and Angel campaign though because that'll be over by then.
That's fair. I added on there too, so I'll take that out.
Previously made and
I have the you can read more, but I'll add the link to that once we write the post.
yeah.
Which I'm tired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really feeling it now. There's not a whole lot left here.
What was the name of yours?
Welcome to the oldest house.
That's cool.
Thank you. It's called the oldest house in the game. So
Um, um, did we end up adding the? Hold on, I gotta check that. Never mind. No. I didn't know if we added the community copies and the physical zine yet, and we didn't. So I'll just leave that too.
oh, the last one, yeah, because it's not even visible yet.
Right. We'll have to make a note that we need to do that when we do make it visible.
That's cool. And we may have different enlightened egrets at that point too. So then the like community copies may change.
Right.
Does not use any art or anything from the game though, of course. You haven't played or likely used reading this thing. Fair. I think that's fair. Oh yeah, and this will need to be changed too.
Hey, guess what I gotta do?
What's that?
Upload my file.
Oh no.
There we go. It's like that might help.
Yes, it would.
And then it only needs one this time.
Yay. Awesome. Okay. I personally, when I write anything, I use brackets like this right here as a reminder to come back to something later, like before I'm done with it. So then I can just hit Control F and search for bracket. All three of them come up here. There's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. And so I do those things later. Okay. So to make this available, to send keys out, we need to do Angel learned. Do you have to make it restricted? Because if it's a draft, you're not allowed to send keys. If you send a key, it'll just say like this game doesn't exist or something. But if it's restricted, it means only the owners and authorized people can view the page. I'm going to save that. And now you're going to see this used to say draft and now it says restricted. It means if I go into another browser window and try to go to this page, it doesn't exist. But it's technically released. Then we're going to go over to interact. No, distribute. Sorry, distribute.
And we're not doing the like allow a password to view page thing.
Right, yeah.
All right, so it's just restricted. Okay, I've got mine that way too now.
Awesome.
Good to go.
Yay. Go over to download keys. It allows you to do 2 different kinds of download keys here. And each of those has like 2 different kinds too. A download key is a singular key. And you can either, like, and you can copy right here. You can name it if you want. And then you can check this to allow it to be claimed, which means it will be associated with a person's itch account. Like they basically claim it, it's theirs. And then it'll show, let me just give an example here. Like see here, it says you own this game. So then when you go to this page, like that'll be the first thing you see on the page, and you'll be like, so even if like a game is no longer free or you forget that you got it like 6 months ago, a year ago, whatever, you can just be like, oh, I already own this, I don't need to buy it. You can just click download and get it. I personally really like being able to claim things, but if you allow a key to be claimed, that means that the first person to claim it, nobody else can use it. So if you want to send one key to like 100 people, you can just send it without claiming it. But what I do is key group, and I'm going to do this in a different window so that people can't see the names of people. But we go to our audience on Patreon. And so this is going to go out to all of our Zebrafin Zinester members and above, which means all active members. We currently have 33 of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select, I call this initial patrons, and then we're going to make 33 keys. You can set a specific unlock price. So like if your game has like 2 or 3 levels of purchases or whatever, or like you're just trying to give out the demo or something, you can select like a certain amount. But I always select unlock all files. And then I unselect require key to be claimed. It does say here that keeping it checked means that people can't share it. So right now with not having to claim it, like if you don't have an itch account, you can still get it. It won't be associated with your account. But that also means that somebody could take a key and just like send it to like 100 people, even though they're not supposed to be able to. And like a whole bunch of people will get this game that aren't supposed to. But I still keep it unchecked because honestly, to me, I'd rather have extra people play my game and the added convenience for other people than to like make people get an itch account, make people log in, do all that stuff. We don't ever have to worry about this give access to Steam or anything. And the short URLs is actually really annoying. So like I never do it. I tried it once, it doesn't work. So we hit create bulk key group and get keys. This is going to download a text file that's just going to show like these keys are basically just like URLs, really, really long URLs. I'm not going to open it right now, but if you go here, this is an example of one. So if you were to go to this URL, get this right here, like link it to my account, you can say yes, and then you can download it anytime. The one annoying thing about this, because it's a restricted page, if you click Zine page, normally this will let you go back to the main page. But since this game isn't out yet, when you do this, oh, it's our account, we can do it. But anyone else would come up with an error like this page doesn't exist, or like ask for permission to see it or something like that. So we've got that. And then Angel will do the same thing. And then what we're going to do, and I'll show you how to do this too. Let me double check that there's nothing.
Well, just don't show your keys.
I'm not gonna,
Okay.
but I'm just showing how it works basically. Okay, that'll work. I've got to move this tab over so I can get it onto the like where people can see it. This is my email, but I've moved out of the inbox so people can't see like, you know, anyone's information or anything. So So when we email these out, we're going to be emailing these to everyone who has like given us money on Crowdfundr at tier 2 or tier 3, which Crowdfundr allows you to see that stuff. I don't have a way to show you that stuff though without showing you people's information, so I'm not going to do it. But it also we're going to be sending it to everyone on Patreon. Now on Patreon, when you do it, and again, I can't do this without showing people's information, so I'm not gonna. But you just click on people, and then you send them a message. But with Crowdfundr, we're going to be emailing them. So the best thing to do first is to create a template. This template is going to be like, actually, I'm just going to remake one. Yeah, that works. Because, no, I won't. I'm going to duplicate this one. This is the one we've been sending to people who contribute to us right now because they get Angels, the Symbiotic Sentient, and my Dearest. I'm stuck on an island game. So whenever somebody contributes, which there are 3 people today that I've got to email this to because we've been streaming, but they'll get this email basically. However, I usually will go in here like and say hi, if their name's Beth, I'll be like, hi Beth. If I have any further information from them, I usually try to include something else just so it's not just straight up like completely templated. So like somebody has a cool email, just to be like, hey, freaking love email, or like your name is really cool, or just all different kinds of things that I can.
Or hey, we knew you from the Discord and now you're here, yay!
Right? Yeah, there've been a few times where
acknowledging we know them, or
yeah, exactly. So like if anything we can do to make it a little more specific to people. We're going to keep the prompt form in here for the March 1st to the 4th. This is going to be second set.
This is the only thing else you're showing?
I guess. Yeah, that's the last thing I'm doing.
Because I am going to go ahead and go because I need to start dinner.
Okie.
All right.
Thank you for making dinner and for being here with me this whole time.
I enjoyed creating with you and hanging out with everybody.
Yay, ditto.
Have a good night, all.
Yeah. So we're going to make a template here. So we have, thanks for contributing. Here's a form to vote for this prompt that we're doing from March 1st to March 4th. This is our second set of Secret Prompt zines. In fact, I'm going to, because some people have already gotten, I'm going to release a lot of this because this is people that have already been with us and are just getting the second set. Keep that same information about like not needing a key or whatever. Angels is called Travel Guide to the Neurodivergent Mind. Yeah. And mine was Welcome to the Oldest House. And then what we would do is, and I'll keep this here too, and this. I can get rid of the unplay tested though. The rest of this could stay here. If you're making a Gmail template, make sure you keep, and if you're doing one and you have a signature, make sure you keep this line blank here. Otherwise, the signature will be right up against this. Also, lesson learned here. Make sure when you have somewhere to copy paste things, make sure there's a space before it, because otherwise you have to add that space every single time. Basically, what we're going to do here is we're just going to take those keys, which I think I still have one copied. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those keys and we paste one into each of these. In the key, you can see it says like, welcome to the oldest house here. So you know it's for that game. But I have a notepad file that has a list of all of our keys in it. And so I just copy paste from there. And then I would also do a similar one in Notepad because I'll need it on Notepad for the Patreon, for the patron, sorry. That gets copy pasted and then the keys get copy pasted too. But that's it. That's the whole process of everything we do. There is also, again, the one last thing we would do normally. This is an exception because it's something that's only exclusive to our patrons at the moment. But we have this thing we call a post-release checklist. We go through this for all of our games and all of our zines and stuff. But basically, I guess I never did that. I didn't organize, make your own fun on Canva and stuff. But we have a checklist of things we do. So first is adding the line at the top about getting it if they're a member. That's this thing right here, the become a Zebrafin Zinester or higher. Next is add this game and that date to the games to give new members, which is just right here. This is a list of all the things that anybody gets, and this is when they expire. So like on March 3rd, people can no longer get unexpected guests. On the 10th, they can no longer get museum extraterrestrial rarities, etc., and so on. The third thing is to send a key to each member of the proper tier and higher for Patreon. We're going to add 5 community copies for each enlightened egret to it, and thank them in a random order on the page. What we do there is you go over here to rewards, and then you hit new reward, community copies up here for the custom noun, and then community copy here. Currently, that'd be 30. I'm just going to hit save so you can see what that looks like. Let's see down here. It says community copy, claim access 30 remaining. And whatever text you put is going to be in there too. And we generally say something like, want full access but can't afford it? That's okay, grab it. These community copies are provided by our enlightened egret patrons. And then on this one, the random order was a huge thanks to Sarah Kimmel, Rochelle B., NY Blue Jeans, Zed4 Rocker, Dwight McDowell, and Dora Duval. Each of them provide 5 community copies. So that way, hopefully, there'll be somebody eventually who sees this and goes, hey, I want my name on here too. I'll become an enlightened egret, which I should actually link this now that I think about it. Like, that people can just click there and it's having to like, what do you mean? I don't know how you do that. Like, oh, I think this is something about a Patreon somewhere. So, yeah, that's that step. And to randomize, what I do is list. There you go. Yeah, this random.org has a thing where you can just put people's names in here. So like if I was like Beth, Angel, Rochelle, Hi, for Crow, etc. And that's a randomize. Like it'll put all 5 of those in a random order. And then I do that each time. So that way it's truly a random order. And not just like, I'm going to throw my mom as the first person every single time or something. After that, Patreon. We make a Patreon post about it. And then the Asana calendar, which I have a calendar here. This is all of the posts that have come out on Patreon and all the posts we have planned. So like today, we did this one already. So that means I'll check it off. But later on, we actually have to reveal what zine is coming back this week. Because we're doing a special thing this month where every week a zine comes back. Last week was Reimagining Mushroom Foraging. I forgot to put it on here this week. Oh no, that's right. I did it as a combined thing. And then the Museum of Extraterrestrial Rarities was that week. But there's a bunch of posts here and some planned. Like I have to remember to send out the poll to all the patrons the 5th through the 8th. They're going to do a post about it being the final week of the campaign. On the 4th, I have to remember to share about the campaign ending, but I'm also sending out the zines that were made for the... No, I'm not. I don't know why I have that there. I'll fix it later when I'm not on stream. But so that's the Asana calendar. They get checked off as they're done. If it's Hyper 1 hour game jam, make sure to pick up the rest of the page. then make sure that we go on our Discord and we share it under the Quirky Bird Games section. And we mention the Patreon tier you need to be at, and then a link to both the Patreon and the itch page. There's an itch announcements section here. I don't know that anybody ever looks at these things. Yeah, even like the highest things will get like 10 to 30 views, but you can hit new topic here, and then you write a little bit about the game you just put out. I do that every single time. It doesn't take long. We have a tabletop status sheet, which I don't want to open up because I don't remember if that's safe to look at or not. But basically, it's a spreadsheet that has all the games that we currently have out. It lists like the last time it was in a bundle. It has like whether or not it has community copies on it. It has like if from separate things other than the main ones. It has what categories each thing's in, stuff like that. And then we also add it to the click here to see everything we made co-design list. We share it on social media. Angel's the only one that has an Instagram account. I'm the only one that uses the Facebook account. There's several different Reddits here that you can post to. Then Twitter and Blue Sky. We both have accounts there. I definitely recommend if your thing is free, even for a couple days, to post it to these two Reddits here, the free games and e-freebies, because they get a lot of views. And then itch.io is a great place to go. I found, pardon me, that the one-page RPG and the zines people are actually like fairly interactive. So it's actually really fun to post on those anyway and just be like, hey, like Reddit and stuff is more about like interacting with people too, instead of just like, hey, here's my thing, bye. So it's nice to kind of like, you know, like if you have a lesson that you learned from something you made, or like maybe the thing you're the most proud of, or if you have a question like, hey, I made this, like, have you ever made anything like that? Have you seen any others like this? What's your favorite solo journaling game? Let me know, because I'm always looking for more, like something like that. We have several different documents that have ideas on them. So if we took this from that document, like make sure to move it to where it's done. Then we can organize it in folders on Canva and in folders on our computer. Canva allows you to, like if I were to click on this right here, I can add it to move it to a folder. And then all these things are in folders together. So like if I go to, I wonder where those even are. It's funny because I like, we always put them away, but I never actually, maybe under game dev. Yeah, here we go. So like these are all different games. Like if I were to go to making change, this is the document you use to play it. This is the itch header for it. And then this is the itch logo for it. So like all the stuff is just kind of together. And then we like to do that with our folders too on our computer. So that way, like if we ever need to find stuff, it's there. I also like to, we have all of our stuff in a Dropbox folder. Like all of our main things are in Dropbox. So that way, if like our computer gets fried or something like that happens, everything is complete. Like all the important stuff is completely safe. Like we do pay like $100 a year or something for that, but I mean, $100 a year is definitely worth it. So as many times as we have computers just die on us. If it's a one-page zine, Angel actually has a specific folder too that she puts it in. So that way she can just get in there very easily, print it. And the last thing is, because because Angel and I are also part of Quirky Bird Games, sometimes we'll post our things to Quirky Bird Games instead. There's a Quirky Bird Game account. A lot less on it. This was actually everything there. Because most of the time when we release things, we just make them to our own account, or we release them to our own account because we have a lot more followers and stuff like that. But like this one here, the Inner Critic was something that Angel made that had help from Carla and I on it. The familiar files was strictly made by Angel. But when we do this, what I do is in this analytics section, I copy, I think it's this page right here where it says $19.66. Every month I will go through all of the games that we have on Quirky Bird Games, and then anything that's on our account that had Carla's help on it. And then we know to like take a certain amount of money from Carla's, like when we request our paychecks with Weird Jeff Games, we add that amount to it. We'll subtract from it anything that's on our page that she gets a cut of. So that way, like once a month, we just kind of settle each other up. And that's it. That is the whole checklist. That's everything we do. But you can definitely see how if you make a game in an hour and you have to go through making the itch page and then doing all those things, like you're looking at probably like 3 hours total. But I am quickly learning that outreach and sharing it and not just like throwing on an itch and being done forever, it really helps a lot. In fact, a great example of that, this will be the last thing I talk about before I take off too. So if anybody is here and has any questions, feel free to ask. Why is it not coming up? I'll just go to the dashboard here. And then if we go into analytics here, right here. Okay. So this game is actually the print and play file for the game, and it's a specific special one that doesn't have the full game in it, so that way people can't just get the whole game for like however much. But I shared this to a couple of the Reddits, and it is currently free while the campaign is running. So you can see like this just from that. Like I haven't really shared this much of anywhere at all yet, besides those couple Reddits that are free. It's got 570 views today. Reddit is, I'm sorry, Itch is like 6 hours ahead of us though. So I think it's 5 actually. I think 7 o'clock is when the time changes. So, technically yesterday according to Itch, but today. And then we had 125 views the day before. And then there's 33 downloads here and 7 there. So, like sharing those things to places is like, it is amazing. This is 700 views total just because I shared it a couple places versus like if we release a game and don't share it places, like actually a great example of that one would be Make Your Own Fun, because that's one of the few games that I put out that was never free. And if you compare that, the analytics on this one, we're only at 260 views, but it's been out for a solid week now. It came out last Friday. So like in comparison, it's far lower in views because I didn't have it on those Reddit accounts and stuff. So yeah, like if you are a creator, like just spend a little extra time, like sharing your stuff with the world and put that effort in. It's definitely worth it to, like actually have people find your stuff. Like they feel like that's the reason we make stuff, right? Like it's to get it out there in the world and for people to discover it. Even if like for me, the main reason I make things is because I like the puzzle of it. I like kind of growing as a person through like, experimenting with Canva or like how art goes together. I like the random research that you do when you're making a game to make sure things are correct. I like that I'm learning to be more succinct with what I say, take up less space, like be clearer with fonts. You kind of get a new appreciation for like compiling something and making something from a game. But there is still a part of you that's like really happy when somebody else finds it. And like one of the things is that it's really easy to get sucked into, like okay, this game has a total of, what is that, like 10 downloads? Yeah, it's only been downloaded 8 times, which is almost nothing, like mathematically. Like it's not even double digits yet. But like if you're a small creator like us, like having 8 people in the world that have actually experienced what you made is really amazing. Like, and this number will go up because we'll eventually do a sale on it and make it free or put it in a bundle or something. And so like it'll get more then, but I just think it's so magical that there, like knowing that there are people out there who have experienced what you had. In fact, like even just on the stream alone, like when Ty said that, like they played, our game, the Just Good Cooking, or even own several of our games. Like it's just like the most amazing thing in the world. So like if you, I guess I'll close the stream on the note that if you, whether it's one of our games or especially if it's somebody else's, like games, movies, music, whatever, like if there's something that you enjoy, let the person that made it know. because when we deal with imposter syndrome, or even just like after a long day, like, I mean, I've been on this stream for almost 8 hours now. And I'm probably going to get off here. We're going to have dinner. And then I've still got to finish that Patreon post. I need to do a couple other things. And there's a big part of me that's like, forget all that stuff. I'm just going to watch Ted Lasso. That's what we're watching right now. Ted Lasso on Apple TV, because our Apple TV is almost out. We got a Apple TV special from Black Friday, but I just like, screw all this. I'm just going to watch Ted Lasso instead. But when people say things like they know what we made, or like they recognize our things, or even just like one person that leaves an itch comment like, hey, I liked this, good job. Like, that keeps us going when things get tough like that. And it kind of empowers us to be like, yeah, I'm going to keep making stuff so that more people can, like, get enjoyment out of this. And, a lot of the things we make, like, this is another free one we made. It's called 12-Word RPG Collection. It's actually only free because when we put it out, we ran a special sale on it. Yeah, here we go. Originally intended to charge for this, and stated that if we earned $50 during a special sale, we'd make it free forever. That actually happened. I want to say Rochelle was either the whole reason or most of the reason that happened, actually. But so yeah, this is free now. But this is just a collection of yeah, all of them are on the side here, actually, because it's free. We just put all the cards on the side. But when you hit download now, you'll get a single sheet that has all 9 of them on it. In fact, let me just show you. Oh, I accidentally downloaded. That's why, of course I did. Okay. Yeah, when you download it, you get this one sheet of 9 cards that you can cut and print. Angel actually like laminated one of them, and so we have these laminated like nicely. But each one of these is just a card that's kind of made to make your day a little happier. Like appraisal here is kind of based on just like the shows where people buy stuff and resell it, like Junkyard Kings or whatever. You photograph something, convince somebody, or even convince yourself of its value. I like that because you're kind of like reminding yourself why you have something. And honestly, if you photograph something and you can't find anything great about it, then get rid of it. Like, give it to somebody who'll enjoy it. Transmogrify is 100% based on Angel and I. Like, I listen to a lot of Stoic stuff. We'll watch random things. We'll talk to people. We'll hear a phrase that's cool or whatever, and we'll just like make that into a game or whatever. Angel actually came up with the like goat here, like random, so like game, artwork, music, story, or goat. Turn it into a goat. The you win card, you can just slap it down in the middle of any game and you win, but so does everybody else. Actually, Be the Example is another transmogrify example. Be the Example is something I've heard about on a Stoic thing, where instead of it's supposed to be self improvement, right? Like, so you're improving yourself, not other people. Like, your job isn't to make other people listen to what you have to say about how they can be better. Your job is to improve yourself. And that if you improve yourself, you can be an example to others. And when other people see you getting a bunch done, or being really creative, or just being happy, maybe somebody will come up and be like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm going through a rough time. Like, what is it that makes you happy? And you can share that with them then. Like, that's an invitation to be like, well, I used to do this to keep all my tasks straight. I create like creative things that like give me an outlet for my creativity. I eat, a good number or a good amount of food that's healthy, so I feel good. I exercise. We do 150 minutes of exercise a week because of the CDC recommended thing. We actually made a game about that too. So like, then that's when you can share that. And so I made that into one of these cards. Easy Button is actually based on trans experiences. When I first realized I was trans, a friend of mine, Zoe, had said that you don't need to, there is no like barrier to being any gender, like, or having no gender or whatever. Like, you don't have to, like, I don't have to wear nail polish. I don't have to wear makeup. I don't have to I don't have to shave every day. I don't have to like, there is no requirement to that. You just are who you are. So like the easy button is the same thing. Like you are whatever. Like it's another thing too that you hear with self-improvement, that like if you, like, let's say you want to get into running, right? So you want to be a runner. You don't tell yourself you want to be a runner. You tell yourself that you are a runner. And then when you do things throughout your day, you ask yourself, is this something that a runner would do? Like, would a runner not run all day? Or would a runner, you know, throw their shoes on and go for a 5-minute run because it's all the time they have? Like, they would get out and they would run. So like just embodying that really helps you become that too. It's a fake it till you make it kind of situation. Or as McFunky Pants said, hone it till you own it, because faking it sounds negative. The like a thing is actually what I'm talking about right now. Like if you like something, like follow them, share their thing, tell other people that might like it, like get on there and rate their thing. Like if it's YouTube, give them a thumbs up. If it's a book, like get on Goodreads and share it. Or if they sold on Amazon, get on Amazon, leave them a positive review. This one is you just kind of give stuff to people. This one, Angel Kimbo with this one. Look who found their confidence shoes today. Wear them and feel it. And all these are 12 words. So that's why I like the number of words on each thing. And then Angel also came up with Exploring Rabbit Hole. She came up with several of these actually. But sometimes you have to follow the rabbit to see where thoughts go. And I feel like that's kind of permission for ADHD. We've found that a lot of the times some of our coolest ideas just come from, just taking a moment to be like, you just have those random thoughts come through your head, like, I wonder where this came from. And so you get on Wikipedia and you find the history of where a term came from. And that leads you to another search, like, oh, this person was the first person to say it. What did they do? And you follow that. And all of a sudden you have this idea for this cool thing because you realize that this person was the inventor of this other thing, but they're also the person that first started saying, whatever. So like you have this new idea. So yeah. Closing with saying, if you find anything you like, just tell the person you like it. And that's it. So have a great night, everybody. I would stretch this out another 3 minutes to make it exactly 8 hours, but I don't feel like it. And my voice is pretty much gone. So have a great night.